Stepping on a beach. Stepping on a beach. Whoa, Black Betty. Whoa, Black Betty. Black Betty, Black Betty. Black Betty, Black Betty. Whoa, Black Betty. Whoa, Black Betty. Yo, what's up, Dead Rat? How's it going? First, that's right. You did it. Finally, type shit. Alright, let's move this. I'll keep it here just so I can see that better. Alright, let's bring this down for now. Alright, let's read up on some King and Omega. We'll check out the videos that I didn't check out yesterday, and then we'll get to work, alright? Another early stream. It's gonna rain hard. Yeah. What's up, Pinhead Larry? How you guys doing today? How's everybody doing? Alright. Hey, it's not bedtime. What the fuck happened? Alright. I don't like waiting. They say the worm can be reasoned with. What are they, stupid? They're clearly the enemy. They need to be squashed. Holy shit. Dude is getting kicked up crazy. Get up. Or do you need me to kick you again? He's barefoot? Since when? What's the matter? Something wrong with me being barefoot? I know that soldiers like you usually wear combat boots in places like this, but I'm no soldier, I'm a martial artist. I directly kick and grip the ground with my feet. That's something I can't do with shoes on. So you're saying you've improved your mobility by taking your shoes off, and that's how you took the initiative from me earlier. What a crock of shit. Grip the ground, that's such an abstract phrase. You see, that's the problem with your old school martial arts. Efficiency, that's the name of the game. Step. His target was his feet. Nicholas doggedly attacked Liu's now defenseless feet. You're pathetic. Boom. What was that? What did he hit me with, a rock? When did he throw a rock? You got careless. We're not fighting in a ring. That means this is totally legal. Going barefoot lets me do this? I'm crying. Bro is actually using them grippers to fight. Yo, I love Kenyon. What are your thoughts on the Italian Don? I don't know what that means. Can I just say the blatant ten-tail statement in 594 and the Lightspeed Sarada statement in the data books? Okay, nobody's talking about, what, Sarada from Boruto? Cool, she's still only Lightspeed. Fantastic. What, the ten-tail statement where he has a small planet's worth of chakra? Cool. That doesn't really do much. How's it going, guys? How's it going, One Smart? How's everybody feeling today? How's everybody doing? He immediately closed the distance and attempted a lethal Sahate strike, which left him open to attack. Ooh, the Shen Kao. That was a clean hit. Should I better back off for now? Is a Vigilance Scam not a data book for the Sada Chidori being faster than light? Is it now? Cool. The first faster than light statement then. An earthquake foot performed by a master can crush the ground beneath his feet, to say nothing of steel toe boots. Holy shit. The fight was won. From the moment he underestimated Chinese kung fu. I'm not done with you, get up. Ah, that's crazy. Not the statement. It was Kurama stating how striking. 594? Cool. Let's look up 594 real quick. That was this. 594. Cool. Object is swallowing. That's the Ghetto statue. Is the actual... The Ghetto statue is the actual Ten-Tails' actual body. But that's going on when he declared war on the council. Yeah. He doesn't possess 8 or 9 tails, so he's bluffing. Only fragments, not lacking power. Have we given him 1 octopus arm's worth of chakra? To me, you were dropping rhymes. Messed up big time. You got 8-0. 8 tails, chakra arm, huh? So just a piece of the bead, you know, don't you feel it? Conjure, let me take over, I'll explain. Listen up, all of you. Ten tails, about the 10 tails too. Listen from here. That voice. If even just a portion of a Biju is sufficient, then the statue's already got a piece of the 8 tails and my chakra inside of it. The jar and the gourd was summoned by the statue of the old man. 6 tools, both possess powerful sealing jutsu that can seal away anything and everything, and once you get put inside One of them you can't get out no matter what you try. So once inside the jar was Kinkaku and Ginkaku sealed inside the gourd. I suspect that they were reanimated out of intensity, utilized for war, then sealed again. Sage at Six Paths Tools. The Gold and Silver Brothers are all legendary names, but what do they have to do with the Nine-Tails Chakra? There was a battle, simply devoured them. However, they survived and fed off of my chakra and absorbed it. We possessed the Nine-Tails Chakra, insurance policy, the matches, the Intel headquarters. But given that the fragments of the 8-Tails and 9-Tails, who knows what form and shape they revived in. We must act now before it's fully complete. Kakashi, you said you were going to make a move. Now's your chance. Old Man Six Paths used to say that 10-Tails full revive would signify the end of the world. Fantastic. Then the 10-Tails is really that terrible. I get he's got 10 tails, but just how powerful is he? He's an aggregate of all the Biju Chakra, the beginning of Chakra, creator god of many nations, Aminato. Yeah, he has many names. He drank oceans, split the oceans, hoisted a progenitor of Chakra, he said, who is said to have created this very land, which none of it is true. None of it is true. No statements back any of this up. Progenitor that created this very land, it did not create the very land, and we know that for a fact. Especially, yeah. It's still consistent with Jonin's being Lightspeed. No, it's not consistent with Jonin's being Lightspeed. Most characters in the verses aren't Lightspeed. I'm not reading Baki, I'm reading Kengan Omega. I'll take Kengan Ashura verse to multi-city block to town level in AP. Cool. Still consistent with Jonin's being Lightspeed. There is not a single statement of most Jonin's being Lightspeed, let alone Jonin's in general. So once again, not correct. A simple way to think of it is that its strength is the added total of all Biju, and all Biju can only blow up mountains. So if I believe that, let's just say 7 times mountain level plus, 7 times mountain level plus Kurama being 10 times mountain level, and the 8-Tails being, weaker than that? Yeah, cool. Still within the ranges of mountain level. Let me look something up real quick. Versus Battle Wiki Power. Versus Battle Wiki AP. Attack potency. Let me see something real quick. Let me just go by what these guys write. No. Mountain level. Okay, so large mountain is... Okay, so 10 times mountain level will likely yield to this. Okay. So 8 to 9 means that there's a difference of 10 times. 7-tailed beasts combined, which can only blow up mountains, would still be only 7 times greater than 10 to the 8th power. Then you have to go, the 9-tails being 10 times stronger, so you can say the 9-tails is large mountain level. You can say the 9-tails is large mountain level. Okay. And then, which just shoots that number up to, around here. Cool. And then a value of raising, 9 to 11 is a difference of 100. There's a difference of 100 times. So you have to genuinely believe that the added total of all tailed beasts, you have to believe that the added total of all... Oh, is Versus Wiki reliable? Not so much that it's reliable, but it does give, let's say... the quantifiable metrics for, attack potency for, let's say, or at least they offer it. I don't think it's fiction, so I don't necessarily abide by it, but even under the assumption that, okay, the tailed beasts are all mountain level, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, if the tailed beasts are mountain level, to get them to island level from 10 to the 8th power to large island level, actually no, island level, right? It was island level. To get them to island level, which would be over 1,000 times difference, you would genuinely have to believe that the power of all 9-tailed beasts combined into the 10-tail is 1,000 times greater than each of them separately. Which I have absolutely no reason to believe in. Let me see that again. The number that I'm focusing on is specifically the right here to the 8th power. The reason why is because when you go from 1 power to the next, so from the 8th power to the 9th power, that is an increase of over 10 times, since it's just an extra 0. So to go from 8 to 11 would be a difference of 3 zeros, so it would be a difference of over 1,000 times. You have to genuinely believe versus battle calc... Well, it's not necessarily a calculation, and they're basically putting in the amount of force that it would take to, let's say, destroy those objects, right? Saying you can count the mountains being vaporized, not simply pulverized. Okay. So how much stronger is it then? Because at the end of the day, they only blow up mountains. What am I supposed to tell you? I'm going to stick to mountains, specifically because that is all they blow up. Considering how Zetsu calls lightning undodgeable, the whole verse is under that speed, including the Raikage and Minato. Well, not the whole verse. I wouldn't say that the whole verse is below lightning speed. You can argue that there are a few characters who at least have reaction time within those ranges, but unfortunately, the issue there... You seen Lonk's Take's new video yet? I have not. Let me open up another YouTube page real quick. Oh, that's right. Give me 1 second. I do need to post that I am live on the stream. How do you even know they were pulverized? There is an image of the explosion of the Ten Tails where you can see far off, a little bit to like the east, that there are holes where they were at. Are you done for watching 1 hour video Naruto power scaling? Fuck no, I am not. What I am going to do though is I'm going to check out the videos from yesterday. The videos that I did miss from yesterday, and I'm gonna just leave it at that. It was, how far does Madara get in?
Has experience in fighting.
It was like, how far does Madara get into the Naruto verse or some shit? And then it was like, the Kaido agenda, no. Oh yeah, Kenpachi. So let's do Madara, then Kenpachi, and then we'll leave it at that. I can't wait to listen to Anime Addicts. I have not seen the Spider-Man trailer. I have not. What's the name of the Naruto video? I might pull it up and I'll see if I'm interested. What's the name? The Ambus are stated to attack at light speed. That is entirely hyperbolic. There is nothing that even remotely supports that within the actual context of the story. I refuse, at this point, I refuse to use data books as a greater source than what is actually stated and shown in the story. Unless I have an actual objective feat of an Anbu Black Ops performing something at light speed, I don't even have to remotely entertain the data book statement, especially when that would, by sheer logic, make the Anbu Black Ops objectively faster than the Raikage, who does not have a light speed statement within the entire context of the series, including the data books. The only statement he has is... The only statement that he even remotely has is the near light speed, almost light speed statement. And if you're referring to the Water Fang bullet, it is actually stated to be lightning speed in a separate translation. And that separate translation is actually more consistent with the actual feats and statements of the series. So no, Muzan, once again, incorrect. I'm not using Boruto canon for this video. I will be talking about it a little bit in the video, but those will be just my own thoughts. Luffy versus Naruto villains video? No, I have not. You said... By Thunder God? Dude, that is an hour-long video. I'll throw it into the queue. Luffy versus Naruto villains. If it's anything longer than like 10 minutes, I'm just not going to check it out. Because I do want to get to work quickly today. And we already have like 2 videos. Luffy versus Naruto villains. Oh, this is by Sage? Fuck no, dude. Sage, I don't think Sage has good takes in the slightest bit. I don't want to watch another one of his videos. No offense to him, I just don't think he has good takes. Neither does Anime Addicts, but at least with them, it's like they're just being straight up openly biased. Oh boy, Anime Addict. He about to give Madara way too much credit. That's what I'm saying. Everything is hyperbolic? Nope, but that statement clearly is, because once again, the data books were not inherently written by Kishimoto. They were written by Shueisha staff. The Shueisha staff simply let Kishimoto clear off whatever it is that he wrote. But if you look at what the data books inherently are, they are nothing more than an encyclopedia of Naruto facts, characters, synopsis, and jutsus, etc. They are basically a synopsis for all those things. What was I saying? Oh yeah. A lot of the information that you can read in a data book is inherently hyperbolic. Not only... That is base Raikage, by the way. No, that is not. That is not base Raikage. The base Raikage is not light speed. You have nothing to even remotely back that up. It is not an argument even worth debating against. Alright. Jesus Christ. Hey, it's Dead Rat. Hey, Dead Rat! What up? Hey, what up? Anyway, back to the topic.
Has experience in fighting whole armies alone, One Piece's power system and devil fruits provide a different kind of challenge for Madara. For the OP verse, we first have to find out where it scales in terms of attack power. But before we look into the feats of the strongest characters, we first need to clear two misunderstandings. Misunderstanding number 1. The One Piece road is calculated to be 20 times...
Buddy, that is base Raikage, by the way. Okay, so what did you mean by this comment? What did you mean by that, then? What is the point of you writing that is base Raikage, by the way?
Times bigger than our Earth, and all the feats are calculated based on this size. As a result, we get the planetary level scaling you see on Versus Battles Wiki and Reddit. However, this calculation doesn't make sense when we look at how fast Straw Hat Pirates jump between islands. Moreover, it only took them 3 to 4 months to reach the first half of the Grand Line. But don't worry, we will discuss those calculations in the final matchup and see how much...
Maybe because it's fiction. Maybe because their ship actually travels at faster speeds than what is directly shown. I don't know, though. But considering that, again, 10 to 20 million islands, if the surface area of even 0.01% of the islands would be equal to Dressrosa, Wano, or, what was the other one? Dressrosa, Wano, or Alabasta, you can easily get many of the islands, at least 10,000 islands, to be the size of a continent. But yeah, so all the Jonins are faster than the Raikage in the world. He was most likely talking about how he got damaged. I don't even know what you're referencing at this point. Forgot to delete the previous comment. No, the AB double lariat is the fastest attack, and that is almost the speed of light. If you're interested, this guy also has his own Luffy versus Naruto video. Which guy? Anime Addicts, I checked it out. It's terrible. His video... No, listen, here's the thing. No offense to Anime Addicts. I'm sure that all that production and stuff really goes into this thing. Into, like, you know... Really... I feel like a lot of his money really just go into, like, the production of this stuff. It feels... This video almost feels a little artificial in certain ways, because it uses, like, that kind of music, you know, like the ones that you see in, like, many of those, I don't know how to explain it. It's like... I don't want to say, like, Mr. Beast-like video, because it's not that. It's, like... It's one of those videos that comes from, like, a very casual perspective of, like, the concept of power scaling. It's mostly... His video, at least, I would say that, like, the most impressive part about his content is just the animation, just the editing of it, which, again, that's why I say, yo, most of the effort seems to go into, like, the editing of the video, because the research is absolutely terrible, in my opinion. Actually saying the One Piece planet is bigger directly. I mean, there's no statement that literally says the planet is bigger, simply for the fact that there is no comparison of Earth there's no Earth within the context of One Piece. Yeah, it's just a well-edited video, but I don't know how to explain it. I'll try to see if I can work around that.
Much of a difference they actually make. Misunderstanding number 2 is regarding Sengoku and Tsuru's statements. During the Marineford arc, Sengoku mentions that Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world.
Wow, a One Piece fan said Shanks' ship travels at light speed. Cool. That doesn't really mean anything. I think Madara can clear the One Piece verse since they really have no win cons to even damage him, plus 1 Infinite Tsukuyomi equals a win. See, that's where we disagree, Tamari. Infinite Tsukuyomi would only work on people with Chakra. There is no indication within the entire context of the verse that implies it would work on beings without Chakra. If you bring up the cats, I'll simply bring up the fact that the Otsutsuki are stated in Boruto to plant their god trees, their divine trees, in planets that have large amounts of Chakra. The planet, it absorbs all the Chakra in the planet, thus killing all life. All life would include all animals. And yeah, it absorbs all the Chakra from the planet, which would mean that, yeah, it's also absorbing it from all the creatures and living beings, which you can actually see in Boruto with the Otsutsuki essentially turning a world into to a wasteland with, like, basically nothing in it. If you're saying that, like, no one can even damage Madara, I completely disagree. You can't verse equalization. If it's verse equalization, well, I don't even remotely consider verse equalization when I make any of my claims, because verse equalization is nothing more than a way to give Naruto an advantage, and One Piece gets nothing out of it. There is objectively nothing that a One Piece character gets out of verse equalization, and Naruto characters have everything to gain. Now, going on to damaging Madara, you have to legitimately prove that Might Guy has beyond continental force when he's attacking Madara, which there is, objectively speaking, no way of proving it, and even then, his punches, which again aren't continental in force, neither is his Night Guy, which also isn't continental in force. is more powerful than a Sekizo, which could still hurt Madara, and even Madara stated I shouldn't let the punches directly tap me. So, any character, including Don Chenjiao, Pinhead Larry, and Don Sai, Ugly McGee, are more than easily capable of hurting Madara Uchiha. And mind you, those are mid-tiers. Anyway, I did the Kirin... Itachi did one Kirin that was stated to be Lightspeed in official Viz data books. Yes, and the official data books, as I mentioned before, are nothing more than an encyclopedic text that is meant to simply give a little bit of an expansion on Naruto abilities. It is not an actual book designed for the purposes of power scaling. It was not intended to be designed within the purposes of power scaling. Many of the comments that you see within the context of the data books are also hyperbolic in many ways, and I refuse to sit here and entertain the idea that only some statements aren't hyperbolic and some statements are. Either all the statements are hyperbolic or none of the statements are, and some of them are objectively hyperbolic, like the Anbu Black Ops being Lightspeed. So unless you have something within the context of the story that implies the Anbu Black Ops are Lightspeed, which would make them faster than the Raikage, who is stated in the context of the source material to be the fastest shinobi on the planet and who only has a single Lightspeed statement saying that he can move at near Lightspeed, I have no reason to even remotely think that the data books are actually being genuine when you go into the conversation. The data book statement for Kirin also objectively contradicts the manga statement and the anime statement. It is not Lightspeed unless you decide to believe that. So, yeah. Not really, since it was only split, and a ice continent is more fragile than an actual continent. No, the continent is tougher than metal. It could not be scratched by pickaxes, and it was blasted by fire. It was blasted by fire and pickaxes, and it wouldn't even leave a dent in the metal. Sorry, in the ice. You realize that for something to be hit by something else, and for there to be no damage on it, not even a scratch, that means that the hardness of that item, of that thing, has to be greater. That is how people figure out that diamonds are higher in terms of hardness than many metals. You could scratch metal with a diamond, but you can't scratch diamond with metal. They couldn't even scratch this ice with metal. I am not directly comparing it to diamonds. I am simply comparing the fact that if multiple men could not scratch a continent of ice with metal pickaxes, then the ice has to be tougher than metal. Also, Itachi did not block the Kirin. He actually took the hit. He only used a Susanoo to block a majority of the blast, but he still took the hit. So at best, you can only argue that Itachi has relativistic reaction time. You can't even argue that it's light speed. Especially since they were also higher up in the sky. Well, higher up above ground. Some time ago, I saw Versus Battle Week and say, my guy's Dragon Kick was star level because Madara bending space statement. Yeah, no. Without his lariat? Where was he stated to be near light speed without his lariat? Can you give me an example? Can you give me the page number where that's stated in?
We can either take this statement literally or consider it a hyperbole. However, that doesn't solve anything. So let's look at the third interpretation. The world in One Piece has been used
So you're telling me that the ice is too big to burn, right? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter how big the continent of ice is. If I focus fire on a single point of ice, it should still melt that singular area in addition to a bit of the area around it. But that wasn't the case. No matter how much they blasted the ice, no matter how much they struck it with fire and pickaxes, it would not scratch. It is tougher than metal. Is reading comprehension of the readers, if people can't differentiate between hyperbolic and actual facts, then GG's, I guess. Well, it's not always reading comprehension. A lot of the times it's just bias. Sometimes people just don't want to admit or even remotely entertain the idea that something that they thought was very powerful or very strong or very crazy is actually not that impressive. Was literally referencing the jutsu before the change. No, it was not. The giant lightning dragon already had come out. Itachi was heavily weakened and nearly blind. How is he supposed to block the attack fully? If he had light speed reaction time, he could have blocked the attack. Sasuke, for example, during the 5 Kage Summit, blocked a light speed attack with his Susanoo and spawned it faster. What do you want me to tell you? He has better reaction time than Itachi. An attack that is also stated to be rays of light within the context of the data book. I mean, cutting something that hard doesn't scale anywhere. What do you mean cutting something that hard? No, he did not cut it, he split it. And he didn't just split it, the actual kanji, you know, the Japanese text, the actual kanji directly translates to shatter. They use the word split, but the actual kanji is for the word shatter. He shattered the continent of ice that is tougher than metal, which is an objective continental feat. It is stated twice within the context of the story. There is no working around that. It is a continental feat. I do not care how you choose to jump through the mental gymnastics for it. It is, objectively speaking, continental.
Describe the world government. This makes more sense when you
Are you
realize
forgetting
how
they tried using bombs?
Whitebeard
Did they use bombs?
reignited the Pirate Age. Moreover, Sengoku's own statement also proves this fact. In Sengoku's statement,
He
the
split it,
Japanese
but it
word used
shattered.
for destroy is horobosu, and while it can mean literal destruction, it can also mean to overthrow or to cause the downfall of something.
Sure, so you're saying it's overthrow or downfall, right? But at that point, you have to quite literally find the person, in this case Oda, who wrote the statement and ask them, did you mean this to be... That makes absolutely no sense. What makes absolutely no sense. At that point, you have to literally ask Oda, what did you mean by hobosu? Did you mean destroy, overthrow, or downfall? Yeah, no, I don't fuck with these things. Are like, oh, well, this other translation could mean, like, no. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that shit.
So based on that, we can understand Sengoku's statement in the context that Whitebeard has the power to bring down the world government. Now, let's look at...
Oh, so now it's the world government. So before it was the world, now it's the world government, right? Not enough linguistics for that kanji. Oda is not a reliable source, some readers. That's what I'm saying.
Tsuru
We literally had somebody
in
like that
chapter
yesterday.
553, Tsuru
Oh,
states
right.
that she won't feel safe even if she retreats to the very ends of the ocean. However,
Yeah.
if you read the chapter, she mentions this in response to the request of Vice Admiral Yamakaji, who tells Tsuru to stay back. To say that she was specifically referring to Whitebeard's power is, in my opinion, a headcanon. The reason we discuss this is...
Why? She is one of the older gen, knows exactly who the fuck Whitebeard is. Yo, this dude is so... Yo, you... Yo, my guy, you are the definition of biased. Yo, it is genuinely sad to see how biased you are.
People scale Whitebeard at moon to planet level based on these statements. What's worse is that they scale other Yonko and Admiral on that same level, which, as a result, ruins the scaling for other characters.
Why
But
does it
where
ruin the
does
scaling for other
OP-verse
characters?
actually scale? For that, let's look at the feats. The earliest insane feat we see in One Piece is Enel destroying a
Occam's
small
razor,
island of
basically
clouds
the
with his
theory that needs mental gymnastics is more likely to be true and should be. For this statement, it makes more sense for Whitebeard to actually destroy the planet. Yeah. Yeah, splitting it doesn't really scale anywhere since it didn't really destroy it unless you believe that the kanji, but the kanji itself doesn't have enough linguistics to say that it's a reliable kanji. So you're saying that the author used the wrong kanji now. So you're saying that the author used the wrong kanji? Come on now, Tamari. Come on now, man. Don't do that. Don't do one of those. Don't do one of those like, oh well, he did split the entire thing. Yeah, he also says you have to focus an enormous amount of force down to a single point, and this is also backed by the idea that in Alabasta, the Bon Clay quite literally states, if enormous force is targeted at a single point, no extra damage is caused. One Piece characters can manipulate their area of effect, and to add to that, Don Chinjiao quite literally says, your deadly leg can now split the continent of ice. He's not saying you can only split a portion of it. He's saying it can split the continent of ice. Dude, don't try to use mental gymnastics around it. Either prove to me that the characters are lying when they are clearly not because one of them has an objective feat to back it up, or I don't know what to tell you. Simply choose to continue believing that when it comes to One Piece, the two objective statements and objective feat followed by the a statement from all the way back in Alabasta, what was it, like 9 arcs prior, just somehow doesn't matter within the context of the story? Come on now, dude, don't matter. Don't do that. Don't do that, man. Isn't it funny how Naruto fans ride hard on Toneri splitting a hollow moon, yet make every excuse in the book for One Piece ice continental feat? Yeah, it's insane. If there were no people on the planet and Whitebeard was angry as fuck, he can destroy the planet, not just a single attack. It'll take some time. Yeah, that's fine.
Maxo.
That's the thing, though. I don't really care if Whitebeard takes time to destroy the planet with multiple earthquakes, or he can do it in one single blow. I don't personally care. The fact is, he can still do it, and over a planet that is much larger. Is not hollow to the point the Naruto the last debunks it, by the way. Okay. So the moon wasn't hollow. Something that everyone legitimately argues because it's true. Cool.
That we have Whitebeard casually unleashing 2 earthquakes upon the Marineford Island. The first one was in
Only split, not shattered. That is because the translation goes into split. The actual kanji quite literally says shatter. It is nothing more than a translation dilemma, but even then, split or shatter, it is still dealing damage to the continent. You're focusing now so hard on whether or not the term should be split or shattered, but the fact is, they still perform the feat, and the objective fact is, their statement is still backed up by an objective feat.
Chapter 552, which generated 2 huge tsunamis. As for the second one, it crushed a giant's head and reached a random island. A somewhat similar feat is performed by Blackbeard. He managed to tilt the Marineford Island along with the surrounding sea. While it didn't destroy Marineford, it did cause an earthquake in Subodi Archipelago. We also have the famous fight of Aokiji and Akainu, which completely changed the structure
Does
and
mining
weather of
in the
Hazard.
earth mean that the
God
earth
Valley
is hollow?
We have
Not
the
necessarily,
insane clash of
but that's
Zebek and
also
Whitebeard.
because a majority of the planet hasn't been hollowed out.
The mere impact of this clash broke one of the huge mountains in God Valley.
Sure.
Keep in mind, this wasn't a named attack of Whitebeard. Instead, it was just a simple use of his devil fruit. Now, there is one more insane feat that changed the One Piece world. I am talking about the nuke that deleted the entire Lelucia kingdom. A single nuke from an ancient weapon left no sign of the island. It did such a good job that it left a massive hole and created a waterfall in the ocean. This feat is also calculated to be planetary, but again, it's also based on the bloated size of One Piece. All of these feats, even at their best, will scale between mountain to large island level or small country level depending on how
Dude said small island level. I'm crying.
you scale it. The only way to consider these feats country level is by stretching the size of One Piece Island to a country, and also being a little lenient on the ancient nuke. And that's
you can easily get them to multi-continental. How do you do that, V-Master?
As for speed, One Piece first is generally considered to be
it's
a
just a common misconception. So
FTL
how much of it was hollowed out then?
This is based on how base Luffy dodged a laser beam of Kuma. Moreover, we literally have Kizaru who can move and attack at the speed of light. So for speed, we won't be debating how it's relativistic or FTL for every character. Instead, we will assume that the characters we're going to discuss will fall between relativistic to FTL levels of speed. With that said, let's discuss 4 types of characters Madara would have to fight in One Piece world. Number 1, Paramecia users. The first Paramecia user we have on the list is Whitebeard with his Gura Gura no Mi. Since we've already discussed his strength feat, let's talk about insane durability. My guy was standing still after taking 267 sword wounds, 152 bullets, and 46 cannon blasts with half of his brain. And let's not forget that he was already ill and was on life support when he met Shanks. This is by far one of the most impressive feats of durability we've seen in One Piece. His fruit was later sold.
None of that is durability, by the way. That's actually just endurance, but sure. Madara dies on the first opponent. Whitebeard stomps.
He possesses a second devil fruit, which we'll discuss later. Moving on to the next character we have is Big Mom. Her Soru no Mi allows her to extract a part of the soul.
You could just say the soul fruit,
my guy. She's grabbed from her opponent. Big Mom is able to humanize them to turn them into homies. Aside from that, there are 4 special homies of Big Mom. The first is Zeus, which is a thundercloud homie that was replaced by another powerful weather-based homie, Hera. The second is Prometheus, a sun-like fire homie that is Big Mom's main offensive weapon. The third is Napoleon. It's normally a hat, but can transform into a sword, which Big Mom uses to attack her opponent. As for Big Mom herself, she's on the same tier of strength as Whitebeard. Apart from being one of the strongest members of Rock's pirates, Big Mom was considered an important figure that was maintaining the balance of the world.
An average
Along with other
continent is 20
advanced
times
form of
larger
Haki,
than an average country. For One Piece, that means the ice continent is larger than all the land on our Earth. I don't know about that. I'm not going to say that it's like a direct 1-to-1 for One Piece either. I'm not gonna make that conclusion either.
Mom are capable of using Conqueror's Haki and can even infuse their attacks with it. The next Paramecia user is Law. His Ope Ope no Mi allows him to create a dome-shaped domain. Not only can he swap the places of people present in the domain, but he can also scan their bodies and even cut them without actually injuring them. With his ability, Law was able to slice the SAD facility in Chapter 690. The whole facility was built around mountains, but Law's ability sliced through all of it.
The moon is larger than a normal
awakening
moon? Where is it stated that their moon is larger than a normal moon? Where is that even remotely implied? Only using average, of course, and taking Alabasta average, that's a high-end scale, like I said. Got you.
Fruit, Law became able to create a condensed and stronger room around his sword. This ability is called K-Room, and it allows
an
Law
underrated
to
feat from Whitebeard is 556. 556. Is this for like the Danchinja stuff you were mentioning before? Is that for the Danchinja stuff? Of course, Justice is on the side. Are you referencing this? Whitebeard shattering the dude's weapon and skull? Oh, yeah. That effect made somebody on the other side. Well, not on the other side, somewhere in the world. I got you. That's what you meant.
phase a sword through his targets. This enables Law to ignore the insane durabilities of characters like Big Mom and use Shock Willy from within their body. He can also create
not
a
just
stronger
shock
blast.
Shock Veal, first of all. It's not Shock Willy, it's Shock Veal. Second of all, he wasn't attacking her from the inside out. He was literally destroying her soul, or at least damaging it.
Called Puncture Willy, and this attack creates a massive
numbers,
crater in the flower
the
capital, even though he used it in Onigashima that was flying high up in the air. The other guy who did crazy damage to Big Mom was Eustace Kid, whose Devil Fruit gives him the ability to generate magnetic fields.
I did read your
With
comment.
This ability, Kid
I read your
can create a
comment,
metallic
Calc.
arm that
It was
is
just a
powerful
lot to
enough
read
to
out
slam
loud.
Big Mom to the ground. And that's not all, because this punk corneal deal broke multiple bones of Big Mom. This is such an impressive feat because of Big Mom's insane durability. While Law was
These
busy
three
giving Big Mom a
attacks
treatment,
reach an island that's minimum further than Sabaody Shake, yeah. A weaker version of Law alone is mountain range level and pretty casually. No clue how he can cap the whole verse at small island. I don't know. Is bare minimum country level lowballed? I don't know how island. I mean, Law being given bare minimum country level, I don't under... Which version of Law are you talking about? Because if you're talking about the one that's fighting here, he's capable of combating and keeping up with gear for Rooftop Luffy, who is stronger than the version of Luffy who is stronger than Doflamingo, Don Chinjiao and Don Sai, who are both stated to be continental.
Kid created a giant railgun with his Devil Fruit that shot Big Mom to the depths of the earth. Gecko Moria's Kage Kage no Mi allows him to control and maintain shadows.
Yeah. Put the fries in the bag, bro. Put the fries in the bag. Oh my god.
He also managed to match Kaido's Thunder Bagua and drew a small amount of blood.
I'm going to crash out. This dude's pronunciation's getting me tight. Thunder Bagua. Thunder Bagua. This dude is doing it on purpose. This dude does this shit on purpose. Ooh. Yeah, this dude is just 100% doing it on purpose, dude. He's not giving any actual objective scaling. He's ignoring the Don Chinjiao stuff. Jesus Christ, my guy. Jesus Christ. 6 times larger, yeah. What even remotely implies it is 6 times larger. Before I use this, do you think Pain is over-exaggerating the might of the Ten Tails? Yes, I do think he over-exaggerates it because he has no idea how powerful the Ten Tails actually is. He's never seen it. The shot from the air of Alabasta shows the distance to another island is minimum more than 5 times Alabasta to... So, 2 islands, it would be around 40,000 kilometers, which is the circumference of the Earth. How the fuck did you get that? Ah. Wait, didn't he say making the Yonkos relative ruins scaling, but then makes them somewhat relative? Did I miss... something when I was gone? I don't think you did. I just think this dude is... Did he really say Bagua instead of Bagua? Yeah, that argument is a great basis for Naruto World. It reads more like a plotting consistency. I heard the argument before, but there's nothing to support the evidence. Just call it Raime Hake if you can't pronounce Bagua. I'm gonna start calling it Bagua just to piss people off. Isn't this AI? Sounds like it. This dude's voice is starting to come to me like AI because there's like no change in like the tone of his voice, and it's like a very I don't know. It kind of, his voice does kind of sound like AI.
From him. These were the mythical Zoans possessed by pirates. As for the world government, the most famous Zoan users are the OG Gorosei. First one is Saturn, whose Zoan fruit doesn't make him strong, also allows was a knight of God with insane regeneration abilities. Garp was also in a sword slash that can effortlessly cut a huge glacier from hundreds of meters away. Now, before we move on to the matchups, there are two more characters with even crazier abilities. The first one is Imu. Imu is without a doubt one of the most influential and strongest characters in One Piece. Even Zebek, who was the first pirate to enter Imu's room, realized that he won't be able to do anything to Imu. This is mainly because of their immortality, as Imu is...
You want me to raise my voice? Yeah, also, I'm away from the mic. I'm away from the mic and I have like my knees up, so that might also be part of it. But I'm gonna lower the video from my end.
It's the only person who is able to take on
there you go.
Pirates,
now you can hear me.
Roger head on, and even managed to use Domi Reversi on Zebek. What's crazy is that Zebek's conquers Haki and Fuse attack, which was effective against the other Knights of God, who have insane regeneration.
That's not a Knight of God, but whatever.
Abilities did no damage against Imu. Imu easily regenerated from the strongest attacks in One Piece. As of now, there's no way to defeat
I kind of
Imu
did see that. I kind of did see that.
Imu has shown no limitations when it comes to regeneration. So, based on what we know, we would assume that Imu can regenerate from any deadly attack thrown at them. Imu can also grant covenants to other people. This covenant has 3 steps.
You think Kagura was moon level? I mean, he made the moon, right? To be fair, though, it was a planetary devastation that he performed with his brother. Right. Back in Kakashi explaining Chakra to Team 7. Chakra isn't the same as Stamina. Akainu clashing with bloodlusted Whitebeard is thus high multi-continental, which Prime Guard scales over, and Don Chinjiao is minimum low multi-continental to even clash with it. Got you. Some guys in my DC are saying Naruto scales to low complex for being able to make infinite shadow clones. It's such a horrible argument. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, realness. They can believe whatever they want to believe. They can believe whatever they want to believe. I mean, when it is even remotely implied that Naruto can make infinite shadow clones? Because for him to make infinite shadow clones, he needs to have infinite chakra. You can't make infinite shadow clones with limited chakra. And we know for a fact Naruto can run out of chakra. I mean, yeah, but pixel scaling is entirely based on using values that you have to believe were drawn perfectly to scale, which no author can necessarily do. Is the yapping god. Oh my god.
Stages that are named as shallow, depths, and abyssal. The latter 2 stages assume that it's similar to one we thought because that does use it to defend himself base Madara. By simply making eye contact with his target within a Genjutsu, Madara can paralyze or control the action of his target. This jutsu alone has the power to end most fights, and Madara can take it one step further with the Uchiha clan's most broken Genjutsu. Izanagi allows an Uchiha to change reality.
No way! No way! It took! No fucking way did this guy actually just say that Izanagi lets him manipulate reality. Jesus Christ.
They can even undo their own death. This does come at the cost of losing sight in one of their eyes, but this essentially means that Madara can avoid his death twice. Aside from Genjutsu, he fought on par with Hashirama on several occasions.
Can perform as infinite energy,
Madara fought with Hashirama for a whole day. Keep in mind that even though Madara was tired, Hashirama had to trick him with his wood clone to take him down. Madara is a different beast with Susanoo. His majestic attire Susanoo...
Can Madara escape Miss Golden Week's technique? No, no one can escape Miss Golden Week's technique. She's a master of hypnosis, my guy.
Ninetales with the Susanoo
can't even take his own meteor. That's what I'm saying.
True several thousand hands. This
sure.
thing is huge.
Okay.
It can not only dwarf a full-size Kurama, but even mountains look tiny compared to it. One might argue that the only reason Madara was able to go against this Buddha statue is Kurama, which is true. However, you are forgetting that he was fighting Sage Hashirama. The Sage mode not only enhances the strength, speed, and durability of the user, but their ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu become far more powerful. So even if we take out the Kurama factor from this fight, high, this still puts Madara a small country to country level AP. For speed, we would have to take a look at Edo Tensei Madara to get a better idea. Edo Tensei Madara was able to block a light speed attack from Tsunade. In chapter 562, Mabui uses heavily transfer technique to transport both Tsunade and the 4th Raikage at the speed of light. Keep in mind that Madara blocked this attack while he was attacking Onoki, which makes this feat even more impressive. As far as durability is concerned, Madara fought Hashirama, who's on the same level as him, for a whole day, which will put his durability at the same tier as that strength. Now, let's talk about number 2, Edo Tensei Madara. But before we dive into it, let me highlight this real quick. This form does not take Madara's attack potency to another level. However, this form does give him some very interesting tricks, so let's talk about what makes him different. Thanks to Edo Tensei, Madara will never run out of chakra because it will get refilled infinitely.
So it's an Edo Tensei fight. Right. So it's an Edo Tensei fight.
This jutsu allows its user to create another wood-release jutsu Madara can use. In chapter 671, Hagoromo mentioned that Madara was getting close to his level. This means that Madara was close to the level of a being who once sealed Kaguya with the help of his brother.
Yeah, and they always forget that it took multiple months. It literally took months and months and months for Hagoromo to beat Kaguya. I don't get what the argument is. He does alter reality, but to bring you back to life a few times, nothing else. I know that it alters reality for that. He's making it sound like it does more than that.
For reference, they had to seal Kage because she was way too powerful. Kaguya's expansive truth thing, the infinite, so able to somewhat keep up with Sekizo, and even doesn't have the durability hacks of Edo Tensei. However, he does have insane regeneration.
It's not durability hacks. He does not. It's not durability. Jesus Christ.
Even though the left part of his body was completely destroyed by Night Guy, Madara regenerated to full health within a few moments.
Yeah, and then he got split, and then he absorbed the God Tree, got split in half by Sasuke, and during an entire conversation with Obito, his body did not grow back. His body never once grew back during that time frame.
Absorbing the Divine Tree, he not only withstood the lava-style Rasen Shuriken, but he also survived the explosion, changed their shape, and turned them into a... Let's talk about... Even then, Kid and Law have... And while he can easily generate a room that can overpower enemies, what about Chakra? Chakra is a supernatural substance that is present in all things. To our enemy, need to revise Haki to answer.
Read what it's going to say.
Haki is the ability to sense spiritual energy and...
Haki is a power that lies dormant in people everywhere. The ability to sense spiritual energy and overpower enemies. It did not state that Haki is spiritual. It said that it allows you to sense spiritual energy. So, once again, this dude, objectively wrong.
Overpower enemies. What about Chakra? Chakra is a supernatural substance that is present in all things. To use Chakra, a ninja has to bring out their spiritual and physical energy and mix it together within their body. So, by definition, Chakra users should be able to hit Logia users. Now,
what? What? No. No. Let's look at what he said before.
Would be the ancient nuke, other than advise Haki to answer that. Haki is the ability to sense spiritual
spiritual energy and overpower others. It is not spiritual in nature.
Energy and overpower enemies.
What's your opinion about the 100 shinobi chakra equals the moon? Doesn't mean anything, because their chakra was simply used to charge up a cannon which had the function too, with the big center cannon beam stated in the fucking movie that it was going that center cannon beam, which was the one that they were going to use to quote unquote blow up the moon, was actually going to transport it to another dimension. It was going to transport it to another dimension, and then it would be destroyed through that. The beam itself was not going to destroy the moon. It was simply going to teleport it to another dimension. It would have been destroyed from there on out. He should just say he's verse equalizing. Even Haki is spiritual energy, and it wouldn't be able to prove that spiritual energy refers to the same thing in One Piece. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Substance that is present in all things.
Jesus Christ.
A ninja has to bring out their spiritual and physical energy and mix it together within their body.
To your AP,
so by definition,
here's why that doesn't work. In order for you to say that the amount of chakra you can control scales to your AP would inherently mean that, for example, a character like Madara who absorbs the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails chakra levels are that of a small planet. When he is quote-unquote controlling that chakra, the attack potency of his jutsu doesn't inherently scale to the reserves themselves. The reserves themselves are that of a small planet. There is no way to prove that he can convert all of that chakra into a single attack, which he has never done. If you were to say, well, Madara could, if he were to put all of his chakra into a single blast, let's say a tailed beast bomb, he were to blow up the planet, maybe I could agree with that, right? That would be a small planet's worth of attack potency right there, because the energy itself would have been that of a small planet, but that's not the case. Madara is manipulating portions of that small planet worth of chakra to perform his jutsu, but that doesn't mean that each jutsu in and of itself has small planet's worth of chakra. Otherwise, a single jutsu would just waste his chakra reserves in a single blast. No, that's not how that works.
Chakra users should be able to hit Logia users. Now, what about Law's attack? That
I don't think, well, I mean, our moon is made from the planet as well. I'm just going to assume it's the same size as our moon. I just assume it's the same size as our moon.
Everything changes the moment Madara uses Susanoo. Why? Because that thing dwarfs mountains.
Can interact or catch Logias? No, and there is, objectively speaking, no reason for me to even remotely entertain the idea. These are two separate verses with two separate power systems that have their own rules, functions, and mechanics. There is. That kind of doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it make sense? If you have small planets worth of chakra, that doesn't mean that all your attacks are small planet in terms of attack potency. That doesn't make any sense. For your planet, because again, the chakra itself, its quality isn't small planetary, it's the quantity. If you have an attack that is small planetary, that means you are using chakra of an equal amount in order to pour it into the jutsu. How the hell do you have an attack that is small planetary? So that's why there's something... No, that's why there's something called chakra output. Chakra output is for how much chakra needs to be put into a jutsu. That's where we defer. Chakra output depends on how much chakra needs to be put into a jutsu. There are characters like Naruto at the start of the series that put more chakra into a jutsu and he doesn't get the exact results that he wants. And there are characters like Sasuke that don't put enough chakra into a jutsu so they don't get their intended result. Putting in the right amount of chakra into the right jutsu is what gives you the perfect amalgamation of what it is, but that doesn't inherently mean that just because you're putting the perfect amount of chakra into a jutsu, it doesn't mean that it just automatically scales to your chakra reserves in and of themselves. Just because Naruto makes, let's say, a Rasengan in his hand and he has planet worth of chakra, that doesn't mean that the Rasengan itself is planetary, especially if he's not pouring all of that chakra into one hand. Yeah. Sources, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's fire physically in their fight, so he couldn't... so can he do that with Ace? Yeah, Sasuke's fireball, which is chakra fire. You know, chakra transformation. There's the reason I call it nature transformation, because it takes the properties of the element. It doesn't actually become the element. It is implied multiple times within the context of the verse that chakra and the actual elements are on completely different scales and function differently. That is why the paths can't absorb normal elements. They can absorb ninjutsu, though. Fire is fire. No, it's not fire is fire. There are differences in chakra fire and real fire. There is an actual objective difference within the context of the verse.
Even if we assume that he can do that, Law won't be able to come Madara with his normal room. But what about the K-Room? Well, K-Room did manage to do considerable damage to Big Mom. However, even then, Kid and Law had to push themselves beyond their limits to defeat Big Mom. Madara is on...
Yes, but just because Naruto couldn't control all of his chakra doesn't mean that he were to, I don't know, make a Rasengan. All of his chakra could simply be put into that singular Rasengan and attacked at once. That's not how it works. If he makes a regular Rasengan, which, mind you, is the pinnacle of chakra control, if he makes a singular Rasengan, that doesn't mean that the Rasengan has an equal amount of attack potency to whatever you think his chakra scales to. That's not how it works.
On a whole different level than Big Mom. With K-Room, it is possible to bypass Madara's durability, but critically injuring him is a different...
Okay, so if Naruto isn't putting in all of his chakra into a Rasengan, why should I entertain the idea that if he is, let's say, has planetary levels of chakra, why would I agree to the idea that a normal Rasengan is planetary in attack potency? What makes me believe that? It does if you think about it. No. Okay. You're saying it does if you think about it. That means if you work around it and you try to use the mental gymnastics to try and get to that point, then yeah, it could work. But that's not how it works literally. I'm not going to jump through mental gymnastics to try and make Naruto's regular Rasengan be planetary if I think that he has planetary attack potency. That's not how it works.
Story. This fight becomes very easy for Madara when you realize that he can use Genjutsu on his opponents and they'd have no way out of it. Maybe you can make a case about the users of Conqueror's Haki as they're shown to resist Imu's mind control, but all Madara has to do is focus his fire on them and let his clones deal with the rest.
Focus his fire on them?
This doesn't mean Madara will take the win, because to do that, he has to defeat Imu, who's considered to be immortal. However, what happens when we follow the calculations of Versus Battles wiki and accept Whitebeard's and Black?
Why did he even call it that in the first place? Because it's a Rasengan with small orbiting Rasengans around it. And a planet has small orbiting satellites around it, that's why. It's not literal, my guy. Naming fallacy is crazy.
As mentioned before,
saying naming fallacy is crazy.
However, adding immortality means that even if we consider the ancient nuke to be a planetary level attack, Madara won't die from it. So does this mean that this fight will end in a draw? Well, there are two ways for the OP verse to win, but both of them are heavy what-if situations.
Because not his full chakra output is planetary, only his full chakra arsenal would be planetary. What does full chakra arsenal mean, Tamari? What is full chakra arsenal? That is now a new term I've never heard of before. If he puts more chakra into his Rasengan, either it would get larger or the AP would increase. Correct! But that still wouldn't mean that the Rasengan is inherently planetary. It still would not be. You don't have a 1-to-1 scale. There is no way to objectively get chakra and AP to go at a 1-to-1 scale. That is the problem, Tamari. That is the problem. I have no reason to believe that unless the characters put all of their chakra, especially if they have, let's say, small planets worth of chakra, like the Ten Tails, I have no reason to believe that a single attack is planetary, small planetary, continental, etc., unless they are putting in that equivalent amount of chakra into said jutsu, and they don't. So I have no reason to believe it. There is, objectively speaking, no reason for me to do it. I don't know what to tell you. You can keep trying to run the mental gymnastics, you can keep trying to use terms like full chakra arsenal, which I've never even heard of before. You could still do that. Again, unless you have an objective reason why I should believe this, I don't have a reason to even remotely entertain it.
Since Madara broke free of Kabuto's control...
exactly 2 times. Madara has used Genjutsu exactly twice. Once against the platoon and once against A. And if you want to throw an Infinite Tsukuyomi, you can do that. And that's why they don't destroy the whole continent. Or... Sure, buddy, the Ten Tails that doesn't destroy the whole continent. The Ten Tails, which is just throwing its power around without any kind of thought or reason, is planetary. Sure, it's continental. It's focusing its energy. Sure about that. Sure thing, buddy. Sure thing. Whatever you say.
Person that can undo the Edo Tensei on
Alright,
himself. And since
I'm over this. Anime Addicts has some of the worst takes I've ever seen. I genuinely do not respect them as a scaler. I think this is the last one of their videos I'm watching. It's literally just rage bait. Nah, I'm gonna move it past it.
Ruthless combatant that exists within the top tiers of the Bleach universe. A swordsman so formidable that Yuha, the father of Quincy's, declared him a war threat.
Yeah.
Shinigami so powerful
and endurance are
that even
different.
the concept of blocking
Whitebeard
has no
was literally
value.
so old he forgot to use... I don't know about
Calling
forgot to
Kenpachi
use
a
it, but...
force to be reckoned with would
he
be
wasn't
a
senile
massive
either.
understatement of his power. And
It could destroy the planet. I mean, I don't disagree with the notion. That's the thing. I don't disagree with the notion that if Naruto put all of his... Listen, I don't disagree with the notion that if Naruto put all of that... Who's my favorite power scaler on YouTube? Me! I don't know. I'd probably say 6. If I... speaking about anyone else, I'd actually say 6. 6 from Tokyo. I do like a lot of his takes. I do think that he has some of the more fair takes. But I do like his reasoning. So that means planet amount of chakra equals planetary? No, it does not. Having a planet's worth of chakra doesn't mean you're planetary unless you put all of that chakra in it. I'm fine with believing that. If you put all of that chakra into a single attack, sure. I have absolutely no issues. But if you're saying that, oh, well, the characters are planetary because their chakra is planetary in quantity, no. At that point, I do not agree with that in this slide. I'm Eon's favorite scaler. Yeah, One Smart's up there for me. He's like top 3. One Smart is 100% like top 3.
Into a universe outside of his own and let him run amok in order to see how the Kenpachi would fare against the likes of an entire verse of characters. As you may have been able to tell from the title and thumbnail, the verse in question is none other than Jujutsu Kaisen. How would Kenpachi fare against the likes of Jujutsu Kaisen's strongest characters? Would he be able to brute force his way through a verse with this many different types of unique abilities? Or would someone be able to stop the rampage of Soul Society's supposed strongest? Before we jump into the scaling itself,
I'm just going to assume that he's going to say yeah. Usually a lot of these videos, including my own, end off with the person saying yes, they can. You can't hear the video? Let me raise that up.
Middle of an infinite, indestructible realm, similar to the Muken in Bleach.
Infinite, indestructible
realm. In this realm, every single character in Jujutsu Kaisen will also be placed bloodlusted, but still in character in every other regard. The characters of Jujutsu Kaisen will be solely attempting to kill Kenpachi, and as such will be working together to the best of their abilities to do so. Kenpachi will be bloodlusted and in character as well, so basically, just Kenpachi in his normal state. Neither side of this matchup knows the other's abilities unless they are able to deduce them within the scope of the fight. All of the abilities that they would normally have access to within their respective universes
we have fun with it
in this dimension, and as such they can fight to their fullest. Now, with these rules established, let's quickly take a look first at Kenpachi's abilities.
You mean regular sword swing?
When taking a look at the attack potency or raw power of Kenpachi in the 1000-Year Blood War, there are a few different ways to go about scaling him. The most conservative estimate of his power would come from the meteor-splitting feat he performed in his fight against Gremmy. In this moment, Kenpachi is able to release his Shikai and absolutely destroy the Serate-threatening meteor that Gremmy had summoned. Due to the size and speed of said meteor, this feat has been calced to be about continental level in terms of attack potency. Obviously, with Bankai, Kenpachi would exceed their striking power by anywhere from 5 to 10 times, placing him even higher in
That's not an actual Shikai ability. His Shikai doesn't literally have the power to cut anything and everything. That's not even remotely true. His Shikai is simply an increase of his attack power, and all it does... Mind you, Shikai don't actually really have abilities, for the most part, especially a physical one like that. All his Shikai really does is just be a big sword that he can just swing his blade with a little harder. His Shikai doesn't really add anything.
This is definitely impressive, as he would have to be outputting several petatons.
Bleach characters don't attack the soul directly. That's a common misconception that people have fed you guys for a long time. Bleach characters, objectively speaking, don't just attack the soul. They're literally all characters that walk around in our souls. Bleach characters are literally just walking souls. So when people say they attack the soul, they literally mean, oh, you're attacking someone who is a walking soul, but their soul bodies and their souls literally have blood. They literally have flesh. I mean, look at the Quincy. The Quincy are literally fighting these characters, but the Quincy's aren't having their literal fucking souls being attacked. No, the Quincy's are just being slashed up. They have physical bodies. The Quincy's are humans, essentially by all metrics, including Fullbringers. When Orihime or Chat get slashed, it's not that their souls are getting slashed. No, their bodies are just being cut up by the Arrancar or by Shinigami, etc. It's not that they're literally attacking the soul. It just so happens that some of the characters within the context of the verse are fucking souls. They have to attack the soul. It's been that far for so long. No, you're just saying that because people fed you that garbage. And now you're saying, well, we believed this for a long time, therefore, blah, 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 blah. But guy with less amount of chakra beats Madara. Well, he didn't beat Madara, he hurt him. Madara let himself be hit. He could have used his limbo clone at any point and guy wouldn't have been able to do anything. I think the planetary amount of chakra used in a jutsu isn't actually planetary. It would be different. Well, they're not putting actual planetary amounts of chakra into their jutsu. They're simply a statement that says the Ten Tails has small planets worth of chakra. It would be different, probably higher. It depends on chakra control. It's not necessarily about chakra control either. You don't need to have an equal amount of chakra to hurt somebody with a lot of chakra. You don't need to have an equal amount of chakra. And in Madara's case, he was fighting a guy that's using taijutsu.
Of energy, even on the lower end, but even this level of power is nothing to the likes of Kenpachi when you take a look at some of his higher end scaling.
It's not, they don't do soul damage in general.
The full power of Kenpachi, you can refer to Yuha's assessment of him.
They don't do soul damage at all. A hollow could literally be hurt in the first arc by a telephone pole being swung by a normal person. They're not attacking the soul, they're just invisible to most people. They're not on a separate plane. They're literally just invisible to most people without strong souls. Are going to use that unfair Logia no hurt, you have no Haki logic. We're simply use the Bleach soul argument since you're not going to make it even. There is no Bleach soul argument. The reason why Logia users cannot be hurt by people without either an opposite elemental affinity or Haki is because it's directly stated within the context of the story. We have seen Shinigami be hurt by attacks that aren't inherently related to the soul. What are we talking about?
Asian, noting that Kenpachi is a war potential, but also
Chad literally slapped the hollow with a pole. That literally means that these characters can be hit by normal objects. What are we talking about?
Simply because we see with characters like Ichibei and Urahara that being
what makes the Garganta 5D? Because last time I checked the entirety of the Bleach cosmology, that's Chad though? That's bro. If a regular human with no powers yet can hurt a hollow, then the argument that they have to have their souls be hit is completely null and void. If Quincy's, if Chad are being attacked by Soul Reapers or Arankars, and their arms, legs, etc. are being cut, and there's no indication that if your soul is cut, then you were cut, because this isn't JJK, then that means they're not literally attacking the soul directly. I can't imagine Chad losing, that's what I'm saying. Come on, man. It's not that hard to comprehend. And also, the cosmology of the verse is essentially held together by the duct tape that is the fucking Soul King. Literally destroying 1,000 hollows is the equivalent of destroying the entire verse. The verse was going to be destroyed. It was literally shaking apart when 1,000 hollows were destroyed, dude. I don't believe this whole 4D, 5D, other crap. I don't go into that bullshit logic, dude. The Bleach versus does not scale as high as people think it does.
Strongest characters in the series. Ichibei is said to be a war potential because of his wisdom, and Kisuke is a war potential because of his seemingly infinite amount of tricks.
It's just Japan. Yeah, it's literally just Japan. It's not even the whole planet. I'm not enduring the scaling. Where is it any of it stated to be literally 4D? That's just interpretation.
Yuha deems him to be one of the most dangerous people that oppose him simply because of his...
What do you mean unless Ichigo attacked his soul? Where was it even remotely implied within any of those pages that Ichigo attacked his soul? I know that it doesn't, by the way. It's described as a 4D time space. Where is it described as a 4D time space? Where is it even remotely described? Elemental counters. More. It's fun. Yeah, and how many characters can honestly hit those elemental counters? I mean, sure, if you bring a water style user or a water type user, I guess, sure. But even then, a lot of Logia users just have straight up counters to that stuff. Described as a hyperspace too. Yeah, and what, a data book? I've said this before, data books are nothing more than encyclopedic knowledge for characters to just simply expand on the story a little bit more, but usually they use flowery language. I don't take data books over the actual main source, which is the manga. Over the truth, bro, you're outnumbered here. I'm really not. I'm really not outnumbered here. So Whitebeard's data book statement is ass then? I don't go by the data book at all. The only data book statement I use for the entirety of One Piece is Luffy's the statement that says second gear is a 10 times amp in the French translation. That is quite literally the only data book statement I use, and only because it helps quantify second gear. That is quite literally it. Jesus Christ, now we got more of these guys. Oh, now you're outnumbered. Well, Bleach is one of the greatest series of all time. Oh, Bleach inspired so many series. That's what we're going to next? I bet you guys that at some point one of these guys is going to use these bullshit arguments.
The wariness of a god-tier Bleach character.
Don't forget Burn the Witch in the anime universe, which wasn't affected by the events of Bleach despite being in the same verse, right? Yeah, that's true. Wasn't Burn the Witch... Isn't Burn the Witch take context within the same exact verse and none of it was affected by anything that happened in Bleach? I mean, you watch One Piece, so that already checks out. Me watching One Piece has nothing to do with any of that. Me watching One Piece has nothing to do with anything. You're just generalizing me watching One Piece to, oh man, this guy is illiterate, this guy can't read, oh, this guy is biased, because you have no actual counter arguments for me. You just jump into... You try to move the goalpost now by bringing up other extra shit that doesn't even remotely matter within the context of the conversation because you know that you have no arguments here, so you're trying to find some kind of and what do we call it, guys? Consolation prize. You're trying to get some kind of participation trophy win here, so you're going to try to get a win out of anything you can, even if it means saying, oh yeah, well, you read One Piece. Fantastic. Anything else, buddy? You're going to just say things that other people have already come in here said, and it's going to do nothing more but show that you, in and of itself, are, you know, kind of incapable of, you know, developing an argument. But anyway, let's keep going.
On this list in Kenpachi,
Funny enough, the guy and the people that killed Karakura Town were in the Soul Society, so they were by Aizen's Reishi beings at the time.
Kenpachi should be superior to the likes of Yamamoto.
We can use one Fury's outsailing his scales outside of the other big three. I don't know about that. I don't know, man.
Just clashing blades,
Run me my credit. You'll game Burn the Witch with the Q&As, yeah.
Yamamoto is a character so powerful that the mere unleashing of his Bankai put not just the Serite, but the entire Soul Society.
What's the best Bleach speed feat? I don't know, man. Bleach has the most inconsistent speed scaling I've ever fucking seen. You either have light speed scaling because you believe the fucking quote-unquote spiritual light of the, whatchamacallit, the Ceros is somehow equivalent to real-world light, which, mind you, it isn't. Or you're gonna use the fucking, Negacion light, even though then later on, you have characters like Genichimaru, who is a captain and stronger than he was before, or at least stronger than most of the other captains, at least by the time of the Soul Society, stating that his Bankai is 500 times faster than his clap, but then you have to somehow quantify his clap, which there's no way of doing it. But then you also have to consider the fact that in the light novels, Yoruichi is literally impressed by Candace Catnip, who's using lightning, or no, by some other guy who uses lightning blasts. Which, by the way, Candace Catnip, who also uses Lightning Blast, is stated to be slower than regular lightning, and Yoruichi was impressed by. It's all... blitzes his own shadow. Yeah, no, the Uryu blitzing his own shadow is inconsistent, especially if you look at the anime, where it literally shows the shadow disappeared along with him. That's more of an artistic choice by, what's-his-face? That's more of an artistic choice by Kubo than anything else. I don't believe that he's Lightspeed because of that. It's been a minute since I last read the manga, but I believe Kenpachi ended up slashing space generated by Gremmy's visionary. Yeah, hacks. Entirely based on hacks. Creation feats do not equate to attack potency. Look closely, because Yamamoto's scale out-hacks and outscales anything in JJK has done, and Kenny outscales off of that. I mean, cool. I never once even remotely believed that Kenny wasn't going to win this. I said this when we started the video. Usually, in every single one of these videos where you put one character versus an entire verse, the usual premise of the video is that the character is going to win. I wasn't coming in here to this video thinking that JJK verse was going to win to begin with. When are you going to scale JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Maybe when the anime Steel Ball Run gets in.
Even if we consider the...
should be superior to the likes of Yamamoto. This isn't to say that Yamamoto would lose to Kenpachi outright.
Tokinada. Yeah. I always forget the name.
Blades, Kenpachi should be in an advantage.
Thank God, finally? Well, no. Not thank God, finally. Don't start thinking that I'm just giving Bleach some kind of flowers that you think I need to give it. I'm just saying, the video, I know the video is going to do it. I'm simply watching the video for the sake of watching it. I don't personally care if he does, and even if he did, I don't really care. Can Law teleport ninjutsu, something like raw or physical objects? Yes, he literally teleports pebbles and he teleports people. I have no reason to believe he can't do it to an object within his within the space.
Yamamoto is a character.
Dude, Bleach versus Naruto?
The mere
I probably could.
Of his Bankai, but not just the Serite, but the entire.
Yeah, but most JoJo scaling, I can tell you right now, most JoJo scaling is going to be hacks related. I don't believe that the character.
The world of the living, meaning that even when downplayed.
So it's a parallel universe to the living world that doesn't make it 4D. It doesn't make it 4D. Why is it being a parallel universe not to the real world? Why is it being a parallel world to Japan make it a 4D? 3 spatial, 1 temporal, and it contains an infinite space called the Muken. How does that make it 4D?
Greatest extent, Yamamoto in Bankai is
unless Haki emission, but Kizaru should because it moves faster than
saying that this feat is planetary may even be downplayed.
The world or Star Platinum? Oh, that's gonna be fun.
It's mentioned
technically Star Platinum. He did overpower the world
within the realm of Soul Society, and as such, being able to destroy the entire realm includes the stars and the distance between them.
Cut through space. How would I scale it? He is stronger than an opponent. He is stronger than Grammy, and in Bleach, the stronger you are, the weaker your opponent's hacks are. That's why Baragon couldn't beat Aizen. Aizen was so much more powerful than Baragon that his hacks wouldn't work. Kenpachi simply overpowered Grammy's hacks, which included the spaces that he created, because his spaces were created through sheer hacks. I know it's all going to be hacks in comparison to pure stats. I just think the conditions for the ability are fun as shit. Yeah, I mean, but it basically just boils down to that. Is all we need for this argument? Not really. If Grammy gets overpowered by a guy like Kenpachi, who does not have any continental, planetary, or country-level feats, I have no reason to even remotely entertain the idea that anyone in One Piece couldn't just simply overpower Grammy as well.
By the fact that Grammy opens up a hole that contains numerous visible stars and throws Kenpachi inside, meaning that the world of the living,
When did Urahara do that? Give me the chapter where Urahara states that it's 4D.
Planet and actually houses numerous celestial bodies. With all of this,
where is that statement?
Yamamoto
Give me the statement where Urahara says that.
Levels of power.
That'll actually change my mind. If Urahara literally states that it is a 4D universe, I will actually change my opinion on Bleach scaling.
Kenpachi having a higher combat strength should be that he scales to this level of output.
For making the entire One Piece verse disappear and erase from existence, the fact that he didn't do it in Bleach. The fact that he never did it, the fact that he didn't do it against Kenpachi, yeah, that's pretty much a good enough reason for me. Why would I believe anything else? Why would I believe that he could, as a matter of fact? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is quite literally who has the better hacks, considered most stands don't have crazy AP aside from maybe Star Platinum, The World, and Crazy Diamond. Yeah, those
Bleach,
are...
You can't harm someone unless your attacks are relative in reality.
Isn't too smart. Ah, so now he's not too smart. So first it's, he can do this, and now it's, he's not too smart. So let me guess what's next. He's gonna do it because he can plug his controller up his ass? Bangai was 4D or 5D hyperspace.
Ambiguous part of the scaling is determining
the same thing which
whether or
stops
not
Gear 5,
Kenpachi
Luffy
will
imagining
achieve
winning and
this
defeating
level of
everybody.
strength in base,
I never said Luffy
Shinkai,
imagining
or
himself
Bankai.
winning. That never
Even
happens
if
within the context of One Piece. So that's something I never literally argue. Literally never argued that, literally never believed that Luffy could do that in the first place. You can look at every single stream, every single video I've ever done, every single post I've ever made, never once even remotely entertained the idea that Luffy could imagine his enemies away simply because he thinks that he can win. Because I never said that, and Gear 5 doesn't work like that. You people just think Gear 5 works like that. And I'm not going to sit here and entertain this idea because guess what? If you can't figure out how Gear 5 works just by looking at it, I don't know what to tell you.
You aren't charitable to him in any way, and so that he can only
Here,
reach
be
his
honest,
level
is that a
in his
bot? Are these
Bankai
bots?
form.
They're not
His
bots.
base
They're just
striking
people who
power
believe the
would
things
still
that they
be
say.
Completely ridiculous and would utterly surpass the
Because he didn't
continental
do it is not a good
power
argument in my
I mentioned
opinion.
he could
Oh
have
no!
earlier.
You're 100% right, it's not a good
Durability
argument,
should
but
also
it's the
scale
same
very
argument that
closely
people
to
like to
attack
use.
power due to his
For One
body
Piece
only
character's not
being
traveling
able
around the
to
world.
contain
What do you want me to
its own
tell you?
power when he's in his Bankai for extended periods of time. When he's in Shikai in base form, he shows no issues containing his incredible strength, and as such can only really be lowballed at the absolute bare minimum to having continental levels of durability for the reason limit. No issue closely to his attack power due to his body only being unable to contain its own power when he's in his Bankai for extended periods of time. When he's in Shikai in base form, he shows no issues containing his incredible strength, and as such can only really be lowballed at the absolute bare minimum to having continental levels of durability.
What made him continental? I completely blacked out. I had...
planet and actually houses numerous celestial bodies. With all of this,
where are the celestial bodies?
The world of the living, and by proxy, the Soul Society is larger than an entire planet and actually houses.
When is it even remotely implied that the Soul Society is larger than an entire planet? I read the entirety of Bleach. That shit is never even remotely implied. Is Luffy's power? Ah, yeah. Imagination, yeah. Two different concepts of imagination, my friend. Two different concepts of imagination. If you cannot literally consider that, there's no point in you and I having a conversation. It's when he starts talking about attack potency.
Celestial bodies, power with his attacks at the bare minimum.
Why is he solar system?
Output solar someone determining what Bankai utterly durability containability past the continental power would still be completely ridiculous and would utterly surpass the continental.
When the fuck did he?
Power I mentioned he could have.
Where is he getting continental from?
There are numerous different characters who display light speed or relativistic speed feats, and it would simply be absurd to say that Kenpachi
because I just keep
is
you
below
haters,
that, or even relative to characters of an arc that early in the series. In Soul Society, we have feats like Uryu literally outspeeding his shadow, a fatigued base Shuhei dodging the Negacion, something that is stated to just outright be light, or even Ichigo in the first arc, something that is stated to just outright be light, or even Ichigo in the first arc of the series blocking a Sero, something which in the data books is mentioned to be spiritual light.
Yes, spiritual light is never remotely implied to be or have all the same properties as light speed.
Or faster than light in nature, and Kenpachi is significantly faster than any of the aforementioned characters, even at the very start of the 1,000-year Blood War. I could attempt to get into calculating exactly how much faster Kenpachi is, but as you'll see when I get to scaling the Jujutsu Kaisen verse, it doesn't really matter how much faster Kenpachi is than Light, only that he is, and by a decent margin. This level of speed should scale to Kenpachi's combat and travel speed alike, as we see Shunpo, the main form of high-speed movement for Shinigami, be used in both travel and combat feats. Now that I've covered Kenpachi's physical abilities, I'd like to quickly go over the hacks that he possesses before diving into the scaling of the Jujutsu Kaisen universe. Kenpachi possesses the standard Soul Reaper abilities that damn near everyone in Bleach has. This includes having a resistance to soul-based attacks, as he is simply a soul himself, being able to attack the soul and cleanse it with his Zanpakuto, being invisible to the naked eye, and minor spiritual sensory abilities. On the more unique side of his hacks, Kenpachi seems to possess a low-level resistance to
spiritual light slower than sound? I have no idea how fast it is.
Internal organs with Ryatsu, as mentioned in his fight with Theon Grants. His attacks also seem to have a non-physical component.
Yes, you can have a 3D space hold an infinite 3D space. You can literally see that in One Piece as well. Meteor can create a book, can literally create infinite spaces within his books, infinite worlds within his books. He can essentially trap people in those books, and they do not age, nor do they grow within those books. So they even have their own time space. By your logic, Tamari, Meteor is 4D. By that logic, Meteor is 4D. Notice how the video he keeps Kenpachi's speed. Yep.
To them as well, at least in his
well, I mean, Bleach follows Brule. Yeah, she also, yeah, it just upscales One Piece to 4D, I guess. Blueno has a parallel space that is exactly as large as the space within the One Piece world, since he can travel anywhere with his Door fruit. You have the infinite space of Brule's mirror world. You have Meteor creating infinite worlds within the infinite books, not infinite books. There is an infinite worlds within those books, etc. Yeah, what do you want me to tell you? So I guess it's since One Piece has characters who can create spaces that are 4D within the context of the story. Sorry, 3D within the context of the story, since in one of these cases, those worlds actually have their own time, and specifically the books. Yeah, I guess Meteor's 4D then. Yeah.
Attempts to kill him by throwing him into the vacuum of space, Kenpachi is able to simply cut the space itself with his blade and actually grab it and open the rift further. If this feat is taking as supporting evidence for
that breaks One Piece scaling, and you know that. So does Bleach.
And you could argue that his released Zanpakuto has some sort of durability or space manipulation properties. Although
what does it break the scaling?
May put that
Why does it break the scaling?
Question. All in all,
Meteor is a whole different thing. So it's a whole different thing now, right? So characters creating spaces, and those spaces being technically infinite within the array, within the context of their books, etc., now isn't 4D, right? So there's a difference, huh? Interesting. Rules for thee, but not for me.
The vast majority of his contemporaries. Rather, he much prefers to get down into the nitty-gritty aspects of a fight and just go sword for sword and blow for blow.
I mean, he doesn't really have hacks.
Everything on his end being scaled, it's time to dive into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
Consider more being that scales to him around island calcs.
So where's Meteor at again?
Power, and characters like Gojo and Sukuna should be surpassing this level of AP numerous times over due to their overwhelming dominance in the Jujutsu Kaisen universe. Now, there are a couple of different, more super highballed ways to scale the god tiers of the verse, mainly being Sukuna and Gojo, but I'll dive more into that when I talk about how I think this confrontation goes down. When it comes to the speed of the JJK verse, it gets a little bit weird. Because of this...
Well, you see, within these books, you can find an infinite array of worlds. Here, get a load of this. The most bizarre creatures. A man-eating lion face at their black bill attack to your goat. Escape from the underworld prison. Loincloth. This one is my prized possession, a unicorn. Ain't it beautiful? But it's living inside a book within books, and with anything within a book is eternally ageless, which means time doesn't flow. It only makes sense, right? The contents don't change each time you open a page. I got rare specimens from older worlds sealed inside the pages of these books. Yeah. Infinite array of worlds and books, etc., etc., etc. Sorry, but the only way to escape Mondor's books is to burn them, so you literally have to burn these worlds. The imagination and the span of the world of books is infinite. Cool. Big Mom has many powerful followers. There you go. I guess One Piece is 4D.
Damn.
It doesn't scale anywhere to the characters. I mean, Mondor created them. It's part of his power, right? He created them, right? Right? Since he created that, I guess he has to be 4D, right? Who is the strongest character Luffy can beat in Dragon Ball? Probably like Raditz. If I give him like every benefit of doubt, probably like Raditz. I don't know. Maybe King Piccolo. Not Piccolo, King Piccolo. Can you watch Hollow Ichigo versus Sukuna?
Now your Mach 3 statement. The Jujutsu Kaisen verse has been recently downplayed to cap out at Mach 3 even for the top tiers. And I understand why people would take this statement and run with it, seeing as how it is just one of the most clear-cut ways to scale higher level characters in the verse. Hell, in this video, I don't even want to get into the validity of it versus the other feats that may contradict it. Just know that for the sake of this video and for the sake of putting Jujutsu Kaisen...
You say it's common sense, but we're talking about fiction. You can scale fiction to be anything. You can use the statement to get Mondor to 4D. You can use the statement to get Bleach characters to 4D, 5D. You can also use the same... You can also use other statements to get the characters to somewhere within, like, planetary or below. All I'm saying is, there are different levels of interpretation. Nobody here is technically objectively right. Including me.
I am going to be using Mach 3 as a
fiction is fiction. You can have characters have infinite 3D spaces inside infinite 3D spaces. Fiction does not abide by the law, by normal laws.
Listening to the scaling.
Right, it's at a Planet Buster level. He's stronger than King Piccolo, who is stated to be able to destroy the planet. Or the world. Specifically says the world, which could mean society, but you can just give him planetary.
Up to this point, but it's pretty clear that in terms of pure physical abilities, Kenpachi outclasses the entire Jujutsu Kaisen universe, and it's not really close. In comparison to the island levels of attack potency that higher level characters in the verse have, even on the low end, Kenpachi is hundreds of times more powerful than that, meaning that any attack that doesn't have any sort of hacks applied to it wouldn't even tickle Kenpachi. Red, blue, dismantle, cleave, black flash amped attacks, nothing that relies purely on physical might of a character would even begin to touch even a downplayed Kenpachi. Even hack-based abilities like Toji and Maki's Soul Splitter or Mahito's Idol Transfiguration would prove ineffective simply
Why am I
because
getting
Kenpachi
angry?
himself is a soul, and as such has much more powerful soul feats
and everything, so it's really jokes on you. I mean, congratulations, Bleach Core 4 is coming in. I hope that it's better than the dog shit ending that was the manga. The manga was terrible. The manga is honestly very much so mid. Why would it be destroyed? You can literally, I could literally write right now, a character can be in a 4D space inside of a 3D space. Doesn't matter. It's fiction. You can apply any logic to fiction. Hey, wait, Toon Blue Vortex is out. Cool. Let's check out the chapter, then we'll get back to work. Fine, let's read this crap. Okay, did you just say to leave these intruders alone? That's right, they're supposed to start moving real soon. We've been ordered not to stop them. Roger, thanks. Keep watching the civilians. You hit me first, scum. Did not, I'll kill you. Yeah, right, try it. Hey, you, Boruto, relax. We're conceding. There's too many of you. You'll just outlast us, huh? So we're gonna share Ada's location. Over this way. Follow me. Woohoo, for real? Yeah. Now they're following. They're all moving out in the same direction. Here, too. Every single one of them is heading due east. Mr. Amado, how? There are several possible explanations. It may be that they can share visual or auditory information with each other, or while each Mamushi can think independently, there might exist a single collective consciousness governing the entire swarm. A single collective consciousness? Everyone assembles in Sector A East. I'll meet you there with Mamushi right now. Hey, a piece of friendly advice concerning Ada's little brother Damon. He's her bodyguard. He protects her. He has limitless superhuman strength. He's demon-like, his name. Damon. No matter what you plan on doing with Ada, you can't avoid dealing with Damon. You get me? It's all too obvious. You'll face Damon's fury if you devour Ada without doing something about him, so I suggest taking out Damon first. That's what I do. For some reason, I know quite a bit about him, that damn brat. It's his palms. He's dangerous. When both his palms are touching someone, that little devil can reflect all sorts of attacks if he senses even the slightest intent to kill. Hey, he totally knows about Damon's abilities. The Divine Tree must be instinctually accessing Bug's memories, because I knocked out a bunch of his teeth. About 200 total approaching from all directions. Every Mamushi is converging around Boruto. Good, it's going as planned. Well, I don't know how they'll act towards Damon. I doubt they'd flee with Ada standing before them. Nah, they're not going to escape. Not a single one of them. We're almost there. Sarada, how many Mamushi can you round up at one time with Ohirume? Probably 30, no. I think I can do 50. Listen up, everyone. Go all out to shave their numbers. Once there are fewer than 50, I'll give the signal to wipe out the rest in one fell swoop with Ohirume. Sarada, you preserve your chakra until then. Roger, in case of missed targets, Kawaki and Himawari, since you can strike wide swaths, have your big attacks handy. Almost there, are you all ready? They say Ada, woohoo, they're all coming in. Fly sis, gross, and they're all going in the form of a storm. No, 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 no. Out of the way. You move, I'm first. They're fighting each other, those fools. One of them grabbed her heel. He's about to grab. The fuck? Why did his face been an idiot? He got reflected after all. Then again, since their intention isn't to kill you, I can't reflect them unless they come after you directly like that last one did. Their flight speed is greater, so they'll catch up eventually. Alright, you can go low. I'll face them on the ground. He jumped off, smacks one of them. They smack into each other, smacks their heads off. Cool, cool, cool. That's a couple of them gone. Goes in for another one, smacks. Okay, they're going ahead for her. He's faster than their flight speed. Cool. Rips one of them in half with his kick. Kick, kick. Are you guys even trying? You ain't getting anywhere with her without taking care of me first. Die brat. Imbeciles. Chum, 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 chum. They touched Ada. Okay. So he did. Okay, so because they said die brat, they touched Ada. Now their heads blew off. Wow, they're going down in droves. We're already at almost half of the original 200. So you could just say 100. All in less than a minute. Watch out, fools. Don't fall for his taunts. Slashes his heads. Dumb as they are. Don't even give them time to think. Come on, let's wrap this up. He's blasting away high numbers of them. She's kicking away their heads. Yeah, he definitely kicks way harder than Himawari because he's actually like snapping their heads off. 70, 60 guys, keep at it. We're under 50. Sarada, go. Mangekyo Sharingan. Ohirume. Chun. Sarada, hey, what's going on? Sarada lost consciousness. Ohirume. Sarada. They're multiplying again. I heard it consumes a huge amount of chakra, but Delta. Did Sarada already use Ohirume some other time today? Yeah, but it was just once. Then again, she did seem a bit unsteady afterwards. Damn it. It was while we were offline. I didn't think it would be this draining. Ew, that was close, but thanks, because as a result, I ignited my innate survival instinct. Now they're blasting them. Pay no mind. Keep on multiplying. Not a chance, scum. Keeps blasting them. No, he's tiring out. He overheated. Damn it, he used too much power. Hey, Kawaki, get out of there now. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh, big bro. She shoots. Hey, this is kind of turning really bad. Boruto, Sarada's alright. I don't know. Currently, we're at climbing around 1,000 and still climbing. Damn. Well, that was interesting. How you doing, man? Hey, how you doing? I think an OG Admiral can beat every character in Bleach in 1v1. I don't know. Bleach is really hard to scale. At least the top ends like Ichigo and Kenpachi, not Kenpachi, Ichigo and Yhwach are at least like planetary. Hey, a chapter of JoJo's. Holy shit, what's happening? I don't know. There's the US military. What are they doing? A lot of stuff is happening. They're saying a lot of things. Oh, look, a stand. And that happened. Okay, I'm over it. Alright, I'm back on my bullshit. Let's start editing. Let's start working. How you doing, Lazarus? Hope you're doing good, man. She wears heels. I mean, she can wear heels. She is a cool teen. Yeah, fiction overrides in real life standards. Scaling because it's fiction. It doesn't have to obey the laws of reality. Only until they are contradicted by the work of fiction, then it applies to reality. Do you think the OG Admirals can beat every one character in Bleach? Probably most, at least. What does so her Mangekyo Sharingan essentially creates these 4 black orbs that are essentially, I wouldn't say akin to black holes, but they do manipulate gravity, and she attracts things into them in order to crush them. You're talking about theoretical physics, which aren't even confirmed reality. Do you think... Yeah, you keep asking me. Can you explain how Bleach characters are FTL using Iro in real-life terms? They are FTL if you ignore certain statements, if you ignore certain feats from the novels, and you essentially give them every benefit of doubt without even remotely. There's a new statement, Sharada as a child with Chidori is super light speed movement. It said super luminal, to be fair. I really need to get back into JoJo Lands. I haven't gotten into it. Have you played Mugenics? No, I don't know what that is. Is the Amaterasu inaccessible, or is it as fast as the user can perceive? Because the drainage dodged Sasuke Amaterasu via teleportation. Because the Raikage, I think you meant, via teleport. Well, it's not teleportation. It's body flicker. They just call it teleportation. But it's body flicker, which is just instantaneous. Well, it's not instantaneous movement speed. More so, you know, just instantaneous body flicker, I would say. But anyway, no, Amaterasu, it kind of spawns in after, like, a delayed effect. Amaterasu kind of needs the user's eye to focus, and it needs it to focus on an object that is kind of just standing there. It is possible to avoid it if you can evade the gaze. Is editing videos? Not really, it's just time consuming. I wouldn't say editing is hard, it's more so time consuming. As soon as I find out you're not a calcs person, and that's when I knew all of your info is going to be 96% incorrect. Can you explain to me, Tyler, why having to use calcs makes the information correct? Luminal speed refers to the speed of light in a vacuum. Cool. Cool. That's good for Sarada. I guess she's faster than 99% of Naruto. Fantastic. Yeah, I meant the Raikage, and I think I used the quotes on teleportation. Yeah, you did. So just to quickly explain, the Raikage with near light speed movement speed can dodge Sasuke's Amaterasu. Or at least I should say almost light speed. I shouldn't say near. Almost light speed movement speed can dodge Amaterasu through raw reaction time. Any character with precognition, and more so any character with beyond light speed reaction time, light speed or beyond light speed reaction time, should be capable of dodging it. Tyler, calcs are only a metric if your mangaka has objectively perfect, consistent visual scale, which they don't usually work out. Yep. It is genuinely impossible for any author to perfectly draw every single thing that they draw to perfect scale. It is impossible. There is no way that you can even remotely prove, especially if a manga has any kind of mistakes within the context of its artwork. Which One Piece and Naruto both have, by the way. There are plenty of mistakes within Naruto when it comes to the artwork, and also One Piece. You can see this with Oda when he draws some of the sea beasts, specifically the giraffe sea beasts in one of the chapters in Egghead, and then you can see it later on with Vice Admiral Bluegrass, which stands on top of one of them, who is smaller than the average person, about, let's just say, waist high in terms of the average size of a normal person. She's about waist high, and she is also relatively large even in comparison to his head. I don't think Child Sada is faster than the high tiers in Naruto, to be honest. If you think that the superluminal statement says that she is faster than light, that is quite literally. By the way, Mao Tsufu, there is objectively speaking no light speed, no FTL statement in the entirety of Naruto and the data books. In the 700 chapters of the Naruto, and including the data books, there is no implication or indication that any of the characters are objectively speaking FTL. So, there is no objective FTL statement within the entirety of Naruto And it's 700 chapters. So if you are going to go under the idea that Sarada is faster than light because of a single statement that uses the term superluminal, then by that logic, Sarada is, objectively speaking, faster than Guy, Kakashi, the Raikage, Pain, Madara, basically everyone who is not a Six Paths character. She is, by your logic, and if you go by that statement, she is, objectively speaking, faster than every non-Six Paths character within the context of the story. Yeah, that FTL statement is just overhyped by Databook and hyperbole. If you want to believe that it is a true statement, she is objectively... There is no explicit FTL statement in the big three in general, except maybe Kizaru. What's your point? The point is that Lightspeed is the soft cap of the Naruto-verse. Objectively speaking, it is the soft cap of the Naruto-verse. Every single jutsu, every single attack, every single statement says Lightspeed. That is the only FTL statement within the entire context of Boruto. So if you're going to go through the argument of saying that Sarada is FTL because of the wording in that statement, she is faster than all of those characters and all of those jutsu. That is basically it. And particle style. Also, what's his face? Tyler still hasn't explained to me why I'm wrong. Oh, it's the golden standard. Okay. It's always gets the most accurate size. It does not. Diameter, weight, and the potency of attacks. No, those are all assumptions. And it also makes it harder for you to lowball characters. That's why. Incorrect for the following reasons. Let me explain to you something. Let me explain it. You know what? I'll just bring it up. I'm going to explain a couple things to you. You can choose to believe them. I don't personally care if you do, but I'm going to show you some objective metrics here. Let's see. Right here. Right here. You all know where I'm going with this. Give me data book. Folder. Oh, yo. Delete that. Delete that data. Okay. Open here. Wait, no. Give me 1 second. Anyway. There you go. All right, let me explain something to you. Because you think that pixel scaling and calcs are objectively correct when they are objectively not. Madara Shingai Tensei calcs. Let's see. Okay, let's see. You say it's the golden standard, but guess what? I don't have to agree to subjective metrics that people made up who are not even remotely a voice of authority within the entire context of anything that I'm referencing. I don't care about people's opinions. It does not matter to me. People's opinions mean little to nothing to me. Madara Heaven Concealed. There we go. Alright. Summoning using his hand seals. Okay, that one's gone. Pixel scaling for the 2 meteors. Yeah. So, this is pixel scaling. This is what people like to use. Pixel scaling. Yeah, keep scrabbling for answer. No, you're sweating. I'm really not sweating, actually. So, this was never subjective. It's objective. So, here's where the issue is with that line, with that statement you just said. You're saying that these are objective. How big, Tyler, just real quick, how big do you think Madara's meteor is? How big do you think this meteor is? Just as a question. How big do you think? Just give me any size. Give me... No. Nobody else talk. Just me. What is the size of this meteor? Tell me right now how big you think it is. If you have a link, you can give me the link. So... You can believe pixel scaling, you cannot. Nope, I do not believe in pixel scaling. I believe it is all headcanon. Madara's meteor is like city level max, and I'm pretty sure the self-destruction. 7,690 meters. Okay, so you say this is 7,690 meters. Right here, this is stated to be 15,534 meters, and it says that the diameter should be 12,000 in height, and the diameter should be 12,929. Now, you see how you got a different scale than what this pixel calc stated? That should already be an alarming rate for you. But let me show you something interesting. What if I told you that this meteor is actually smaller than... You know what? I'll even say it. It's probably smaller than 50 meters in size. This meteor is less than a city block in size. Right, not everyone has the same math. So if not everyone has the same math, then it cannot be objective. And the reason why it cannot be objective is because if not everyone has the same objective math, then if it was objective, then all the math would always point out to be the exact same size. But that is not true. That is because you have to use constant, different perspectives in order to get the size of the meteor, which once again is impossible for the author to draw. The fact that you said not everyone has the same math means that it is subjective, because not only A, are you going under assumptions, B, if it has to be the same math for it to be objective, and C, this meteor is actually smaller than Madara's perfect Susanoo. As a matter of fact, if we're being technical about this, and you said I was scrambling, quite literally not. Just pulling up the same scans that I always have to bring up. As a matter of fact, I might end up making specific scans. I might end up making specific folders for like mini scans. Where the fuck was the other one? There was the meteor, blah, 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 blah. Ah, here it is. Okay. What if I told you that both of these meteors stacked on top of one another, obviously one of them split in the middle down, but what if I told you that both of these meteors stacked on top of one another is not even 80? People calling you out for not using the scans is so stupid. Yeah. You pulled up a wiki, always wrong for their information, but Cook. Wait, okay, so what makes your information then correct? Okay, so let's just go by your scale, right? Let's just say your scale is correct, right? Let's just say your scale is correct. Let's say it is 7,560 meters, right? Or whatever the fuck you said. You said, well, your math has to be logical. Your math has to be logical? Yeah, math also has to be consistent. It doesn't matter how many times I put 2 plus 2 into a calculator. It has to consistently come out to 4. 7,690. Cool, right? So, let me explain something. Now, Madara's meteor is about the same size as... Actually, no. Sorry. Madara's meteor is actually smaller than Madara's perfect Susanoo. The perfect Susanoo is also taller than it while in this phase. Just to be clear. It's still taller than it while it's like this. This is the perfect Susanoo, right? Do you think it's fine to believe in pixel scaling? I believe that you can believe whatever you want. I don't care if you want to use pixel scaling. I do not care if somebody wants to use calcs. I do not care if somebody wants to use multipliers. I do not care if somebody wants to use XYZ. Scale however you want to scale. Power scaling is not objective. It is all based on interpretation, and it is all based on whatever information you are willing to believe and how you are willing to interpret it. But let me finish here, this point first. So, you see that the meteor is smaller than Madara's perfect Susanoo. Let me show you something interesting right here. This is the only data book statement. This is the only statement within the entire context of Naruto lore that implies Gamabunta's size. Gamabunta is 17 meters tall. 1,700 centimeters is
literally 17 meters. And you can see right here that Gamabunta is about as big as a full-sized Kurama. Smaller. I will say he is smaller. I will say that he is smaller, but he is still about as big as Gamabunta. His head is almost as big as Kurama's head. There is a reason for this, and it is very important. Some guy here said that I am, that I can't be taken seriously because I don't go by calcs, or whatever. Apparently because I don't go by calcs, I can't be taken seriously. But anyway. So, we know for a fact that Gamabunta is 17 meters. That is objective. There is no interpretation around that. It is a fact that he is 17 meters tall. Let me close these up real quick. I don't need these. Okay. Now, here is an image. Look, I'm unprepared, okay? No, I don't give a fuck if you're unprepared. You wanted to come in with this bullshit? Now I'm actually going to present you objective information within the context of the story. Information that doesn't take any kind of calculations, that doesn't take any kind of pixel measurements, that doesn't take any kind of assumptions. Actually, matter of fact, I will make an assumption and I will actually be giving as much benefit of doubt as possible. Gamabunta is 17 meters tall. The Shukaku is about the same size as Gamabunta. He is, I don't know how much larger, but we are going to say 17 to 18 meters tall. Not 18. I'm going to throw it up and I'm just going to say 20 meters tall. I'm going to give the Shukaku 20 meters in height. I'm going to give the Shukaku a higher interpretation and say that he is 20 meters in height, 3 meters taller than Gamabunta. Cool? Okay, now that we are in agreement. Gamabunta is about the same size as all the other tailed beasts. You can see it right here. They are all about the same size. Half of Kurama's chakra is about the same size as all of the other tailed beasts. Here is Shukaku next to the other tailed beast. Here is Shukaku next to the other tailed beast. They are all about the same size, so we're going to give him 20 meters at best. Now, Kurama is at least... Let's go back to this panel over here. This is from the manga. Kurama is at least 3 to 4 times bigger than Gamabunta. Mind you, he does not look that much bigger. You can say maybe twice as big, especially since his chakra got split in size. That is the bare minimum you can go by. But I will give you 4 times larger. That means that under the benefit of doubt of saying that Kurama, before he got his chakra split in half at full size, is 4 times larger than Gamabunta, that would make him, at best, who is, mind you, the same size as the perfect Susanoo, 80 meters tall. And just to show you right here, based on an objective scale, right here, wait, I closed the panel, oh no. And just to show you, based on an objective panel, no interpretation of any sort whatsoever. Where the fuck is it? Right here. Madara, Susanoo is bigger than the meteors. So that calculation that you got of 7,690 meters is, by all intents and purposes, incorrect and massive overestimation of what is implied throughout the story. This meteor is fucking tiny. I do not care how big it looks on screen. I do not care if Kishimoto made it look very big with the angle and the play and all that other crap. I do not care what pixel measurements you use to get that result. I am giving you an objective metric by giving you the objective size of Gamabunta. The panel shows. I don't care a shit what the panel shows. Yeah, the panel shows. Right here. The panel shows it's smaller than the Susanoo. We have a direct scale for the Susanoo. We have a direct scale for the Susanoo in comparison to full-size Kurama. We have a comparison of full-size Kurama in comparison to Gamabunta, who is 17 meters. My logic is sound. My logic is as close to objective as possible because, if anything, I am giving him every benefit of doubt. So, now that I've made that clear... Hell, the entire point of the panel was to show the terrifying seeing the meteor coming down for the entirety of the Alliance. And it wasn't even the entirety of the Alliance, it was a platoon. You realize that a platoon usually has a couple thousand ninja, and you realize that a couple thousand ninja can not a couple thousand ninja, a couple thousand people can literally take up the space of like 80 meters, right? 80 meters is very big, especially in diameter. It's not that big, my guy. I just kind of want to point this out just for fun. No scaling. All the tailed beasts look like toys compared to the Ten-Tails. No, they don't. As a matter of fact, the Ten-Tails isn't that much bigger than the tailed beasts. The Ten-Tails in and of itself is not that much bigger either. He's really not. He's really not. As a matter of fact, we know this. we know this because when the Ten Tails fights Kurama and Gyuki, here is a direct comparison. His hand is barely bigger than they are. You could say it's maybe, what, 5 times larger than them. So if I were to say that Gamabunta... So no, I'm going to say it right here. If I were to say that Kurama and Gyuki are 20 meters tall in height, giving them... That's not really accurate. He's way bigger than that. No, it's not. Why is he bigger? I gave you a direct size comparison for characters. I gave you a direct size comparison between Kurama and Gamabunta, and yet you were telling me that they're bigger than that? I don't have to believe you. You are now grasping at straws. And before you said you weren't prepared, well, you seemed prepared before. Now you're saying you're not prepared, and now you're saying that it's not accurate because they look bigger. I don't care, dude. I'm giving you objective size scaling. Yeah, even if I were to say that the Ten Tails is 5 times larger than Kurama and Gyuki, which even by this panel, it does not look like it, he would be 100 meters tall. And let me just show you something funny because, you know what, since this is a One Piece channel and since I'm a One Piece guy, let me show you something super funny. Something that I'm sure you guys will hee ha ha at along with me. Let me show you something. Oh no, not One Piece. No. One Piece. Oh, by the way, this sea cow. Let me show you guys something. This sea cow from the start of the story that Luffy threw around casually? Yeah, this sea cow, 36 meters tall. But anyway, One Piece, no color. Let me show you guys something even crazier. The average giant is actually larger than the average tailed beast. The average giant, in fact, is actually about the size of, 22 to 25 meters tall. You know how lame this all sounds, dude? It doesn't sound lame. You think it's lame because you have no counter argument for me. You have absolutely no counter argument for me. You're going to bring up some scale that is not objective by any means. Kishimoto hasn't approved. You're going to bring up some randomized scale saying that that is correct because you counted some pixels when I am giving you an objective statement given to me by the data books, which people like to use. And then I simply use panels and scaling to show that regardless of how big the meteor looks because of a perspective shot, which mind you, perspective can change the size comparison of things, will therefore lead me to a conclusion that, hey, maybe the things aren't that big. Now, you can believe in pixel scaling. I'm not going to tell you that it is an unjustified, uncalculable way of doing things. You do not even have to remotely agree with me. You can use pixel scaling, you can use calcs. I don't personally care. But what I am going to tell you is that I do not have to abide by those things if those things do not give me objective metrics to go by, especially if they are going entirely under the assumption that, A, let's just say to make the two comparable in size then. No, I'm not going to make the two comparable in size. By the way, you see these houses over here? You see these houses? Yeah, those are houses for giants. Giants that are larger than the tailed beasts. What was it, 136? 133, 136? Something like that. When we see the land of Elbaf in a previous chapter, you see these houses? Yeah, Loki is larger than these houses, where these giants actually scale above the tailed beast in size, even if you give them every benefit of doubt. Gamabunta could unironically grab that doorknob, open up that house, and it would be big enough to house him and all of the tailed beasts. And Loki scales above them in size. Those are giants. These houses are larger than the tailed beasts. And Loki... Can you prove that? Right here. One Piece Giants. One Piece Giants. Let's look at some giants. Here is Broggy. Let's see how big Broggy is. Broggy is 21 meters tall. Taller than the tailed beasts if you give them wank. Broggy is 21 meters tall. Dory is 22 meters tall. Let's see. Hajrudin is 22 meters tall. Let's see. Anye. Anye does not have a cannon height yet. Who else has cannon heights? Does Oimo have standard heights? Oimo is 16 meters tall. Slightly smaller than Gamabunta. Kashi is 17 meters tall, about the same size as Gamabunta. How big is Gerd? Loki is, we don't know yet. The point is, you have giants that are smaller and bigger than the tailed beasts. This guy is 20 meters tall, and these houses are designed to keep giants inside of them. Fandom, like, can you find these statements? The One Piece fan site uses data books, the Vivre cards, and it uses in-canon statements for the characters' heights. The wiki is fine to use, especially for that stuff. The 36 meters that I got for Momu earlier, that also came from a Vivre card. Yeah, the heights are canon. So, if the giants are, on average, taller than tailed beasts, and these houses can house these giants, and they are houses, let's say, in comparison to normal people, these are multiple story houses, then Loki, who is larger than these houses and can literally squash them with his hands, could quite literally put his hand on the tentails and squash it with his hand. Loki can, unironically, grab the tentails like it is a chew toy. They are tiny. They are, yes, Loki quite literally stomps on the tailed beasts. So, there you go. Where they blast a Biju bomb at it and the Ten-Tails flicks it away and the Eight-Tails looking smaller than one Ten-Tail's eye. Yep, it's inconsistent as fuck. What do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to say? It's inconsistent as fuck. These artists cannot draw things consistently. It doesn't matter what you choose to believe. I am going to use the canon statements and heights for the characters because I have nothing else to go off of. I'm not going to use some random scale that somebody brought up. I'm not going to use some random pixel calc that you spent there counting pixels for hours. I'm not doing any of those things. It doesn't matter to me. Yeah, the Ten-Tails looks bigger here than it did before when it came at them. Yeah, right here, it's... Actually, the Eight-Tails might be smaller than Kurama. Actually, no, that's because it's farther back. Yeah, what do you want me to tell you? Their sizes are consistently different. I don't have a reason to believe that these characters are any bigger than that. What do you want me to tell you? Yeah, just looks tiny. What do you want me to tell you? And even then, 5 times is still a fair metric. Perspective is fun. Yeah, perspective is real fun. Yeah, it's not my opinion. I am giving you objective size scaling for these characters. I am giving you objective comparisons, and I am giving you fair interpretations for how much bigger than they could be. So the Ten-Tails figure in some panels are as big as the Ten-Tails, so the Ten-Tails might be as big as Loki full form. No, I'm not even going to remotely entertain that. All you're doing is not giving me a chance. I don't have to give you a chance. Why do I have to give you a chance? This isn't a debate. I'm not having a conversation. I am simply telling you the objective scaling that I have. You can have whatever beliefs you want to have. You can believe whatever you want. You're not going to change my opinion unless you give me objective evidence. If you say the Ten-Tails is 200 meters tall, I'm going to ask you where the fuck that is stated. If you tell me Madara Susanoo is over a mile tall, I'm going to tell you how did you come to that conclusion, what chapter, what data book statement gave me that. If you cannot provide that, I do not care. It is mumbo jumbo. It is fake news. It is your opinion and everybody else's opinions mean little to jack shit to me because at that point it is all just interpretation. Interpretation does not change my opinion. What changes my opinion is objective facts. Need to when it's right in the chapter, I swear to God. What's right in the chapter? What is right in the chapter? What's right in the chapter? Tell me. Isn't close to as big as Kurama in full size. Yes, he is. Objectively speaking, he is. Objectively speaking, he is as big as the Nine-Tails. Almost as big as the Nine-Tails, I should say. Not as big, almost as big. Where the fuck is the, yeah, right here, Nine-Tails gets summoned, puts on his coat, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, right here. Right here. About as big as Kurama. His hand is literally about as big as Kurama's hand. His head is about as big as Kurama's head. What do you want me to tell you? Oh, doesn't the Draugr dwarf the Ten-Tails? Yes, the Draugr dwarfs the Ten-Tails. As a divine tree spreading across a planet, the Ten-Tails becomes the biggest in its big 3Z. And even then, I have no direct size comparison for it. What panel, what chapter? Give me the panel, give me the chapter. Where is it stated? You can give me whatever you want. I do not have to agree with it unless it's stated directly on the page. If the chapter doesn't matter, it's what's shown on the panel doesn't matter. I'll debunk you by saying those data books are inconsistent, like the size of Gamma Bunta showed. So if the size of Gamma Bunta is inconsistent, so you're telling me now that the only objective metric by Gamma Bunta size is inconsistent now? So how big is Gamma Bunta then? How big is Gamma Bunta? How big is he? What's Gamma Bunta's objective size then? How big is Gamma Bunta then? Tell me right now. Give me an objective size scaling. How much? Hey, we're at 52 viewers. Cool. I do have to get to editing though. No, objectively speaking, he's not as big as the Ninetales. That is objectively false. We literally see that he's only as big as the size of Kurama's head. No, he's not. Right here. I'll bring up the panel again. Right here. This is the entirety of Gamma Bunta. This is Kurama's head. You're seriously telling me here that this entire quarter size of the screen is as big as this tiny little area right here? Yeah, you're delusional. You're delusional. I don't have to even remotely entertain you anymore, Safu. I don't even have to remotely entertain you anymore. Anyway, I'm over with that. Why did I close that? Fuck. Alright guys, I'm getting back into editing. It's literally pinning down. You're not observant at all. No, I am. And you are no longer going to chat in my chat. How about that? Yeah. I'm gonna go maj you. There. Go majed. You're out of my canvas. And particle style needs 17 to 20 meters tall, roughly almost relative to a perfect Susanoo, which being 27 meter, that's all I'll give you. So if you're gonna tell me that the Susanoo is 27 meters tall, dude, I'm all for that. Hey, dude, listen, I'm all for that. If you want to say that the perfect Susanoo is only 27 meters tall, I'm cool with that. That just means that the meteors Madara dropped aren't even a quarter the size of a fucking 100 meters. If you're seriously gonna tell me that, then that means this meteor right here isn't even a quarter of 100 meters, a quarter of a city block. You saying that the perfect Susanoo is 27 meters tall means that this thing right here isn't even a quarter of a city block. Yeah, the roots spread across the planet when it becomes a full divine tree. And it doesn't even spread across the entirety of the planet, it just spreads itself into the ground and it absorbs chakra from there. Yeah. Cool. Cool. So this is less than a quarter of a city block. Fantastic. Fantastic. You just gave me more. You're just giving me stuff at this point. And mind you, I'm not even going to go with that. I'm still going to give it the 80 meters because that's more consistent with the information that I provided. But anyway. And particle style needs some level of charge up time, which Law can just shambles his way out of. Okay. Particle style needs some level of charge up time. Let's see. What I never understood with Naruto fandom is how the fuck are we comparing to One Piece in size? One Piece got the most unimportant shit be big for no reason. Yeah. Yeah, when you have a random... Also, by your logic, Tamori, not Tamori, Tyler, by your logic, and this is just for fun. This is just for me right now. By your logic... This sea cow, which is 36 meters tall, canonically speaking, is not only bigger than the Susanoo, but by your logic, Luffy can literally grab the perfect Susanoo by its Tengu nose and spin it around and send it flying. In the first arc of the story. If you really said that the perfect Susanoo is 27 meters tall, that means Luffy can unironically pick it up and just toss it around in the first arc of the story. You're just giving me more shit to work with, by the way. More shit to work with. Yeah, do not even tell me that the perfect Susanoo is 27 meters tall. I will run. I will take that. Don't even give me an inch. I will take a mile. Yeah, dude, you read One Piece, so that makes sense. Keep eating up that mid-manga. Mid-manga, yet it outsold Superman. Crazy. So my mid-manga outsold the progenitor of all comic books and superheroes. Wow, worst anime ever in the big three. So now you have to attack the series. I'm timing you out, Tamari, because you're not going to call anyone stupid. That's one thing we're not doing. We're not insulting other people. I don't care what it was. And if somebody insulted Tamari, if somebody insulted Tamari, let me know. Anyway, Yeah, they gotta call things mid. He gotta call One Piece mid. They gotta call One Piece a trash-ass story, because now they have no more arguments. You have to go directly into ad hominems for the series that you don't like, because you do not have the capacity to simply debate someone, not even debate, just prove your own claim. Sure, when your back is against the wall, instead of saying, you know what, I can't debate any of this. I don't agree with you, Eon. I'm going to tell you, if you don't agree with me, I'm going to tell you, you don't have to agree with me. But if I don't agree with you, Eon, I'm just going to believe whatever I want to believe. That's fine. But no, you have to go out of your way to insult the series. That's crazy. That's crazy. Level of maturity, man. Imagine going for One Piece because Naruto verse appeared to be smaller than expected. Dude, the parrot, the same circle argument nearly every stream. It's sad, man. It's sad when people simply get so emotional about someone saying their favorite characters are probably not as strong as they are, and then when they can't back it, not even as strong, just as big, when the things that they think are as big aren't as big as they are, and they have no counter arguments for it. They have to start attacking you or the thing that you're talking about. Sure. It's sad, dude. It really is. Did I have something here for particle style, right? No, I don't. So since we don't have anything for particle style, let's actually start typing that up. Particle style, Naruto data books. Oh, shit. Let's go back. No! Hey, how's everybody doing? Sorry about that. It's sad, man. Naruto data books. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, we're back here. Yeah. Also funny that One Piece has the most successful live action 2 among the manga series. All others go badly. To be honest, One Piece fans have calmed down. No wonder One Piece outsold Superman and Naruto didn't. It's not even about the fans. You don't need the fans themselves to do or say anything for someone or something to, like, literally surpass it. It's not about it being surpassed because the fans calm down. It's just One Piece is a well-written story. People enjoy it. It gets you in your feels. I'm not saying that any other series doesn't do that. I'm not saying that Naruto doesn't do that. I've definitely cried at times for Naruto, especially with Jiraiya. But what I am saying is that there is absolutely and positively no reason for me to even remotely entertain One Piece fans are stupid, and because of that, you get timed out. When you want to talk again, don't insult people. Don't insult a whole group of people. Don't generalize. There you go. We're not doing that. Okay, dust release. Changing the length and releases it. Changing the size and length of the quantity of the chakra that has been put into it. Okay. We're going to save as a PNG. Let's go to Library of Ohara, Naruto, data books, and then we're going to go here and say in particle style. Bleach is closer to One Piece in speed, or rather One Piece to Bleach. No, One Piece absolutely curb stomps Bleach in speed. One Piece absolutely curb stomps Bleach in speed. The most you can get Bleach up to is like probably like a couple 10,000 times light speed. And that's if you give him every benefit of doubt and ignore all the contradictory stuff. But I'm not getting into a whole nother Bleach rant. But a lot of Naruto fans just default to that when it's clear that their series just scales below One Piece in terms of power. They have to. They have to default to that. It's crazy. It's crazy and it's sad. But you know what? We take those. We take those because at the end of the day, all it goes to show is that when your back is against the wall, and you have nothing else you can say, you have to, what you really think starts to come out. You're not going to hear any of these guys talk shit about One Piece until Lightning is baseline in Bleach. Where the hell was the Onoki stuff? Right here, right here. He's talking already, so we have to go a little bit farther back. Some level of charge-up time, which Law can just shambles his way out of. He can scan his opponents and... Okay, who can rob them of their in order for them to even deal damage in the first. As I said before, or Gear 4, Sabaody Archipelago, and Marineford, which if anything doesn't really help make a claim for playing One Piece speed. Time that we stop downplaying to evade a beam of light shot by a pacifista during the pre-time skip. This is still such a crazy little find that we got. That was still such a crazy little find. Bleach is so toxic. It will make people see its uni but never give an AP scale beyond mountain. The feats versus the statements in black are insane. Which Law can just shambles his way out of. He can scan his opponents and shamble away their tools like he did with the transponder snails, even. Oh yeah. It was this one, right? 568, 567. Do I need any of this? No. Yo, any image of Nami is just instant, like, 5 seconds worth of attention for me. Anyway. Okay, so... Dong, dong, dong. Dong, 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 dong. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, 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 dong. Yeah, somebody can indulge him. I'm not doing that. Yo, Law can literally just remove all of their fucking personal items and just literally shambles them behind. That's so it's so stupid. Like, this devil fruit is just fucking stupid, man. I don't know. Me personally, I think the devil fruit's just stupid. Like, the amount of shit that Law is allowed to get away with because of this devil fruit. Oh shit. The amount of shit that Law is just allowed to get rid of, to get away with, man, is ridiculous in my opinion. Let's do this. It's fine if you don't believe me. You're really convincing me believe Luffy is MFTL now. It's fine if you don't believe me. You are really convincing me. You made me believe Luffy is FTL. Me personally, I think Ichigo is the strongest form is low multi. If we can count each realm in Bleach universe size, so as you go like sunlight these realms using his Ryatsu alone. I don't know if it's really with his Ryatsu alone, because he did absorb the Soul King, he did absorb his power, and the Soul King was the one who had, like, the hacks to do that shit, so, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but, okay. Tools, like he did with the transponder snails, even Smoker yells at his own men, warning... How long you plan on streaming? Up until, like, 6 or 7 p.m. God damn it. Cue the joke. Cue the joke. Mind you, I'm not doing that on purpose. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Ian. Thank you. Let's do One Piece. There we go. Thank you, Nacho. Thank you. Thank you. 2 days in a row, 6-7. Yeah. 6-7. Blah 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 blah. 6-7. Anyway. Okay, that's when he splits them up. You're dead weight. Get out of the circle. Or he'll dismantle you limb from limb. I'm gonna use this. Precog versus movement speed. If anyone here is directly trying to talk to me, please at my name. Like everybody else does. Are you doing a black knife theme for Deltarune? What's Black Knife theme? I don't know what that is. When you go DNDFNASPD. I don't know what you mean. Anyone inside Lost Sphere is helpless, is a helpless patient inside his operating table. Flying, that's what happened. I switched them with the snow around you. Dude, that is so stupid. In a hand, aren't we the 7 warlords to be on our side? What's the deal? I'll never trust you, rebel. Hey, Jeff! Thank you so much for the $5. Guys, can we get some W's for Jeff before you end the stream later? Watch Window Life video by about Uta. Finally, someone giving Bae her flowers. She sings and turns everyone into... Oh, fucking right. Alright. Alright. I'll look it up. Turns everyone into beans is crazy. I'm crying. That is insane. Window Life. Uta. What, about Uta? What's the name of the channel? Window Life. Uta. Uta. I don't... Let me know what you mean by this. Let me know what you mean by this. I'll look into it later. Yeah, this is probably the only statement I can think of.
Warning them to get out of his range, stating inside this space, he reigns supreme and operates at will.
Moving on, the Akatsuki.
What's this one? We'll use this. We'll use this. No, I didn't need this. Yeah, we'll do it like that.
Moving on, the Akatsuki also don't fare any better against law. None of them have anything even remotely close to lightspeed feats, besides arguably Itachi Uchiha, who was capable...
Alright, we're gonna need to find something for the Akatsuki. The title is actually the strongest character in One Piece. The strongest character in One Piece. I have to look down at the keyboard when I'm gonna write down something. What's the by who is it? Of Akatsuki. Do they solo JJK? That's kind of a rough one. On scale, Pain should be capable of doing a Chibaku Tensei that is massive, but I don't think Window Life. 1 second. I can't okay. Okay.
Within the story of One Piece, we are commonly shown.
We're gonna check that out later, though. And Chozo, I'm crying. Does Obito Kamui ruin Gojo's infinity? I mean, he would have to Kamui his entire body. That one's kind of weird. That one's just kind of weird, because it's like, Obito can't just bypass infinity. I don't know if making himself intangible necessarily bypasses Kamui per se. I guess you can make the argument that it could, but I don't know if he can necessarily touch Gojo. I don't know if he can necessarily, like, touch Gojo. You know what I mean? Like, if he has Kamui active, then he can't touch Gojo. You know what I mean? Could he, like, Kamui inside the range of infinity? I mean, I guess. I guess. Do none like calc, bleach, lightning, like One Piece haters were trying to say that light is in One Piece isn't light. The video is pretty sound. I wouldn't use the scaling though. Okay, got you, Nimrod. Appreciate it. Can Kamui infinity? You think so? Anyway, that's on the back burner for now. What the fuck were we looking for?
Moving on,
Oh, right. I'm looking for a PNG of the Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Okay. Here, let's go here. Okay. We had 50 viewers for a little bit. That was sick. And now we go color, transparent. Let's try this one out, because I do like this. This is pretty cool. No, it's not that. It's profiles. Naruto. I don't need that. Let's see.
Moving on, the Akatsuki also don't fare any better against law. None of them have anything even remotely close to lightspeed feats, besides arguably Itachi Uchiha, who was capable of somewhat blocking Kirin with his Susanoo, keyword somewhat, since he also took a portion of the better against law. None of them have anything even remotely close to lightspeed feats, besides arguably Itachi Uchiha, who the Akatsuki also don't fare.
Okay, so we're gonna add a black and white filter. Black and white right here. Color 14. Okay.
Don't fare any better against law. None of them have anything even remotely close to lightspeed feats, besides arguably Itachi.
Okay, and then we do, I need Itachi specifically. Itachi Uchiha versus Battle Wiki. Sorry if I'm not giving too much commentary, but I do want to focus. Itachi space and then delete.
Speed feats besides arguably Itachi Uchiha, who was capable of somewhat blocking Kirin with his Susanoo, keyword somewhat, since he also took a portion of the block.
Let's go back. Well, actually, let me just pull this out. Right there. Okay. We have to go to the Itachi pain arcs. And then we do... And then we do Kirin. 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 Okay. Yeah, that's the most broken characters. It's okay, stay locked in. Yeah, please, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay.
Who was capable of somewhat blocking Kirin with his Susanoo, keyword somewhat, since he also
No, not that one. It's this one.
fall at the completely destroyed his cloak. No, Itachi is not as
I would have been dead without this. Literally states he would have been dead without this.
Kirin with his Susanoo, keyword somewhat, since he also took a portion of the blast that completely destroyed his cloak. No, Itachi is not as fast as KCM Naruto, because he was falling towards Naruto first, and I have no reason to believe that Itachi can just fall at the speed of light without any prior statement or feat. Genjutsu is completely irrelevant.
While Ian is distracting, we talk about Damon destroys anyone in the big three easy. Yeah, type shit. That is how Itachi didn't move out of the way when he saw Kirin, yeah. It's almost as if Zetsu was right. It's impossible to dodge. I find it crazy when a One Piece fan says that, like, the Pacifista light beams aren't light. And I only say that because I'm like, well, for starters, they have to not even remotely care. I think EM waves only reach light speed solely in a vacuum, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but they're borderline light speed because they're at 0.007 or 0.0007% the speed of light. Sorry, they are slower by 0.007% or 0.007%. Yeah, it was 0.007. Yeah. Obito and Deidara both flying on their dragons could arguably take the verse. What verse? JJK? Probably. Oh, right. I said, no, Itachi isn't light speed because of that. Right. That was part 1 of the war. Let me just grab in part 2 as well. Let me just have these up. And I don't think I need anything from East Blue, so let's just move on. When does Naruto yappity yap with Itachi? Do I have that? Do I have a? You guys ever seen the Minecraft? What the fuck are their names? Okay, no, I do not. Not right now. Let's go back. Let's go to Great Ninja War. He literally initiates and he falls first.
As fast as KCM Naruto, because he was falling towards Naruto first, and I have no reason to
for Spider-Man Brand New Day. Nope, I haven't even seen the trailer. I really don't keep up with things, guys. I really don't. If it's not anime related, I really don't keep up with anything at all. It's kind of exhausting on my end. I already have to keep up with so many things that I'm like keeping up with, like the One Piece live action, watching this, watching that. Watching the new Spider-Man trailer, watching video game trailers for games that I'm interested in. I kind of just tell myself, like, it'll come out when it comes out. Usually I don't like waiting for dates. I just prefer to hear that something is coming out at some point, and that's it, right? Like, I didn't know when JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7 was coming in. I simply just said, you know what, whenever the fuck it comes in, I'll watch it, or I'll at least keep in mind to it. Keep up with you don't even keep up with anime related stuff. I do. I keep up with manga related stuff. I do. I keep up with One Piece. I keep up with JJK. I keep up with Blue Lock, Kengan Omega, Kagurabachi. Technically, it's tomorrow. Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like instead of that, one thing that I've always hated growing up, it was knowing that something was gonna come out on a day and waiting like every single day for that stuff to happen. I've learned as time went by, as I focused less and less on things that I wanted to care about, that like, oh, it's just coming out this weekend. It's coming out next week. When Sonic Racing Crossworlds came out, I didn't even know what date it was coming out. I just knew, oh, it's up for pre-order. I'm gonna buy it. Or when Monster Hunter Wilds came out last year, I found out that it was coming. I found out that it came out like the day, like 3 days before. Like 3 days before its actual release date. What about Maki's speed statement?
Genjutsu is completely irrelevant in this fight because Law does not have Chakra or a Chakra network. I know some people believe that Itachi can just point his finger and infuse Law with his own Chakra, but where would it flow without a Chakra network? Regardless, even if someone were to believe that Itachi can... Genjutsu is completely irrelevant in this fight because Law does not have...
I need a cool panel for Itachi's Genjutsu. Maybe... Itachi Pain Arcs. Let's just throw this one out. Itachi Pain Arcs. We're gonna need Kazekage Rescue. Is it like the impatience of it? Yeah, I don't like the impatience of like waiting for something to release or waiting for something to come out. I don't like the anticipation for it. I don't like that feeling that I personally get. It's not something that I particularly care for, or at least the feeling on my own end. I'm just like, man, I'm just gonna say fuck no. I'm just gonna say it's not worth it. To me at least, it just never feels like it. If you're caught by Genjutsu, stop your chakra flow as much as possible. While you're caught in chakras under your opponent's control, you can break that control and disturb the chakra flow to break the Genjutsu. If someone has to physically touch you and send chakra into you to disrupt it, okay. We need the Pain Itachi arcs. I need the fight between Sasuke. I always thought that Itachi versus Sasuke happened first, not second. Which is crazy. That's right. This one, other secret, is actually the most crucial. I need a cool image for Itachi putting people under Genjutsu. Maybe in part 1? Maybe in part 1. Tuning exams, search for Tsunade. Let's pull that one out. I'm assuming that then the Akatsuki bit is after the tuning exams. Yeah, it has to be after the tuning exams then, right? I really don't have these? Well, I guess I never took in the the Tsukuyomi stuff. Okay. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know that I'm missing that now. Let's see, Naruto color. You think you'd eat out femboy? No, the fuck I would not, dude. What's good with y'all and femboys? Why do you guys always bring up femboys? No, fuck. Jesus Christ, you people need help. Fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ. All right, fucking hell, man. Can we go one stream where you guys don't talk about femboys? God damn. What the fuck? Do I not have ad block up? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Just saw a YouTube poll where 75% people think Shanks beats Megatron. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. If you're saying Sukuna is faster than Dabura, you're crazy. Kashimo... Eon is Kashimo actually light speed. Also, wasn't Sukuna calc to be hypersonic? I don't know if you were here for the whole bit about calcs. I don't agree with calcs, Shiny. I don't agree with calcs, and he dodged an EM wave that is... at the very least, 99.994 or 3% the speed of light. That is borderline light speed while having a body that is extremely damaged. I don't have a reason to believe that he's not actually... you know, light speed, especially in terms of short bursts. I don't think he can dash across the planet at light speed. I just think that he can, for very small amounts of space, move at light speed if he needs to. Especially since you can send out slashes that completely blitzed Kashimo. The same poll doesn't say which Megatron majority Transformers outside of comics ain't that strong. You think so? Save. Let's go here. Naruto. Tuning exams. Here. And let's do here. Okay. Well, whatever. No, not history. We need downloads, and I'm gonna need this one specifically.
It is complete.
Fuck. I need this one specifically. Fuck. I need this one specifically. Okay.
Is completely irrelevant in this fight because Law does not have Chakra or a Chakra network. I know some people believe that Itachi...
Let me try something real quick. Match aspect ratio. Then we go here. And then we do here. You know what? Just for the hell of it, I'm going to do this.
Genjutsu is...
Fuck right off, dude.
Genjutsu is completely irrelevant in this fight because Law does not have Chakra or a Chakra network. I know some people believe that because Law does not because Law does not.
Mm-hmm.
Because Law does not have Chakra or a Chakra network. I know some...
You proved to me that Kashimo might be Lightspeed, not Sukuna being MFTL. Yeah, I don't know about Sukuna being MFTL. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Fight because Law does not have Chakra. I know some people believe that Itachi can just point his finger and infuse Law with his own Chakra.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. What episode does Itachi put Naruto under Genjutsu? What episode does Itachi put Naruto in Genjutsu? Episode 13. Okay, so then we do Naruto Shippuden. Holy shit, it's Thine. Yo, can we get some W's for Thine showing up? Holy shit. Thine, how you been, man? Been a hot minute. Let's go down to episode 13. Have you heard about Malevolent Shrine outputting slashes at a speed, Gojo reacting to it, and Sukuna being able to keep up with it? Yeah. Wait, no, no sound. We cannot get demonetized. I heard Stein. It's Thine.
It's one of our old mods. Always happy to see him pull up around. Grace us with their presence. Okay, 13. Okay. Are you okay? Been good. Just miss you with med school as normal. Hey man, listen, as long if the most one a person can say is like I'm just busy with like XYZ, especially if that XYZ is literally like them just doing something that benefits, you know, like their future or whatever, I think that's perfectly fine, man. I think that's lovely. Absolutely lovely. Alright, we need the moment where Naruto was going through the whole Genjutsu vibe. Oh no. When does Itachi point his finger at Naruto, it makes him think about his boyfriend. Okay, and we need these up here. Okay. That's the Rasengan moment. Oh, there it is. There it is. Guys, look. He's pointing at you. Oh, no. Mario. Oh, no. Alright. Let's go over here. And then we're going to take... I think I'm gonna need the next episode. Wait, no. Fix that. We're gonna take this. I don't think I need anything else. Actually, we'll just take these couple minutes. Yeah, I might have to do the next page. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna get the next page. So he already pointed at Naruto. Sun said, Itachi points at you with his finger. It's GG's for the verse. You relied on alternative, but brought mine not stated. Dying, I'm not been sick. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna need to go to the next episode. You know what? Naruto videos. We're gonna change this to cut, paste. There we go. I'm just gonna throw those at the bottom. So if it's classic Naruto, it's more towards the bottom, because I don't want that kind of confusion. Okay, we'll do that. FHD here, save video as 14. Start doing some homework shortly myself, more medical documentation, so this up, and figured I would swing in for a little bit. I appreciate that, Thine. Appreciate that, dude. By the way, have you been keeping up with the new Kengan Omega chapters? Yeah, Nicholas LeBanner got his fucking foot crushed, my guy. I'm not gonna lie, the first thing I thought about when I saw him throw a rock with his feet was that dude had grippers. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't remember the Kung Fu Master's name, though. I can't remember for the life of me half of these dudes' names. It's one of those cases where, like, the characters are way too fucking different in between them. Put that down. Okay, back to this. Jesus Christ, can we get the... There is no way they dragged on. There is no fucking way that they dragged on the scene where Naruto has Sasuke's face on the left. Yo. There's no way. Gao Long took another L. Couldn't be happier with Kengan. Dude, I'm so mad that Gao Long took another L. What the fuck, man? How is this dude glazed to high heavens as the greatest boxer in history, and yet somehow still
fucking loses to the dumbest shit. Bro, nah. I'm sorry. Gao Long is 007. Zero amount of times he's won a fight. He's won a fight against an opponent who is supposed to be weaker than him. Zero amount of times the guy has lost a fight to actual decent metrics. 7 times that the dude got fucking written off the story, bro. Fuck right off. I hate Gao Long so much right now. That dude is a fucking fraud. If I ever make a video on Kengan Omega, it's gonna be Gao Long wants a Watt is a fucking fraud. The implications of your feet. Feet? Alright, let me stop that before I get more allegations. You people are incessant with those things. Incessant. Anyway. Yo, I swear to God, if there's another fucking chapter of Naruto losing his shit... Alright, I was about to say. Dude, let me just say something real quick. This is how people talk about One Piece having bad pacing. At least the anime for One Piece having bad pacing. And I'm not going to sit here and deny that it doesn't at times have really dog shit pacing. But let me show you guys something. This whole interaction with Itachi was literally up to the point where he had the fucking crows. From the fucking crows to Sasuke's half face on Naruto. That happened in less than... What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages. Well, I'm gonna dip. Love y'all. Peace. Like that happened in 9 pages, and then they stretched that out to 3 fucking episodes in the anime. God damn, do I hate old style anime pacing, man. Absolutely fucking terrible. Jesus Christ. Anyway, back to this. Beknya. Yeah. What? Wait. Okay, right here. And then we go here. Okay. Guys, he's pointing at me. Okay. Okay. And then we group.
I know some people believe that Itachi can just point his finger and infuse law with his own chakra, but where would it flow without a chakra network? Regardless, even if someone were to believe... But where would it... I know some people believe that Itachi can just point his finger and infuse law with his own chakra, but where would it flow with...
It states right here that they need to manipulate. Copy. I'll just use these as placeholders for now. Eon only takes statements and feats. It's feats with an A, not with 2 E's, just to be clear. I'm telling you, he can't kill Hagoromo, but Hagoromo, and I guess his brother, if he transcends time too, can kill Law. They don't transcend time, dude. They simply used... Their chakra simply allowed them to fucking remanifest themselves in the world. And either way, that doesn't even remotely equate to attack potency or capabilities. Or else, why wouldn't Hagoromo just go out of his way and stop Madara himself? He's just a ghost that can pass people chakra and talk to them in a separate space. That's really what it is. It's not that complex of a concept to understand. Also, the win condition here, as I mentioned before, is incapacitation, not actual outright killing. Kashimo gets slammed by Chozo. That's crazy. Yeah. Sorry, just got a message on my phone. This. See this. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, no. No, I don't. No. We're not doing that. We're not. Sorry about this. Yeah, no. Yeah, just leave it there. The Timeline Zone was why Naruto and Sasuke weren't really with each other while talking to Hagoromo at the same time. I mean, okay, equate that to his actual capabilities in terms of combat. Because something he can do as a ghost, I don't know why he would just be... I don't know why this would even remotely apply in a fight. He's just going to create a separate space for him to fight Law and not Law at the same time?
Regardless, even if someone were to believe that Itachi can still put him under Genjutsu, the only thing that is really affected are the 5 senses.
Where is the moment where Itachi looks at Sasuke and says, "You are my light"?
Regardless, even if someone were to believe that Itachi can...
Wait, where's that meme? Where's that meme? Where's that meme? 1 second, I have a meme on my phone that I kind of have to throw in. I need to know if I could throw this into my phone. If I could throw this in here. Right here. Let me just do this right now. This is too funny. Is there a way for me to do this without covering the entire screen? Let's do anime crop for video. Match anime video crop. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, I only need this. Let me do it like this. Okay. Let me do something funny here. But for that, I'm going to need one of these. I want to see something. But I'm not. I'm going to flip this back. Flip horizontal. We'll do that like that, and then we'll...
Okay, so it has to be about that big. It's already good on that size. And we start off here. Okay, and then we do a... We already have that. How the fuck did I do this before? It was here down to here, right? It was there down to there, right? Let's move it up to like here, right? So, let me see something. Okay, so this is farther up. Okay. So it's here to here. Okay. And so then we, at this point, starting from here, so it's at perfectly lined up, and then by this point, okay. Okay, so if you do that like that, and then we do this one, that by the end of here, we'll just say right here. That means this has to have been moved down to, I'd say, about... Let me see something. Right here. That has to be there. Right, because it's not the full thing. So that means this cannot move past that, and that means this is here.
Regardless, even if someone were to believe that Itachi can still put him under Genjutsu, the only thing...
Okay. So now that we have that, let me think. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Put this back here. I need to do some cropping. I need to do some masking. We're gonna mask this here. Mask that completely. What's that there? So Hagoromo slams for real. The creation of all things techniques turns fantasy into reality. And he's a timeless goat. That's not an argument, dude. That's really not an argument. That's not the argument you think it is. You're just saying things and you're not even remotely providing any kind of evidence for it. You're just saying, well, he created a special space for him and, what's his face? And Naruto to chat in. Space that they never used. Lost Solos Naruto, yes. Man, making videos seems crazy. Not really. It's not as complex as you guys, as you might think that it is. It really just comes down to trial, error, and just understanding how to use the editing software. Which, to be fair, it can take some time, especially if you're not really computer savvy. Not to say that anyone here isn't. Mostly just, I've seen it firsthand. We'll do this, and then we'll move... Nope. Let me move it here. And then... Let's remove that. I would do this in like Adobe or like what is it? Adobe Photoshop, but I don't have Adobe Photoshop. I could probably start to afford it. It's an extra expense, but I could probably start to afford Adobe Photoshop. I don't think it would be like the worst investment ever. Just give me full. Okay. So now that we have that, double click
You see the new by bad. You see the new Sarada Lightspeed statement by bad, faster than light. Yeah, I had a conversation with somebody else about that before. If you believe that statement, then you believe Sarada is faster than the Raikage and basically every other non-Six Paths character within the context of Naruto. Not just that it's a space, is that he got all those jutsu. What all those jutsu? What jutsu does he have? What is all those jutsu that he has? You mean turning law into a moon? So you're telling me that he can make physical contact with law? Because that's how he turned Kaguya into the moon. There's the truth-seeking balls. They can distract them. No, they can't. They're too slow. Truth-seeking orbs aren't even remotely close to light speed. I don't have a reason to even remotely entertain the idea that they would be anything even remotely close to something that Law has to worry about, especially when he has faster than light reaction time in Sabaody Archipelago pre-time skip. No, he cannot do creation of all things outside of time. That's not how that works. You're making things up. Let's see. Text and media. We're going to throw this up here. And then we're going to generate media. Can somebody just take care of that conversation for me? I just don't feel like talking about that. Yeah, he can. Why can't he? Because he's never done anything within the remote context of the story that implies that he can perform some kind of weird-ass jutsu in the way that you seem to be implying. You say he has all those jutsu. What jutsu are you referring to? What jutsu does Hagoromo have? Because last time I checked, let me see right here. Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Let's type in his name. Jutsu list. He has these jutsu exactly. Truth-seeking orb, Susanoo, summoning, six paths yin, six paths yang, Chibaku tensei, six paths technique, six paths senjutsu, sensing technique, Prada outer, the six paths of pain, mystical palm technique, which is anime only, drilling hand of sage lightning, which is anime only, creation of all things technique, Chibaku tensei, chakra transfer, asura, animal path. Yeah. He doesn't have any. I don't know what other jutsu you're referring to. So you're just kind of making things up. Is the pioneer of jutsu? Of Jutsu Man? Okay. Does that mean he knows how to use a Rasengan? Has he ever performed a Rasengan? Again, making things up. But then it turns into inverse scaling. You gotta remember, she blitzed Boro. It's not that crazy to say she's faster than Pre-Six Path's character. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it's crazy. I'm just saying, if you believe that statement, you believe she's also faster than the Raikage and basically every single non-Six Paths jutsu in Naruto. I'm not saying that she can't be. I'm not insinuating that it's not possible. I'm just saying you have to believe that. Yeah, I do. Okay, then yeah, she's FTL. There's nothing wrong with that. What am I making up? You're making up and you're saying that he's using jutsu that he's never performed within the context of the story. I don't care if you think that he's the pioneer of jutsu, which, mind you, it was his son canonically, if you go by the anime, that actually developed the hand seals to make different kinds of jutsu. The difference between them and the Sage of Six Paths is that Sage of Six Paths could perform jutsu without making hand signs, but to be fair, once again, I will repeat myself, why do I have to inherently believe that he can pull off half of the jutsu that the rest of the cast can perform, especially when he never does them? Let's do anime text. Okay, I need to read what this says. Let's make it like a 9. What if? Yo, this is about to be real funny. I love making my own memes. I love making memes within videos. I love making memes within videos. It's like the best part of this shit. He used both creation of all things and true Chibaku Tensei. What do you mean he can't? What does creation of all things do? What does it do? What does it let him do? Because you're saying it's creation of all things. It let him split the 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts. What else does it do? Izanagi. Cool. He loses his eyesight. When has he ever used Izanagi or Izanami? Someone told me. Live EMS Madara, can you see into the future? But Boruto allowed him to turn fantasy into reality. Okay, and how does he use that within the context of a fight? How does he use that within the context of a fight? Because you keep saying things, but you're not actually proving anything. Give me an actual combat. Give me an actual combat application for that jutsu. Ah, it's too big. Fuck. Let's go down to 7. What if it truly is my unfiltered What if it isn't bait? What if it's what if it truly is my unfiltered dog shit opinion? I love this shit, man. Yo, I'm screenshotting this. All right, what was this for? Fuck. Let's see. Sorry. Dude. Dog shit opinion. Yeah, there's a panel where he Alright, now I need that image. Documents, library, or is it in in thumbnails? Because when I throw in here, I know I throw stuff into there sometimes. Yeah. Content, no, thumbnails. Okay, first of all, okay, now we have to do a bit of a mask. I think I have to first actually do this. I have to mask this first. And then we do it from there. We'll just do it like that. We'll just start it off like that. And then we make it the same size. And then we make this end smaller, about that big. Then we go back to this. We start off here. Okay. I guess I don't need this anymore. I don't need that anymore. Let's start off with the mask. And let's go... Stop. I'm sorry, but what is Law's win cons again? He immobilizes them completely. There is nothing they can do about him simply putting up a room and using amputate to remove bodily control over all their body parts. He shoves their heads up their asses, their legs on their ears, and their arms inside their mouths. He can do whatever he wants with them. They have absolutely no counter to this. Absolutely no counter whatsoever as far as I am aware. That's the 5-second mark. We're going to move this down here. Wait a second. Is this larger? Oh, that's right. This is assuming there's no verse equalization. I always assume there is no verse equalization. Why don't you see him beating Kaguya? Faster reaction time, room, just puts up a room, and simply amputates her. What does she do? She can't create the Amino Minaka portals without first going into them. She can't teleport without going into them. And if she shifts dimensions, she falls down along with him. Her body literally just falls down into pieces along with him. And he just has to make a platform wherever he goes. He can also just straight up take their hearts out, destroy her soul. Like, there's way too many options here. Actually, you put him in any scenario, you quite literally put Law in any scenario where there is other life. You do know Kaguya can't die, right? Yes, she can. She's dead in Boruto. Literally stated in a data book entry. Kaguya, by the time of Boruto, Kaguya is, objectively speaking, dead. No, DMS Kakashi doesn't have a single win condition. He lasts like 5 seconds in that form. They last like 5 seconds. Kaguya can merge with the environment. How is Law beating that? What do you mean she's merging with the environment? She's immortal via regen. She's not taking damage. Being split into pieces is not, it does not damage her. She's not regenerating from anything. Yeah, when she got resealed, she died. So she can die. She's not objectively speaking immortal in every sense of the term. No, not that. I need it for the mask. And just to get it started up here for this portion. Yeah, we'll just keep it like that. That way it's easier. All right, let's see how this goes.
Regardless, even if someone were to believe that Itachi can still put him under Genjutsu, the only thing that is really
yeah, she did merge with the ice dimension. She merged with the environment. Her entire body becomes the environment. Yes, and Law can manipulate the environment. Law still manipulates the environment, too. He literally just rips the ground right off. That's a win con, but he dodges anyway. Could Kamui him? No, Kamui requires him to have a direct line of sight. It requires Law to do absolutely nothing, and Law has precognition. Doesn't work. You said she fuses with the ice dimension? Ice dimension. Cool. Cool. Pull Sasuke out. Cool. Oh, sure. Shambles. Cuts it all up. Yeah. Completely cuts it all up. Yeah. None of this matters. That doesn't matter in the slightest bit. How is that killing Kaguya? How is he manipulating the environment killing Kaguya? He doesn't have to kill her. He rooms, amputates. Let me show you. Literally just does this. Literally does this.
And they are combating a guy who can quite literally
Yeah,
dust them
just does
all
this.
up before the synapses in their brains even realize that they no longer have motor
Yeah,
control
that
over
happens.
their
This
body.
happens every time. 10
This
times out of
shinobi
10. 10 times out of 10. Happens. There's no counter for that. Combining with the environment does absolutely nothing. And my argument for the video is incapacitation. Since I have to go against the entire verse, I'm just going to say incapacitation. Yeah, Soloism. They cannot beat that. I don't think Law is fast enough. Objectively speaking, he's fast enough. There's no way you can quantify Kaguya to be even remotely as fast as Law, let alone any other Naruto character. Could use Chibaku Tensei and yeet him into orbit. He has to make physical contact for that. By making someone the gravitational core. Fantastic. Law shambles right out of it. Sasuke still has to focus. How is he beating in the Edo? Can literally take the souls right out of them and swap their bodies. Objective? Yeah. There is no way you can even remotely quantify Naruto to even remotely keep up with One Piece. Naruto has a soft cap of light speed, whereas One Piece characters also simply genjutsu him. Nope, no chakra, no chakra network. Hagoromo also never uses genjutsu, so it's not even remotely an argument. They do not have... There's no argument you can make. You know, it causes a lot of chakra for Kaguya to switch dimensions, right? Yeah, she swapped, what, 4 times? Real world to lava, lava to ice, ice to the, pull Sasuke into what, the sand dimension, the desert dimension? I finally have a way to argue Haku light speed. I mean, you could always argue Haku light speed. You cannot argue, any other character's light speeds and no one scales to him. I'll check this out later. That's a lot. I'll check this out later. Has the Rinne Sharingan. He's just Genjutsu. He does not have the Rinne Sharingan. Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Rinnegan. No Rinne Sharingan. Lying once again. That's not true. If you have to realize it's subjective, not objective, it's your opinion. True. There is no objective reason for me to believe that he could do anything even remotely close to the speed that would catch Law off guard. Objectively speaking, there is no argument that could possibly be made to convince me that any Naruto character even remotely keeps up with any One Piece character past post-time skip. Sasuke could see Haku's mirrors, but couldn't see Naruto and Rock Lee's moves. Okay. Figured out some Brook scaling. I did just notice it on my phone. I did check it out on my phone. I'll check it out later. Back to editing.
The only thing that is really affected are the 5 senses.
Yeah. Controlling the chakra flow. Genjutsu works on the 5 senses. Let's put this back here. Copy. Paste. I'll read it and let you know later. Yes, Hagoromo will genjutsu him. He has eyes. Okay. What genjutsu does Hagoromo know? What genjutsu does Hagoromo Otsutsuki know? Let's see. The Azurapat's not a genjutsu. Chakra transfer technique is not a genjutsu. Chibaku Tensei is not a genjutsu. Drilling hand of Sage Lightning is definitely, or the Mystical Palm technique are definitely not genjutsu. He has sensing technique, which is not genjutsu. He has yin yang power, which is not genjutsu. Chibaku Tensei, which is not genjutsu. Truth seeking orbs, which is not genjutsu. None of it is genjutsu. I said he could see Haku move in light speed, but he couldn't see Naruto. They were faster than what he could see. Yeah, Haku can also possibly move. Can move at light speed in between his mirrors. It is the highest end of speed that he can move at his mirrors. That means he can move slower, and we know that he can move slower because Sasuke could see him, but he could not see Lee or Naruto, which are both slower than the speed of sound. I guess I should say supersonic speeds. Yeah. Out of it, Hagoromo could create a Chibaku Tensei the size of the moon. Law's rooms are not bigger in size than the size of a city. You realize that for Hagoromo to do that, he has to be faster than Law, which you cannot prove. And I can prove Law is faster than quite literally every other Naruto character. To where you think a speed blitz isn't in play. Tens of thousands of times. Honestly, if I give One Piece the fair scaling I think it deserves, you have to get them to a couple 100,000 times the speed of light. All Genjutsu must be shown or it's not real? Yes. You must prove to me that the character has performed a jutsu of the like in order for me to believe that they can perform the jutsu. Anyone can perform Rasengan, not everybody knows how to do it. Now, Rasengan, for example, is a jutsu that just requires you to spin your chakra in your hand in a single point violently, but not everybody does it, right? Hagoromo could perform a Rasengan if he wanted to. That doesn't mean he knows how to do it, nor does it mean that he can do it. Nor does it mean that he would do it, I should say. They are not slower than the speed of sound. Dozu stated that where did he go? The same guy who uses speed of sound argument. Nope. Dozu states to Rock Lee, you are fast, but our attacks are supersonic in speed. That means that the best you can give Rock Lee with the first gate is Mach 1, because supersonic is at bare minimum Mach 1.1 to Mach 5. You have no argument there. Shizui has lesser Genjutsu capacity than Hagoromo. For fact, Law is never escaping Hagoromo's Genjutsu. You have to prove that Hagoromo knows Genjutsu in the first place, Olens. How fast you get them. I can prove it, but let me just let my video talk for itself. Let me just let the video talk for itself in case you need the argument. Obviously, it's not ready, but anyway.
17 Fruit so broken. Fruit so broken.
Where is it?
Most shinobi need to perform some level of hand signs in order to perform. Single example where Sasuke ships and the target. So I have no reason to believe that he can actually pull this off. So if you know Sasuke's Amino Tejikara, or he can also use the sheer scale.
Where the fuck do I talk about
shinobi,
the speed
only
stuff?
One aptly named the Surgeon of Death Alliance, it would be a joint operation that can be considered some. If
Where
these
the fuck do I write the
abilities
speed
already-
stuff? Oh, it's probably like around here. Yeah.
There is
Oh, right here. Sure. I'll just let it start here. Yeah.
now law scales relative do not have light speed movement, and most Naruto characters. Most shinobi do not have light speed
Here.
move. Some of you might be wondering why Law would even remotely outspeed the entirety of the Shinobi Alliance, but the simple fact here is that Trafalgar Law, especially by the end of Wano, is so far into the realm of
Come
light
back
speed
from any
that in
damage?
all
That's how you see
honesty,
it?
these
How does Hagoromo put himself back together after Law amputates him? Couldn't see Rock Lee move. He literally states, you are fast, but our attacks are supersonic. What do you want me to tell you? Yeah.
Some of you might be wondering why Law would
He-
even remotely outspeed the
You can
entire
interpret it however you want.
Alliance.
He
But the
says,
simple
your
fact
facts
here
are
is
fast,
that
but ours are
Trafalgar
supersonic,
Law,
implying that their
especially
attacks are
by the
faster
end
than
of
Rock Lee.
Wano, is so far into the realm of light speed that in all honesty, the
Oh, I
speed
do it for
difference
fun.
alone
I like seeing them
makes this
struggle to
entire
try and make an argument.
aircraft a 0 out of 100 chance for the Shinobi
Everyone has Chakra
Alliance
within the context of
and
Naruto.
most Naruto characters. Most Shinobi do not have light speed movement, reaction, or combat feats. Now, Law scales relative in speed to Monkey D. Luffy by the start of the post-time skip. As a matter of fact, he was capable of using shambles to evade a beam of light shot by a pacifista during the pre-time skip. During this same era, Monkey D. Luffy was already within the realm of light speed as early as Long Ring Long. Listen, I think it's about time.
I already got a couple
Stop
videos up there, and
downplaying
one of them is
One
pretty
Piece
fucking
speed,
long. I don't think I'm even
because
gonna watch
in
all of them.
Honestly, I have no reason to believe that by the end of this arc, Luffy isn't, at the very least, relativistic to the speed of light. Foxy the Pirate is the big bad guy of Long Ring Long, and this absolutely funny.
It doesn't need to be stated.
just
It's
so
stated
happens to
every
have a double
single
fruit that
every
shoots
single
beams
person in
of
Naruto
light.
as
The
Chakra.
Noro beam, or the slow fruit,
Everyone is
is
Chakra.
a devil fruit that allows Foxy to shoot beams of light made out of slowpoke.
Stated right
photons
there,
that
beams
when
of
they
light.
interact with
Everything
any
this light
liquid,
strikes.
gas, or living creature or object will immediately slow down their velocity for 30 seconds. This ability, while it may not look like it, is consistently stated throughout the chapter that it's introduced in to be a
They even have
beam of
trees in
light.
Naruto
I
that are
know
used for
Foxy
Chakra.
looks absolutely stupid, and to be
Send me the
honest,
name of it,
even
me
his
master. Type the
personality
video
doesn't
title.
really help make a claim
Not really
for
a
him.
photon?
The ability is
It is stated to be a photon. It is stated verbatim to be a photon. Right there. An undiscovered particle, whatever this light strikes, whether it's a living creature, liquid, or gas, will maintain all of its properties but lose velocity. It is a literal photon. If you point and look at someone's eyes, yeah, they don't have chakra or a chakra network. Undiscovered particle. You know that X-rays at one time were undiscovered particles? You realize that at one point in time, X-rays were also undiscovered particles, right? They exist. People just haven't discovered them yet. X-rays always existed. People just didn't know about them until they were discovered. Just because it's undiscovered doesn't really mean anything. It's not an argument. I'll just let you know that right now, Terrell. It's not an argument.
Slow down their velocity.
Doesn't even act as a photon. It's a light particle. It is a light particle. It is a photon. What do you want me to tell you? It is a particle. It is a photon. It is stated to be light multiple times within the context of the chapter that is released. I have absolutely no reason to entertain the idea that it isn't.
This ability, while it may not look like it, is consistently stated throughout the chapter that it's introduced in to be a beam of light. I know Foxy looks absolutely stupid, and to be honest, even his personality doesn't really help make a claim for him, but the ability is consistently stated to be light, beams of light, and made entirely out of photons. Now, photons are light particles, and in this case, the slowpoke photons are an as-yet undiscovered particle that Foxy can generate from his body in order to slow everything around him. I know that many people go out of their way to scream into the high heavens that these beams are slow because of the name Slowpoke. Even though such a
I'm gonna be honest, there are two properties of Foxy's photons that doesn't match in real-life photons. What? The fact that they slow things down? I mean, it's fiction. It's fiction, dude. I don't know what to tell you about that.
This ability, while it may not look like it, is consistently stated to help make a claim for him, but I know Foxy looks absolutely stupid, and to be honest, even his personality doesn't really help make a claim for him, but the ability is consistently
I mean, the tailed
stated to be
beast at
light
Chakra
beams
networks.
of light and made entirely out of photons. Now, photons are light particles, and in this case, the slowpoke photons
Don
are
Kato.
an as-yet
Even if Law places his soul
undiscovered
somewhere
particle
else,
that Foxy
Don can
generate.
still move his soul inside Law and collapse Law's soul. Too slow for that. Absolutely too slow for that. Also, Law just shambles away. He just has to shambles away. You're acting as if Law can't just spam shambles. Law can spam shambles. Sasuke can't spam Amano Tejikara.
That Foxy can generate from his body in order to slow everything around him. I know that many people go out of their way to scream into the high heavens that these beams are slow because of the name Slowpoke. Even though such a claim would obviously fall under the name fallacy. This is also without accounting for Zoro and Luffy being capable of dodging beams of light after they've been fired in Thriller Bark,
Objectively
Sabo
speaking-
Archipelago, and Marineford, which if anything implies at the very least FTL reaction time and movement speed in short bursts. But some people aren't ready for that conversation. There is nothing within the entire context of this arc that implies
When did
that
Sasuke
the beams of
Genjutsu
light
an
are-
animal? When did Sasuke Genjutsu an animal with no confirmed chakra network? When did he do that? You're talking about Manda? Because the fact that he put him under Genjutsu means that he had to have a chakra network. It's literally, that's how chakra networks, that's how Genjutsu is described. You have to manipulate the flow of chakra within the character's chakra network. What can Law even do against Jubi Madara? Madara is effectively immortal. He is not immortal. He literally stated, guy almost killed him, and has limbo clones. Oh, you want me to see? I could actually give you that answer real quick.
They are consistently implied to be light, and I have no reason to sit here and even
Why are
remotely
Darui's lasers
entertain
debunked?
The idea that they are slow because of the name, even though the purpose of these photons is that they slow everything that they make contact with down to a crawl. Luffy, by this arc, was capable of dodging Foxy's beams, not only from behind, but even blitzes him on a few occasions. He also dodges a barrage of these beams that bounces off mirrors.
It does act like light. It expands forward. It bends. When does it bend? Because, have you ever seen a flashlight? Let me show you a flashlight. Flashlight. You ever seen a flashlight? You see how a flashlight's beam expands outwardly? Yeah, so does Foxy's beams. It's like a flashlight. What are you talking about? Oh, where it bends, where it bounces off walls? When does it bend? When does it bounce off walls? Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. It hit a mirror and it bended. Oh, Darui's lasers don't act as light because they bend? Well, it's fiction. What do you want me to tell you? Listen, if you don't want to give Darui Laser Circus light speed because, oh, they bend, I don't personally give a shit. Personally, I don't care. I don't really care if Darui isn't light speed. That just fucks over Naruto speed scaling even more. I would give it to him just to throw it in there. More after he absorbed the God Tree. And yet he had his body cut completely in half, right? He had his body cut in half, his regeneration, if anything, seemed worse at that point, because unlike with Guy, where he regrew his arm, he actually spent an entire conversation with Obito where, what happened again? Oh yeah, his body didn't grow back during the entirety of that conversation. You know, a conversation that took longer than Guy kicking Madara, and Madara just regrowing back his arm. I don't know, man. That seems a little weird.
Of these beams that bounce us off mirrors. Considering the
Oh, but that's a special beam sword that he had for those photons. That's a little different.
This attack with the only
That has no semblance on anything I'm even remotely arguing.
Slower than light because of the name. This safely puts Luffy at relativistic to light speed by the end of Long Ring Long on a low ball, and I'm talking about Trafalgar Law post.
People love to say things and be wrong and do things, and then when you provide something right here. Those eyes, you hypnotized me with those eyes. He put Manda under Genjutsu. You ought to treat animals better and not force Genjutsu upon them. Oh, wait a second. Where? It says that he put him under Genjutsu. Oh, look at what Jiraiya says. Genjutsu works on your opponent's 5 senses. You control the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves. You know, the chakra network. Asking a Genjutsu to use it. Yeah. If you listen, you're caught by Genjutsu. Try to stop your chakra flow. So in order to stop the chakra flow, you need a... Guys, say it with me. A chakra network. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna time you out. I don't really feel like dealing with you anymore. How about you just think about a better argument instead of saying no, it's not. He never stated to have one, even though it's stated right there that he does. By that logic, Foxy can now move at the speed of light. What? Foxy's beam? No, he shoots his beams at light speed. I never said Foxy himself was light speed. I simply stated he shoots beams that are at light speed. Slow ton function is stopped kinetic energy, almost like it's doing the opposite of a photon and cooling instead of heating. Now you're applying real-world physics and logic to a series where a rubber pirate rides on a ship with a talking reindeer, a walking living skeleton, a cyborg, a fishman over a rainbow. I don't have to even remotely agree to this notion that because that's not how light functions in real light, that it can't work in fiction.
By the end of Long Ring
Dodged a photon beams and base. Right. Naruto in a novel. A version of Naruto that is far stronger than any of the characters I'm referencing within the context of this video. And even if I were to give Naruto that, his strongest form, Sage of Six Paths mode, at the age of 19 in the novel, would still be unquantifiable unless you give him a 90 to 100 times amp.
And I'm talking about.
Then why aren't you using novel Naruto? Because I haven't read the novels and I don't feel comfortable talking about things that I haven't entirely read because I don't have the full context of them. When people say Naruto dodged those beams in base form, I would have to read the entirety of it, understand what the fuck the sickness that he has is to understand what it is. Yes, he did, with no chakra and an illness, dodged it. Cool. Has any other character done that? No? Oh well. Also, we're talking about Naruto in a novel stronger than when he was in the context of the story. That doesn't help out your arguments out at all. That doesn't help out your arguments at all because I'm talking about the rest of the verse right now. Anyway.
I'm talking about Trafalgar Law post Wano.
They're not soul-based. His attacks are not soul-based.
Narratively implied multipliers like second gear being a...
That's all it is, but you can't quantify it, so it's pointless. Actually, I can. Actually, I can quantify it. I, objectively speaking, can quantify it. If you go by the statement that Sakura says, where the guy that took the chakra pill, that essentially turned him into a mini Ninetail, says that he gained orders of magnitude, the bare minimum you can give the guy is a 100 times amp. If you go by each one of Naruto's tails, which, with the tailed beast transformation, specifically the chakra cloaks, which are not stated, but implied to be at least as powerful as the curse mark version 2 amp, which is implied multiple times to be a 10 times amp to chakra reserves and power, which could be implied to the entirety of the character, in other words, a 10 times amp. Naruto's cloak, specifically each one of the tails, offers a plus 10 in terms of an amp and strength, since the version of the chakra pill that the guy took was from a version of Naruto with the entirety of the 9 tails, and the orders of magnitude does not specify a term like many times, multiple times, what was the other one? What's the one that they use for Gear 4 several times and without a term that could be used to quantify it? The least you can give it is 100 times, and 100 times the full power of the Nine Tails, 100 times base, which would be KCM or KCM2, is actually a pretty fair estimation considering the number of tails that Naruto has, which is 90, which is technically 90. You could technically shoot up to 100 since he has full cooperation of Kurama. Sage mode adds a 10 times M to that, so 100 times 10 is 1,000, and then you can throw in, what, another 10 times amp to Naruto, which would make it 10,000 times stronger with Sage of Six Paths mode, so 10,000 times light speed, and even then, that would still be, what, 27 times weaker than where I can get Luffy at on a low ball by the start of Wano. But gate multipliers... Gate multipliers apply directly to base. They are exponential, but at best he gets them to like 100 times stronger. At best, the gate multipliers just shoot them up to 100 times. If you give him every benefit of doubt. How do I prove that his attacks aren't soul-based? Because he said that they're souls, that they are souls and therefore attack the soul. No, they are not just souls. Quincy are not souls, and yet they still take damage from soul reapers, and it's never implied that they're attacking their souls. Chad could literally hurt a hollow in the first arc with a telephone pole, so you don't attack the soul directly. He didn't know about his powers, he didn't have his powers yet, and he still was able to damage a hollow. You don't, their bodies are physical, they are quote-unquote physical. They're not literally attacking the soul. How do you plan on reacting to TG on stream? Yeah, but that's going to be for later. Hey, it's Window Live. Drew Nesaka novels aren't canon, by the way. It's a novel that has no depiction of distance and time frame for Naruto dodging some random laser that could be argued to be aim dodging. Window Life. Wait a second. Are you the same Window Life that did this one?
Within the story of One Piece, we are commonly...
Holy shit, it's you! Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, dude? That's a good point. But anyway. Has anyone bonked away a TSO? Nope, but they can. I have every reason to believe that they can, because TSO can be shattered by raw brute force, and anyone who has advanced Conqueror's Haki, specifically, should be able to shatter them into pieces. Brother, all Madara has to do is create a catastrophic Chibaku Tensei, carry it to at least the size of the moon, and yet eat it at Law's location. Mind you, that wiped out dinosaurs was 2 kilometers. Fantastic. Show me a time where he can make a Chibaku Tensei that size. They aren't glass. No, Madara's TSO was literally shattered. Madara's TSO was literally shattered. Quite literally. Not metaphorically, not symbolically, no. It was shattered. Shattered, as in broken, split into pieces, broken apart. Oh, wait, right here. Yeah, right here. Shattered, like glass. Quite literally. Yeah, right here. My guy's pretty strong, yeah, and his punches cannot be quantified to continental. His punches cannot be quantified to continental amounts of force. Nothing within the context of the story implies it, so I don't even have to remotely entertain the idea that if any character stronger than Don Chinjiao or Don Sai, in this case Monkey D. Luffy, and the characters standing next to him on the rooftop of Wano are all more powerful than Don Chinjiao and Don Sai, who can split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal, I have no reason to even remotely entertain the idea that Law can't shatter these if he genuinely wanted to. Granted, he doesn't have advanced Conqueror's Haki, but I don't argue that. Amputate just rips them apart. Luffy's prowess, his abilities, and Naruto 2 on a hand-to-hand combat. Luffy's going home with a bruise, but there we go. Yeah, and Naruto's going out with his head in his hands. Luffy has taken more physical blows than Naruto. Luffy has taken more physical blows, objectively speaking, than Naruto has within the entire context of his story. As a matter of fact, if I were to go out of my way to count the number of times Naruto's been punched and the number of times Luffy's been punched, even if I give Naruto the anime, Luffy still comes out on top by sheer quantity. Yeah, no, he doesn't work the way. Mind you, Luffy's also fighting opponents that quite literally bypass his rubber body through Haki. But yeah, you keep believing that. Jubito can tank his own Biju bombs. My guy hits harder. No, he can't. He can't tank his own Biju bombs. As a matter of fact, you can clearly see that when Jubito wanted to blast away the entirety of the Shinobi Alliance, he quite literally puts himself into a Genjutsu. He literally covers himself with a TSO barrier in order to prevent himself from being blasted away to Kingdom Come by his own attack. Yeah, you can quite literally see Obito perform that. Yeah. Here. Right here. Seals them off, and then what does he do right here? Closes himself off. He can't tank his own attacks. He can put his TSO around himself. Yeah. My guy can break that. Yeah. Cool. Quantify these explosions to continental in terms of force, because there's nothing within the context of the story that implies that. Nothing, and I really do mean nothing within the entire context of the story implies that their blasts are continental. Luffy and Naruto are not higher than 1,000 times FTL. I can understand the logic of hundreds of times, but nope, Luffy is objectively speaking, I'm not going to say objectively speaking. If you use in-canon multipliers like second gear being 10 times amp, you can easily get them to 270,000 times the speed of light. As a matter of fact, I've done the math. As a matter of fact, I could just pull up my own video. I can just pull up my very own video for that. Videos, where is it? Monkey D. Luffy, right here. Add to queue. Oh wait, no, not that one.
Blitzes him.
Not that one. What it means to fight Luffy. Yeah, it's this one. In canon, implied multipliers, and Luffy is consistently outscaling his previous self, including his version of Gear 4.
Awakens his troop.
Here we go. Let's see, where the hell did I say that?
And third gear into his base, and is now stronger than the Gear 4 version that Kaido one-shot. As I mentioned, stronger than the Gear 4 version that beat Doflamingo, which means he's at least 300 times stronger in base from when he first fought Kaido.
Okay, so Gear 4 can be multiplied at least at a bare minimum of 30 times. You do 300 times in this one specifically because Armament Haki has to add an amp of at least 10 times, since a normal arrow could blast straight through stone and trees. And the amount of force that it would take for an arrow to blast through stone and trees is over 10 times greater, especially if the arrow is just a regular arrow. But let's just say that it's only 30 times, right? Luffy is objectively light speed at least 10 times faster than light by the start of the post time skip, specifically because he calls beams of light slow, and he should be stronger, at least as strong and as fast as himself from pre-time skip, from second gear self pre-time skip. He is objectively speaking light speed and pre-time skip because he consistently dodges beams of light throughout multiple arcs, and that's all going off of a low ball. So saying that post-time skip Luffy is at least 10 times faster than light, assuming that he's not even remotely stronger than his second gear self from pre-time skip, which you know is objectively not true, because Luffy in pre-time skip couldn't one-shot a pacifista, and he could in post-time skip. Luffy then gets a 30 times amp from 4th gear, a 30 times amp from 4th gear against Doflamingo, which makes him 300 times faster than the speed of light. He surpasses that in base form in Wano, and then you have to add the multipliers of Advanced Conqueror's Haki, and you have to add the multiplier of Gear 4 again, because Luffy can still use Gear 4 even in his new base form that is stronger than his Gear 4 self from Dressrosa. Mind you, I'm not even including the amount of physical amps that he's getting from every island, which can be quantified to a bare minimum of 5 times, considering his fight with Bluno, where his Doriki shot up to at least 4,000, considering that he fought Rob Lucci somewhat on par after fighting Bluno, whom he stated that he couldn't beat him in his base form. And Bluno is objectively speaking 4.7 something times weaker than Rob Lucci, going off of Doriki, which we know scales up in terms of a consistent metric, considering that he also states Doriki is 5 times stronger than Fukuro, who has a Doriki of 800. 4,000 divided by 8 is 5, and the number literally matches up with what Rob Lucci says. Anyway, so without including that, Luffy is 300 times light speed in base by the time of Wano. Throw in Gear 4 into that. That's a 30 times amp. Luffy is 9,000 times light speed in Gear 4. Throw in a 30 times amp for Advanced Conqueror's Haki, because it is at least as great of an amp as Gear 4. Objectively speaking, it's a greater amp than Gear 4, but at least considering that he overpowered Kaido to a greater extent than he did back when he fought him with Gear 4 on the rooftop before awakening Advanced Conqueror's Haki. So 30, and then you get so with that 30 and that other 30, Luffy is 270,000 times light speed. There you go. There you go. There it is. putting me on timeout for pointing out that out. It's not confirmed that sage animals don't have Chakra. Is crazy as fuck. It's not confirmed. That's true. It's not. Yeah, no, it's confirmed because he literally put him in Genjutsu. Think about what you said. It's confirmed because he put him under Genjutsu. Is there any One Piece character that can perform perfect taijutsu? Remember, taijutsu against Naruto characters. Yes or no? Taijutsu is just hand-to-hand combat. Taijutsu is quite literally just martial arts. Every single character in Naruto that can perform taijutsu, it is quite literally just martial arts. And ninja kata is a basic form of techniques that refers to any techniques involving martial arts or the optimization of natural human abilities. Yeah, taijutsu, yeah, martial arts. Luffy has martial arts in the form of his own personalized combat style. There is Zoro technically uses Kenjutsu, if you want to be literal about it. Zoro uses Kenjutsu. Luffy dodging doesn't count as movement speed. It does when he literally moves away. Objectively speaking, it does when he, once again, dodges a beam of light from where he originally was at. Here, let me zoom this in for you. Wait, let me move you this one. And here. Yeah, look, he's standing right here, and then he moves out of the way. That's objectively speaking. Now, okay, now that's just plain disingenuous. It's not disingenuous. It's stated right here. Anything considered martial arts. Any techniques involving martial arts. Yeah, it's martial arts. Cool. A speed amp. It's not just a power amp. Is it implied he quite literally outperforms his Gear 4 self and keeps up with Kaido more consistently while using Advanced Conqueror's Haki? It is a straight up stat amp. You can even see it with Zoro where he's keeping up with King a lot better, especially in his higher movement speed, especially with his flame off state after awakening Advanced Conqueror's Haki. It is a speed amp. Well, I meant Naruto standards. Oh, so now we're going by Naruto standards, right? Yeah, no. You just want me to say no, Luffy does not have taijutsu, but it's just martial arts. Anyway, because he was put in Genjutsu doesn't confirm the sage animal. Yes, it does confirm it. Because Genjutsu only works if you have a chakra network. You have to manipulate the flow of chakra. Stated right there. If you cannot understand that, here. If you cannot understand that, go read it yourself. Here's a 30-minute timeout. Deal with that. It's just that the speed calc is crazy for both sides. A lot of unofficial multipliers. No, it's on a data book. The power-up is on a data book, and it's stated verbatim that it's several times beyond this limit, several times at the bare minimum. The lowest fair value you can give it is 3. Fourth gear being a 30 times amp is a low ball, and it is a low ball using the lowest number possible for the term several. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Then stacking over and over. I'm not inflating results. Luffy objectively is stronger than his Gear 4 self that got one shot by Kaido. He has greater durability. He has... What do you mean it's like DS, BS multipliers? In DBZ, there's no BS multipliers. Super Saiyan is objectively speaking a 50 times amp. You can even see it. It's stated multiple times in its sources. Does not know nor has mastered any taijutsu. It's so simple. What do you mean he hasn't mastered taijutsu? Taijutsu is just martial arts. Luffy literally mastered his own fucking devil fruit into a form of combat that only he can perform. Bending space have a quantifiable AP scaling or speed scaling. If you go by real world scaling, if you go by real world physics and logic, him bending space implies that he is moving at relativistic speeds. As far as attack potency goes, there is nothing to go off of. It is the reason why he's bending space is because of speed, not raw movement speed. Sorry, raw movement speed, not raw attack potency. That's why I say if you take away Luffy Naruto's powers, it's taijutsu. Luffy loses. Not really. Luffy's still a brawler. Luffy is still a brawler, has way better stamina than Naruto, can fight for way longer, on way less energy. Yeah, no, I don't believe that. Yeah, show me when Naruto can get his ass beat for 11 hours straight by a guy who's literally bypassing his Devil Fruit's abilities. Naruto's literally going to run out of gas, especially if you take out Chakra, which would be a massive source of energy for him. What do you mean he's not using observation Haki? He's not 1,000 times the speed of light. It ignores the negative and just towards the end. What does it mean ignores the negative? What are you talking about? What do you mean by that? What does that even remotely mean? Just show Luffy in Udon prison, had sea stones, and was lifting a house, yeah. I mean, I could, sure. Yeah.
Where is, let me just open up another one. One Piece. Where is it? Wano? I don't think I have the Wano stuff in here. I don't think I ever downloaded the Wano stuff. No, we don't have the Wano stuff. I'll probably have to look at the chapter. Give me the chapter for that. He thinks that it being put under Genjutsu doesn't qualify to assume it has Chakra, but until it shows a reasoning on why it would be put under Genjutsu even without Chakra, it has Chakra. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, but hey, some dudes just don't want to understand. That it'd be like, oh, no, right there, it needs to say it right there, it needs to say it exactly. You can't infer, you can't ensue any kind of information. No, it has to say it verbatim. All right, sure.
Speed in short bursts, but some people are reasonable argument for light speed by the 7th island of the story in base form.
Also, this is why I say that they outspeed Naruto.
Protagonist arguably.
This is the first time you can even remotely argue that Naruto has a light speed feat. We're talking about Luffy having reaction speeds and movement speed feats all the way back in Long Ring Long. All the way back in Long Ring Long. I'm referring to when Kaido one-tapped him and comparing it to the fight on the rooftop. Gear 4 wasn't using observation Haki. You have no way of even remotely making the claim that he wasn't using observation Haki. Maybe future sight, not observation Haki. You cannot really remotely argue that. You cannot argue that Luffy wasn't using observation Haki. Confirmed not to be using the library. I've downloaded all this shit from the library! Dude. You guys are raising my cortisol levels. Is the Wano stuff in the library? I don't know when you guys added the Wano stuff to the library. Shit. Let me see. Oh, it's all here. Cool. Is that everything? Oh, and it's exactly how I like it too. All right, I guess I'm downloading this. Give me 1 second. Download. Great. Now I have all of Wano. Okay, that's a bit rude. Can I offer a different argument? Yeah, it is a bit rude. I'm sorry. Even if you go by the rooftop fight, Luffy says he was using Future Sight and was still tagged. Is Luffy currently the strongest in his own verse? Not end of series, I mean currently. Nope, not even the strongest. That's the crazy part. Are you high or low cortisol? I don't know which was the best. Actually, I can. We already know that you're not calm state of mind. Actually, you can't use basic observation Haki as seen with Enel and his priest. Yeah, but we also know for a fact that Luffy's been in positions where he's not necessarily in a calm state of mind, and we also know for a fact that Luffy, even fighting against Mihawk, can still be calm. We know this in the War Arc, when Luffy was fighting Mihawk. Mihawk said that Luffy is surprisingly calm, even though his demeanor didn't necessarily show it. So unless you can give me an objective statement that says Luffy wasn't using observation Haki, and for whatever reason he wouldn't be using observation Haki by that point in the story, especially when he is multiple islands removed from a point in time where he is where he's out of the time skip, then yeah, I don't really know what to tell you, man. In fact, I'm here to save Ace. He hits Luffy. Then Luffy gets upset. He tries to attack Luffy. Do you remember us? And then he says, why you, Jet Gum, Bazoo! And then he slams it down. That was close. He would have cut off my hands if I had kicked it. You're much calmer than I expected. Unless you can give me an objective statement that says Luffy wasn't using it. Observation Haki, at that point, I really don't have to agree with it, Bob. And the other thing is that bringing up Enel and his priest isn't exactly that good of an argument, because his priests specifically aren't that good at using observation Haki. As a matter of fact, in some cases, they even state, specifically Satsuri, I can't maintain observation Haki up at all if I'm not focusing on it constantly. Creatures are ninja creatures like the Hawks, with the exception that they've mastered nature energy. And not just that, but if case that Olen's dude is still here, I'm just going to show you something that's even more damning. I didn't want to do it, but I'm still going to show you something that's even more damning. Right here, Sasuke summons as Hawk. You see how Sasuke summons as Hawk, right? A summoning creature? Oh, look at that. Stop the attack. Wait, damn, my Hawk's chakra points have been hit. Considering Luffy thought his friends just died, there's nothing implying that he was calm against Kaido. There's no reason to assume that he was properly using observation. Yeah, but the thing that needs you to be entirely calm for is advanced observation Haki. What is explicitly stated to require you to be entirely calm for observation Haki is actually not observation Haki, it's future sight. You need to be objectively calm for future sight. You don't have to be entirely calm for regular observation Haki. Where is it? Again, it's an argument based entirely on interpretation. You can interpret it however you want. I don't have to even remotely agree with that. I really don't have to agree with that. Let's see. Wano.
By the way, whichever you guys did the Wano thing, I really do appreciate it. Okay, I guess I don't need any of this then. Up to where does this go? 10 until... Okay, so it just goes past it. Sweet. Okay. That's fantastic, actually. I brought up the Hawk argument above. Yeah. If we're talking about like martial arts if we're talking about martial arts as far as like actual disciplines within the context of the real world, yeah, you can give it a Naruto. I don't really care about that. Yeah, you can really just give it a Naruto. Not sure about that. I'm pretty sure Enel was showed otherwise when he started tweaking against Luffy at the start of their fight. Yeah, but Enel was also surprised that there was a single person across the entire face of the planet that was even remotely capable of tanking his hits without even remotely being affected. I mean, remember, rubber doesn't exist within the entire context of Skypiea. And also, you have to somehow prove that Enel is better at using observation Haki than Luffy, which A, is impossible to remotely argue, and B, you can actually argue Luffy's better at it at this point than him, especially by the time of Wano. Not to mention, the only thing Enel has over Luffy in terms of observation Haki is just the fact that his Devil Fruit just so happens... same file name, skip these files. The only other thing that you could really argue for Enel in that instance specifically is just that Enel has a Devil Fruit that just so happens to also combo really well with Observation Haki. By the way, I would like to point out that Lucci is 5 times stronger than Kumadori in base Zoan transformation, canonically amp stats with Carniggers offering a greater stat amp. Yep, that is also true. And Luffy has to make up that difference of power with second gear, and I think at one point even in base, but I'm not going to make that one. I don't think he actually fought him at any point in base. People think that Observation is passive. It's not. You can just have it active. Yep. You have to be low cortisol. Does stress increase cortisol? Is it increased? Yes, it significantly increases cortisol levels. That's what it is. I kind of don't. As I've already pointed out, Luffy's mental state was fighting against Kaido. Okay, so can you prove that Luffy, if he's in an angry state, just straight up cannot use observation Haki whatsoever? You have to prove that Luffy cannot use observation Haki whatsoever while extremely upset. Nah, bro, Haki doesn't directly boost speed, bro. Neither does all the gear boosts. His speed, gear 3rd is literally a power boost, and gear 4 is a combination of both. Correct, and gear 4 is faster and stronger than 2nd and 3rd gear. When did I say that Haki boosts speed? I never once said... I said Conqueror's Haki boosts speed, and it objectively does because he is objectively outperforming his gear 4 self in terms of speed, combat, durability, all of it back to back to back against Kaido. Literally outperforming his previous Gear 4 self while using Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Advanced Conqueror's Haki amps your stats. I never said Observation Haki amped the stats. I never said that Future Side amped it. I simply said Advanced Conqueror's amped stats. And it does.
Several times amp beyond 2nd and 3rd gear, we are comparing a character from a series versus a series where the main protagonist arguably reaches light speed by the start of Observation Haki works like a 6th sense, an ability that actually works beyond the 5 senses. You can see this with Observation Haki works like a 6th sense, an ability that actually works beyond the 5 senses. You can see this with Kinemon, who was capable...
Where's the Kinemon stuff? Where the fuck is the Kinemon? I'm just gonna look it through here. Kinemon was 6 something, right? 6 right here. Right here. And then, do I have the 597 stuff? I don't point is he wasn't properly calm. Alright. I agreed that he wasn't using Future Sight. I'm not going to agree that he wasn't using Observation Haki. There's nothing implying that he was as calm in Marineford when he thought that his friend got cooked. 2 different situations. True, but you also have to, again, prove to me that he is not using Observation Haki in the slightest bit without any indication, statement, or point across. Just saying Luffy is upset at Kaido. Luffy was really upset at Kaido does not imply to me in the slightest bit that he wasn't capable of using observation Haki at that point. Again, you can believe it, Bob. I have no objective reason to even remotely believe that. There is under no sense of objective reasoning do I have to believe that Luffy was not using observation Haki at all during his fight with Kaido. If I lower this. Does advanced armament also boost Luffy's speed? Never said it did. Advanced armament does not boost Luffy's speed.
Senses. You can see this with Kinemon, who was capable of knowing where exactly to attack with his torso and legs after Law had
Where's the
split
torso
him
and
into three
legs portion?
He didn't know where to go because his Haki couldn't pick up on inanimate objects, but when it came to attacking...
Where is that portion? It's in Wano, right? Okay.
Dude, I'm tired.
Dressrosa. No, it's Punk. Punk Hazard. Is there a moment? Yeah, right here. Right here.
exactly to attack with his...
If we can agree on Future Sight, then I don't care about the Observation Haki bit. I can agree on Future Sight. I'm not even going to remotely agree on Future Sight. Sorry, I'm not even going to remotely entertain the idea that he was using Future Sight. That I will give you. 100%. Bit point. Is Luffy reacting to Kaido on rooftop of feat of FS not inherently a showing of a kind of speed boost? Well, to be fair, Luffy did get a speed boost because even through Future Sight, he was able to dodge the attack at least a little bit better. And here's the thing. Future Sight does have to offer at least some kind of a difference. Future Sight has to have at least a difference of like 30 times in comparison to regular observation Haki. I don't know how exactly to word it, but I do believe, I remember bringing this up to you guys last year. Future Sight, especially if you go by Whole Cake Island when Luffy is fighting against Katakuri, you have to believe one of two things. Either Luffy is... The difference between Luffy in base and Luffy in Gear 4 is at least 30 times. There is no way you can go any lower than that. Luffy, even while in base, or whether in base or in Gear 4, is still consistently tagged by Katakuri. But when he starts to unlock Future Sight, he is not only keeping up with Katakuri a lot better, but he is also capable of evading his moves to a greater extent. So the difference in, like, let's say perception that Luffy gets in between observation, whatever observation Haki already grants, and Future Sight has to be greater than the difference between the speed that he gets off of Gear 4 alone. Ooh. And we also know for a fact that Kaido would still have to make a difference, and Kaido would still have to be objectively faster than Luffy to a massively large degree in order for him to still graze Luffy even through Future Sight, since it's the only way of overpowering the technique. The only way that you can hit someone with Future Sight in the first place is if you are objectively faster than them. Luffy was using, if we can agree that the difference between basically it's like this, either Luffy became 30 times stronger and faster while getting his ass beat by Katakuri, or the difference that Future Sight adds is greater than the burst in speed that Luffy gets from Gear 4 on average, right? By that logic, if Luffy is capable of barely dodging Kaido in base, but he couldn't dodge Kaido with Gear 4 and regular observation Haki, again, the boost in Future Sight might be a bit greater, but it still has to be somewhat relative to what Gear 4 is. Luffy's raw movement speed would still have to be capable of reacting to Kaido in the first place. I'm mostly bringing it up because I don't really buy into the whole power cliffing stuff. I do. I completely think that Luffy overpowers his previous self prior to the prior to the training in Udon Prison. Considering, especially if you consider the Doriki stuff, One Piece characters have a consistent, insane growth rate from one cast to the other. I mean, Kaido one-shots Luffy in base while using a stronger version of Gear 4 than the one from Whole Cake Island that fought Katakuri for over 10 hours. That's power clipping right there. For Luffy to even remotely keep up with Kaido, that means he, in the first place, he has to be stronger than his Gear 4 self prior to the Udon training. If you don't buy into it, I'm not going to try and convince you. That's not my prerogative. By the way, if he grew 30 times faster over that fight, that'd be an insane rate of growth.
He didn't know where to go because his Haki couldn't pick up on inanimate objects, but when it came to attacking people, it knew exactly where to hit. Now, I know I'm making observation Haki.
Punk Hazard, Punk Hazard, Punk Hazard, Punk Hazard. 659. 659. Fuck. It's not what I wanted. Damn it. Color 659. These fuck-ass ads are starting to get to me. I don't tend to think this due to Kaido being drunk. I mean, him being drunk doesn't really have a negative effect on his power, which is when he tends to usually use more of his strength. Not really either. Kaido, the most you can really say for Kaido is that he was, if anything, taking the fight a lot more seriously after he got drunk. But either way, he also outperforms himself. He also outperforms himself when he's fighting Gear 5 Luffy, when he goes into his version 2 hybrid form. He only really starts to pull out the version 2 hybrid form when he's drunk at first, but he starts to pull it off when he's not drunk anymore and he's serious. My GOAT LGBT plus YouTuber. I do support the LGBTQIA. Or at least I'm cool with it. Let's see. I need a feat of, I need a moment where Kinemon's body is just running around, where his legs are just running around. There was also the moment where... This is the 657 stuff, right? Yeah, this is 657. Yeah, let's see. It's peak. You can't wait? Lovely. I do have those three. Inside, leaving my torso to rot and sending my legs to be fed by wild beasts. So that was me farting. I need skill. Yeah. That's pretty cool. I need skill. My point is Luffy pulled up on Kaido without mitts on. While on the rooftop he was playing around a lot more in comparison. And then there's Luffy actually using Future Sight. But again, the difference between Future Sight could still be quantified. The difference between Future Sight and Future Sight and Gear 4 could still be quantified to be about at least similar enough, unless you think that Luffy completely power clipped himself during the context of his fight with Katakuri. Conquest versus Kaido. I don't know where Conquest scales. Kaido was in base when he used a Thunder Boggle on Luffy and one-shot him. Hybrid Kaido is definitely stronger. That too. Luffy's also tanking hits from Hybrid Kaido. Like, objectively speaking, he's taking hits from a stronger version of Kaido. God, are you alright? Do something. I believe my torso is falling into the water. I need it for One Piece, Punk Hazard. Yeah, I need it for Punk Hazard. Okay. So that has always been that correct, so no power cliffing needed. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. If Future Sight offers a greater amp, at least to perception, than Observation Haki, at least in comparison to, like, let's say Gear 4. At least in comparison to Gear 4, but Luffy's still taking hits. That means that the difference between the Luffy on the rooftop and the Luffy on the Luffy post Kaido training and the one that fought Kaido, it would still be a similarly relative amount of difference between Future Sight and Gear 4, since one is in Bait and one is in Gear 4. If you don't think that Luffy got any stronger at all, or at least to the point where he was stronger than Gear 4, then that means that Luffy is just as strong in base as he is in as he was before. Which wouldn't make any sense considering he's literally taking... Law is not passing base Itachi, curb stomps him. Literally puts up a room and cuts him into pieces before anything happens. I think I squared it off. It was 609, right? Yeah, it was 609. It's this, and then it was 69, right? Refresh. 69. Anyway. You think Maharaga is spending 10 minutes with Jiren for adaptation? If Jiren hits him with that energy blast with that Warida thing that he does all the time, probably not. He's probably getting taken down after that one blast.
He couldn't pick up on inanimate objects, but when it came to attacking people, it knew exactly where to hit. Now, I know I'm making observations where exactly to attack with his torso and legs after Law had split him into 3 portions. He didn't know where to go because his Haki couldn't pick up on inanimate objects, but when it came to attacking people, it knew exactly where to hit. Now, I know I'm making...
Not really, as I say, it's just that cracked. How much it can affect one's reaction shows a difference of how much it can affect one's reaction speed. And yet, here's the thing. If Luffy had Future Sight, which again, 30 times amp, at least 30 times amp, in comparison to Observation Haki. Gear 4 is a 30 times amp. Luffy still dodges Kaido where before he still got hit. That means Luffy had to have gotten... that means he would have had to have gotten faster. Because the difference, it would still be marginal. Not only did he dodge Kaido, he still got hit. But it wasn't to the same extent as it was before, and he's been hit by Kaido multiple times, which Gear 4 previously couldn't have even have remotely have tanked. You're stuck on the Gear 4, you're stuck on the Future Sight point between previous Gear 4, but the fact is still simple. Luffy has never been one-shot before to the same extent that he did before with Kaido. During the entirety of the rooftop fight. I'm gonna move this one and just turn it into 1-0. During the entirety of the rooftop fight, Luffy is taking hits from Kaido, who's trying harder than he was before, especially by the time that you see him fight against Hybrid Kaido. There's no way you can tell me that drunk Kaido, not even drunk Kaido, a somewhat drunk Kaido, because he wasn't even the same kind of blasted drunk. The version of Kaido that Luffy fought previously wasn't even remotely close to being as drunk as the one that Luffy fought during right before Udon Prison. Yeah, no. Nowhere near as drunk as he was before. Those hateful little brats, yeah, no. Nowhere near as drunk as he was before. And he doesn't even remotely seem to be drunk right afterwards. He just kind of just strolls away and walks away. Not to mention, he's also fighting against Hybrid Kaido. So for Hybrid Kaido to exist, hit Luffy multiple times before Conqueror's Haki in base, and Luffy, for him to still get up, yeah, I genuinely have no reason to believe that Luffy isn't tougher, stronger, and faster than he was back in Gear 4 when he got one shot. I don't have a reason to believe that. Have you seen Toki 4D scaling data books say Toki can transcend time itself? Who's Toki? The bird? The bird? I'd like to offer if base Luffy was keeping up with base Lucci and Gear 2 was keeping up with Hybrid Lucci, then his Zoan transformation should be around 10 times. Yeah. So and if Luffy's getting knocked around in base by a Kaido that is at least 10 times stronger in Hybrid, I don't know what to tell you then, dude. But depending on how we reach... Are you talking about, like, Toki from Dragon Ball? I don't know who Toki is. Unless you're referring to the one from Dragon Ball. I don't support gay people. They are just people that exist. No different from anyone else. Well, I mean, they do get marginalized. I do think that that's at least something to think about. Granted, a lot of groups get marginalized, but I do also try to be sympathetic to as many groups as I can be. Certain groups of people, though, like, Flat Earthers, bad power scalers... overly religious people. Yeah, them I don't really agree with. So Hybrid Kaido that he was doing arguably an additional 10 times amp on the low ball. The dragon fruit offers at least an amp as the leopard fruit.
Now, I know I'm making observation Haki sound like it's absolutely busted, and in all...
This one just needs my logo.
It kind of is, but it does have one major weakness. That no Naruto character can truly exploit, and that is speed. That no Naruto character can truly exploit, and that is speed. Speed.
Toki from Wano. Ah. I don't agree with the 4D stuff, but if you think that she's 4D, I'm not going to sit here and tell you. I don't know if you're going to exactly convince me. Databooks say that she can transcend time itself. I think they mean that like she can literally just jump ahead in time. So interpret this as 4D, but this would be realistic. It'd be a 4D temporal interaction fee. Here, Kaido sobered up after one-tapping Luffy, and Kaido did use Conquerors when he one-tapped him. That's fine. He could have used Conquerors. But it doesn't really change anything. He was using Conquerors the entire time. How many minutes are you in the video? 19 minutes in. 19 minutes into the video, we're still less than halfway through.
Speed.
Text.
Speed. Observation Haki is best countered through raw speed, and unfortunately, there is...
Future sight included. I need... Oh no, you don't think she's 4D? Alright. Did you put the L in front of your name because of Hispanic flair? It's aura. Type shit, actually. Anybody have any... What's a good scan to do like the observation Haki is countered by raw speed? I need something for that. We'll do that one, and we'll do... Fucking just go down, goddammit. Fuck. We'll do that one, and we'll do... What's when Kaido blitzes Luffy future sight? Yeah, but Law... I mean, I could use that one, even though Law doesn't have future sight, but it's... Well, actually... Hold on. We'll use that one. We will use that one. Thank you. We will use that one.
That is chapter 1001. It has to be chapter 1001. And we will use One Piece. Where is Amazon Lily? We'll use the Amazon Lily bit. Why can't I get him? I can read his movements, but I can't keep up. There we go. Alright. I don't think I need this, per se. I don't think I need this. One of the priests, when he was using observation Haki. No, I need this.
Raw speed, and unfortunately, there is no argument one could possibly make to even remotely assume that any Naruto character would be capable of keeping up with Law, especially if you go by multipliers. Law is relative to pre-Gear 5 / ACOC Luffy, also known as Rooftop Luffy. This...
Yeah. I need... Though I think it's spelled Elion. No, it's just L-Eon. That's why there's a little space. Go to all messages, read your last comment? Sure. If you was a Zoan user, would you go hybrid in the middle of doing a dance with no pants? What kind of a... What kind of a... I don't know how to reply to that. I mean, no, I don't really dance with my pants off, no. Sorry, did you say observation? I never said observation Haki boosts speed. Let's see, there's some of the recent stuff that some groups doing to salute is horrid social media posts. Yeah, them too. You can definitely throw them into that equation as well. Have you seen Toki? Yeah. I can't go that much farther up than that. I think it's top chat, live chat. Yeah, okay. Hear me out. A horse Zoan could offer some options in that scenario. I don't want to... Listen, if I was a Zoan user, I wouldn't take off my pants and just start dancing around in hybrid. That's weird. Use when Sadaru was defeated encountered by Luffy despite using observation Haki. I think these two are sufficient. I mean, actually, let me find it. Let me before I even say anything. Let me actually find it first. I don't want to push down your. I don't want to put down your post without Okay, playtime is over. Ball Dragon. That was close. I almost died. Perhaps as planned. It's Control. That was close. Found it for me. Defeated, encountered, or alive, you almost killed me. Trial, it's 2 against 1, it's not fair. Being able to predict our moves must be handy in a fight. It won't do you any good if you can't get out of the way. Now you're doing, I serve as God, not submitting to win. Hey, shut your mouth, it's strict. I'm no good with pain. What exactly are you referencing? Because none of this is really referencing speed. In Satsuri's case, he was kind of caught off guard by the explosion, and then he was like... He didn't have observation Haki up by the time that he got caught up by Luffy. The idiot's dead. Almost took me with him, perhaps. That was his plan all along. I gotta interfere. Things get like this, it'll interfere with my mantra. Hope that clears it up. Strong as the average Viltrumite? I have no fucking clue. I have no clue, dude. I think I'll leave it like that. I think I'll just leave it like that.
No argument one could possibly make to even remotely assume that any Naruto character would be capable of keeping up with Law, especially if you go by multipliers.
Could
Law
use when Cat got punched by Snake Man. Yeah, but that's mostly a future sight thing. That's mostly a future sight thing, and I've already got the, I mean, I could. I would need another example. Actually, where's the Doflamingo example that I brought up? Where is the Doflamingo example from before? Yeah. I'll use them. You know what? I'll use them. I'll use Katakuri as well. You know what? I don't think it's a bad thing to use them. Law does not have future sight, but it is a consistent weakness for both. Okay. Yeah, I know what to write now. I'll throw in a bit of a disclaimer saying that Law does not have future sight, nor am I implying that he does, but what I am saying is that he would, that it does perform the same level of weakness. I'll use these. We'll split it down to the halfway point. Yeah, we'll split it down to the halfway point. Yeah. Yeah. So how does Yuhabaha get to 4D interacting with temporal access? Yeah. How is he beyond Mach 100?
Law is relative to pre-Gear 5 / ACOC Luffy, also known as Rooftop Luffy. This version of Luffy is quantifiably 9,000 times the speed of light on the lowest metric possible if you go by canonically implied multipliers for 2nd gear and 4th gear. Naruto, even with every benefit of doubt as one of the fastest shinobi in the world, would still only clock somewhere around 2,000 times the speed of light if you genuinely believe 6-Path Sage Mode is 100 times stronger than KCM2 plus Sage Mode. The information's up on the screen for how I reach these conclusions, but the gist is, even through every single benefit of doubt, there is no way to close the gap between One Piece characters and Naruto characters. Once again, we're known as Rooftop Luffy. This version of Luffy is quantifiable.
Can you switch the 2 letters in the first words flip? You're so fucking annoying. All right, wait, that's really funny. Wait, that's like so funny. Yeah, you guys are jokesters. And I'll use mantra and get blitzed and tagged by Luffy. Oh, that's another one. It's actually another one. Could probably use that in front of instead of I think it would probably be better than the one for Katakuri, actually. I think it would probably be better than the one for Katakuri, specifically because, with the one for Katakuri, it's still implying future sight. Although wait, hold on. I'm gonna leave it. I know what you mean. Let me just see if the panel for Skypiea is a little bit better. If I don't have to like edit too much for like the panel for Skypiea, because I know the one you're talking about where he says like he's fast and then he couldn't dodge. He couldn't dodge Golden Rifle. Yeah, this. Delete this. Delete that. And Nell, who is one of the first powerful observation Haki users, also gets taken down. Couldn't dodge a giant golden rifle from Luffy while in a form where his body is completely made out of lightning. Speed is the consistent counter to observation. How do you know Gaara's sand would blitz Tamari? She's never fought Gaara. That's a limitless fallacy. What's the point of these clickbait thumbnails? You get in trouble for misinformation on the internet. I'm not misinforming anything.
This version of Luffy is
I started at 17. I'm at 18. I'm at 19 right now. I want to at least get to 22. So I really do not want to debate or argue with anybody.
This version of Luffy is quantifiably...
Okay, this one is just going to be straight up text. I'm just... What the fuck is this? What does an adjustment layer do? What is an adjustment event? Okay, that's just text. And then we're just going to copy and paste the text over here.
If you genuinely believe Six Path Sage Mode is 100 times stronger than KCM2 plus Sage Mode. The information's up on the screen for how I reach these conclusions, but the gist is, even through every single benefit of doubt, even through every single benefit of doubt, there is no way. The information's up on the screen for how I reach these conclusions, but the gist is, even...
Okay, there's a couple of issues with your logic, though. A, Gaara, sand moves on its own. B, she's surprised because Lee is the first person to really hit Gaara in a very long time, if not ever. She's not surprised. She's not sad because she's not surprised because, oh man, the guy that's stronger than me. She's not thinking from that perspective. She's from the perspective of, holy shit, my little brother who has never been hit once before finally got hit. What the fuck is happening? Also, Gaara does not have the best reaction time within the context of the story. He really doesn't. Lee speed blitzing Gaara is honestly, at least this is only impressive for the sand, not for Gaara himself. Gaara's not as fast as his own sand. Is anime your greatest medium in your daily life? It is mine as well. I don't know if it's the greatest medium in my life. I prefer manga personally, but yeah.
The information's up on the screen for how I reach these conclusions, but the gist is, even through every single
Okay.
Naruto, even with every benefit of doubt, even through every single benefit of doubt, there is no way to close the gap between One Piece characters and Naruto characters. Once again, we're talking about characters like Naruto allegedly reaching the speed of light. Partway through the beginning of the final arc with his most powerful...
Naruto arguably, if you give him every benefit of doubt, Naruto arguably reaches light speed by this arc of the story. Every benefit of doubt.
Naruto allegedly reaching the speed of light partway through the beginning of the final arc with his most powerful transformation at the time, and Luffy is definitively relativistic to the speed of light by the 7th island or the 4th major arc in the story.
Cause if you want to like account for assuming that East Blue, Alabasta, and Skypiea are their own major arcs. No, I need the Foxy stuff now. Foxy. The fuck? Oh. This one up. I'm going to swap this one out for 5 and then for 6. Yeah.
For context, this is 12 major arcs away from the point in time that I'm referencing Law, and 14 arcs from where we're currently at in the story.
12 arcs. Water 7 / NES Lobby. Water 7 / NES Lobby. Thriller Bark. Sabaody. Amazon Lily. Impel Down. Marineford. Fishman Island. Punk Hazard. Dressrosa. Whole Cake Island. Zoe. Wano. Elbaf, yeah. Yeah, this is just straight up text.
In the story. Call me biased if you want, but I have no reason to believe that Naruto makes up 9 major arcs worth of potential speed upgrades, in addition to 2 separate training arcs in just 24 hours.
Yo, that's the thing. And that's why I keep coming back to the point where, like, yeah, I have no objective reason to believe that Naruto is even remotely making up the speed difference in a day, let alone any of the characters. Even if you give Naruto's top speed fucking light speed at the start of the war arc, you still have to genuinely believe that he becomes 10 to thousands of times faster than light within the context of a single fucking 24-hour period. That's the problem here. That's the actual problem with this scaling, right? There is a way. How? Explain to me.
Reason to believe that Naruto makes up 9 major arcs worth of potential speed upgrades, in addition to 2 separate training arcs in just 24 hours. The 4th Great Shinobi War ends the morning after
8 Gates argument. The 8 Gates is at best like 100 times amp, dude. It's at best like 100 times amp. Fantastic. Congratulations. Also, prove to me that Might Guy in base form can run at light speed. Prove that Might Guy in base form can run at the speed of light. Crazy. The fuck is this? He's relative to KCM2 Naruto. He's not relative to KCM2 Naruto. As a matter of fact, KCM2 Naruto is literally stronger than base guy. You're telling me that base guy in base form is stronger than KCM2 Naruto? Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. You can believe that. You're more than welcome to believe that. You're not going to convince me. So you're telling me that base guy is as fast as KCM2 Naruto? Why didn't he just run away from the tailed beast bombs then? Why didn't he just grab Kakashi and run the fuck away? They had time. Yep. They were weakened. Oh, now they were weakened. Yeah, alright. How about this? I pizza mog you? What the fuck does pizza mogging mean? Okay.
Call me biased if you want, but I have no reason to believe that Naruto makes up 9 major arcs worth of potential speed upgrades, in addition to 2 separate. I have no reason to believe that Naruto makes up 9 major arcs worth of potential speed upgrades, in addition.
I'll figure
Potential speed upgrades, in addition to 2 separate training arcs in just 24 hours.
You genuinely have to believe that the growth Naruto went through in a single day was greater than 9 arcs worth of consistent upscaling. 9 arcs plus several... 9 arcs plus 2 years, plus a 2-year time skip, plus a 1-week training session. To get the speed, just calc how much faster 4th gate made Lee, then just have the higher gates give more of an amp. Okay. And again, the 8 gates don't push past 100 times. So it doesn't matter what the 4th gate multiplier is. They don't push past 100 times.
The 4th Great Shinobi War ends. The 4th Great Shinobi War ends the morning after Naruto enters the war, and there are no quantifiable metrics that one can use within the context of the story to get any accurate account of how much faster he gets.
Yes, they do. It is not consistent. How did it? So you're telling me that the gates can give a greater than 100 times amp? Fantastic. Well, pizza mug means to eat more pizza than someone in simple terms. Ah, yeah, you probably do eat more pizza than I do. I can't have a lot of pizza. I quite literally cannot eat a lot of pizza. And it's not even because I'm lactose. It's not even because of like lactose intolerance or something like that. It's just too greasy for me. I can't eat it. So yeah, you have it.
That one can use within the context of the story to get any accurate account of how much faster he gets. Itachi, along with the vast majority of the Akatsuki, don't even remotely get their win conditions off, and for those of you that might...
Okay.
Call me biased if you want, but I have no... The 4th Great Shinobi War...
Plus, with the 8th gate, literally has a hard clock until he dies. Yep.
The 4th Great
Okay. It was the 4th Great Shinobi War, so I go in from this one right here.
The 4th Great Shinobi War ends the...
And then we go to the second half of the war, and the second half of the war happens...
The Boruto enters the war, and there are no quantifiable metrics that one can use within the context of the story to get any accurate account of how much faster he gets. Itachi, along with the vast majority of the Akatsuki, don't even remotely get their win conditions off, and for those of you that might say Kisame can flood the entire battlefield before Law does anything, let me just remind you that he does not...
Oh my god, 0 damage to nearly kill him. What could possibly be the amp? If the characters was higher, it would be easier to scale. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate for you, that it's not easy to scale. Anyway. Okay. There are no Akatsuki in this arc. I do not need this arc. I need... Pain is never starting off immediately with the Chibaku Tensei. Okay. I know what I can do. Itachi and Pain arcs. Okay, got it. We're gonna do Itachi. We're gonna do Itachi. Okay. Let's go back. Let's do Rasen Shuriken training. Kakuzu doesn't even really have a win condition. Well, actually, no, I gotta go back here. We'll do this one. There's the Kazekage rescue arc.
Majority of the Akatsuki.
I need Deidara. I need... Deidara dies in the Itachi arc.
Get their win conditions off, and for those of you that might say Kisame can flood the entire battlefield before Law does anything, let me just remind you that he does not have an objective light speed feat to even remotely be in the conversation. After all, he literally states that
Kishimoto doing what he wants during the Rasen Shuriken training arc. He barely made Naruto grow. No, Naruto grew plenty. No, Naruto grew plenty. It's a player. That's a mistranslation. So how strong is it? Wonder how many Asta anti-magic will work on the magical girls. It's anti-energy, not anti-magic, so it will negate. Well, for your information, Naruto also got KCM1, KCM2, which is like 1,000 times amp. Why is KCM2 1,000 times amp? How do you reach that conclusion? Well past KCM2, all in the span of 24 hours. What is your argument denying for denying that? Okay, tell me how KCM2 is even remotely 1,000 times amp. How did you reach that conclusion? You realize that the stuff I have on my PC, you can just go out and get for yourself, right? You don't... Like, saying that I have a lot of stuff isn't really an argument. 5 Kage Summit, Tenchi Bridge, Land of Iron. Fuck me. Don't tell me I need to go get the Conan stuff. Yeah, I need to get the Conan stuff. Yeah. Fuck me, dude. I have to go get that dog shit bitches thing. Alright. God! Ah! You know what? Dude. Alright. Move tabs to... I'm just gonna close this. Close this. Open this up. Right there.
he stacked Gear 4 on...
I don't care about this right now. Naruto. Color. What was it? 490? I was doing 6. I don't have... Oh no, it's not 400, it's 490. 490. Yeah, you just need to sit here. So me saying what happened in the pain fight is bullshit? What are you talking about? Just use the 6th gate, just eclipse Sage mode and pain trap the 6th gate. Sage mode is a 10 times amp. Pain trap the 6 tails and the 8 tails broke out, and KCM has to be higher because it was literally the full 9 tails. I have no idea what the fuck you're referencing. I think you're just making things up right now. What did the 8 tails break? What did the 8 tails break out of? Zoro could use the 8 gaze, but they have stronger bodies, allow them to handle the strain. I'm pretty sure if they have stronger bodies, they would probably... I mean, it depends. I don't want to make like an actual argument for that. It's a little iffy. In all honesty. Dude, where the Alright, when does Conan fight this asshole? What was it, like 520? This bitch had to have fought him in 520, right? Yeah. Okay. When did the 8 tails break out of it? Oh, you're talking about the 8 tails. Oh, you're talking about the 8-tailed version of Naruto. Yeah. Okay. And is a Chibaku Tensei continental in power? Is Chibaku Tensei continental in power? If the answer is no, I do not have to even remotely entertain that. Land of Iron. I guess it should go in like pre-war. Yeah, pre-war. Yep, yep. Oh, I already have it. It was in pre-war. Fuck me, dude. Land of Iron. No, that's Pain Assault. Pre-war. 509. Okay. I have Conan. I need Pain, and I think that's it. Itachi and Pain arcs. I just need the Pain stuff, and that is No. Okay. And now let's go back. Pain Assault. Where the fuck's Shibaku Tensei? Base guy is Lightspeed, found it in a data book a few days ago. What data book entry? Base guy? Where is that even remotely stated? A data book? Which data book states that? Might guy data book. You think the Straw Hat's over Kaguya? There's probably an argument for it. Don't know if I necessarily agree right now. Data book 3. This one shows Hirudora, so it's probably this one. Time died in Crimson Youth, fiery passion, demand, bold, his fight against Madara, the taijutsu, polish, and fighting spirit at the battlefield, even a critical situation, hesitation for the sake of his comrade, break rocks, can change, saw positive for himself, he has things he wants to protect for the next generation. Nope, that does not add anything to it. On technique, the speedy fists create frictions when he briefly increasing guy's ability to punch, infinite number of fists. Yeah. Which data book statement did you find that in? Is it this one? Isame's wasteland into a violent ocean. Yeah. Is it this one? There's a Boruto scan, but it's clearly iffy. I mean, it can be. I don't really care if it is. Imperfect Sage Mode? Who the fuck told you it was Imperfect Sage Mode? Who says that Naruto had Imperfect Sage Mode? Hot-blooded fists, as fast as lightning. You know, and powerless from the start, straightforwardness, these Akatsuki, Gaia is an excellent, is capable of staking on it, and Nindo to take live, responding, teamwork, hot-blooded, reflexes, quick as a flash, reflexes mean he can go unarmed against an opponent who is armed. So where is it stated that he's light speed? Yeah, that's this one. Quick as a flash. Are you telling me that because it says quick as a flash, guy is light speed? Yeah, no. Yeah. No. Nope. Don't agree with it. That is some interpretation. Okay, how much is this space? 7 seconds. It says speed as fast as a flash. The raw says flash of light. Does the raw also use the term gotoki? Because if it does, I really don't have to entertain it. We'll use these. Here. We'll use this one and this one. This one. This one. And this one. This one. This one. Well, it's like 2-second explanations in between.
Itachi, along with the of the
Where's the Akatsuki thing I put?
Where's the Akatsuki thing I put?
And for those of you that might say Kisame can flood the entire battlefield before Law does...
Why do you have to give me a stern talking to? A firm talking to, I should say. Why are you giving me a firm talking to? What did I do? Save, and then we have to go to the Land of Iron arc. Land of Iron. And we have to get the Kisame stuff. Sasuke looks so edgy. Dude, fuck me. Don't tell me I don't have the Killer Bee stuff. Or is it pre-war? It's got to be like pre-war stuff. No, because the pre-war arc stuff was here. Oh, here.
And for those of you that might say Kisame can flood the entire battlefield before Law does anything, let me just remind... entire battlefield before Law does anything, let me just remind you that he does not have an objective light speed feat to even remotely be in the conversation. After all, he literally states that A and B are too fast at...
How is Chibaku Tensei continental? What implies Chibaku Tensei is continental? You like One Punch Man realness? Happy for you, man. I think what people had an issue with was mostly just like the animation. I don't know about the story though. I haven't really followed the story since like the last episode of the first season. I think there's something to do with like Garo. I think there's like something to do with him, or like they want to turn him into a monster or whatever. I think that's like... Oh, shit. Hope they didn't... Fuck. I don't think I hope I didn't spoil that. When's the next One Piece chapter drop? I'm ready for the Frankie upscale. I think it drops in the next few days.
To even remotely be in the conversation. After all, he literally states that A and B are too fast at almost the... are too fast at almost... But even if he did, Trafalgar Law can literally use tact to pick up a giant piece of stone at least larger than Big Mom, who is 8 meters or 28 feet tall, and use that as a platform which he can then simply slam on top of the Akatsuki's split up bodies. But even if he did...
About Expedition 33, we can text each other. I'm down to chat tomorrow. A and B ain't almost light speed. The databook states speed similar to light, while rushing at almost light speed. What's the... Which one's good so far? I just want to see more world building instead of the city, to be honest. I can't really argue as it's just the city. You can hit me up after I'm done streaming, dude. After I'm done, though, I have to basically start cooking and just doing stuff. Life kind of just immediately went back to normal as soon as I got back.
But even if he did, Trafalgar Law can literally use tact to pick up...
It wasn't this one. Was it this one? No. No. You already transformed their bodies. Did this one have anything to do with it? She went down. Okay, so would it have to be 87?
87? Yeah, it would have to be 87, right? That's almost Lightspeed translation is a fan-made translation, databook translation. What makes it a fanbook databook translation? Okay, okay. It's around here. Yo. To read mangas or make my edits right now. Yeah, make your edits, dude. It's always good to be productive. It's always good to start being productive. Okay, so that says law versus smoker, so I have to get to the point in this. Okay. First, let me do this. Okay. Couldn't Naruto just use the TSO to vaporize Law before he uses Room? TSOs are way too slow. There's absolutely no argument for them. Way too slow. They're not even light speed. You actually can't even argue that they're light speed. That's how bad the difference is right there. That should be enough. Like, there really is not an argument to even remotely make the TSO that fast. As a matter of fact, there's an argument that they're, in fact, very, very, very slow. Besides, TSO never actually erase people. They only ever erase Edo Tensei, so I don't really have to believe that, you know, even if he could catch Law with one of them, it would really do much. Not to mention, Naruto doesn't use them in that manner. You were better off just saying Obito or Madara. Gonna go. Remember, Perona and Usopp are top 2 type shit. Okay, we had that. What episode is Big Mom flung off Onigashima the first time? 10:09. Cool. If you need me to explain to you, by the way, Optimus, if you need me to explain to you why the TSO are not that fast, I can go out of my way to do that. Otherwise, yeah, no, I'll just tell you straight up. Speed difference, too massive. There is no reason for me to believe that the TSO even remotely act as any kind of a deterrent in the context of this fight. Obito and Madara versus Saitama? Saitama, probably. I would probably say that Saitama vastly outscales a lot of verses. Not that I personally care for the character. I think Saitama's kind of boring, but, you know, my personal feelings aside, yeah, no, I do think it is very much so too big of a difference. Okay, this was clearly a fucking lie. It's at 10:09. I'm on 10:09. What the fuck? King or Marco? Who wins? Probably put my money on King. He could fight both Marco. He could fight both Marco and, sorry. Marco could fight both him and Queen at the same time. That I don't even remotely deny. But, there is a bit of an issue. There is a bit of an issue because he never actually really damages King. Okay, so it wasn't chapter 1000. What the okay, okay. I'm just being straight up lied to. This is just wrong. This is just objectively speaking wrong. No, this is negative feedback. Report a problem. Literally not the episode. Anybody know what episode Law flings Big Mom out of Onigashima? Unhelpful. Not factually correct. Anybody know what? Jesus Christ, I want Big Mom to die. Jesus Christ. What episode is Big Mom pushed off? I know the manga chapter, episode 1033. Thank you! Jesus Christ. Fucking clanker-ass robots AI bullshit, bro. Alright. Love Saitama, but I feel you really had to read into him, like how some people like Goku is far more complex, which I agree, but I think Saitama is way more complex. It's not even about complexity, it's just, I don't like the way the character looks. I hate his face. I think he looks stupid. That is basically it. I do not like his face. This is coming from a One Piece fan. I really do think he looks terrible. I do not like his face. I do not like his outfit. I do not like his whole demeanor about things. Yeah. He got too powerful. He no longer has a fight that he can enjoy. Broke his limiters, all that crap. I don't care, dude. It just, nothing about the character even remotely entices me into caring about him as a person, as an individual. He's just a guy that's very strong, that's just doing the right thing. That's really what it is. Yeah, there are moments where you see him get, like, serious and stuff like that. Yeah, not enough for me. Not even in the slightest big enough for me. Invincible versus Big 3 is a good video. Yeah, but it would involve me having to watch Invincible for purposes other than power scaling, and that just doesn't seem like fun. I just don't... I don't like Invincible enough to want to do that. Besides, I might actually end up having to read the, Give me one second. I might end up having to read the fucking comics, since it's not fully out yet. I don't know. I'm the type of person that I work better when it's the context of a story of something that I genuinely do care about. But in this case, I don't know, man. Not really for me. Let's see. I don't have a reason to believe King can damage Marco. Well, here's the difference, right? Do you agree Omni-Man beats Bardock? I didn't understand Death Battle's reasoning because Bardock was just seemingly way faster, but, you know, they can... I don't know, man. I don't know how high Bardock actually does scale. Even if he scales higher than King Vegeta blowing up planets, then probably Bardock. I don't know, man. I didn't like Death Battle's reasoning also that, like, the planets that Bardock blew up, they gave, like, some weird calculation for it, but that was entirely under the assumption that, like, those planets were the same size as Earth. Which, I mean, to be honest, what the fuck, you know? If your entire calculation is based entirely on an assumption, then it's essentially as close to headcanon as it could possibly be. Yeah, I mean, hopefully eventually he does. I don't know, though. Okay, so I need something a little bit earlier than this. She got caught. She almost fell. Uh-huh. Wait, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, so she fell last chapter. Door star level, MFTL, plus all that stuff. Yeah. When the... Yeah. Okay. Then they blast her. He takes a punch. And then he literally sends... Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow, this is traveling fast. Even Akainu couldn't damage Marco. Does King have better APDC than Marco? I mean... When was it implied that he didn't hurt Marco? I feel like... Okay. You're conflating two things. Durability, endurance. Durability and endurance. Durability is how tough you are in order to tank a hit. Endurance is how much pain, how much damage you can tolerate. You can physically tolerate. Marco has good endurance partially because he can regenerate. Marco has extremely good regenerative properties. You can blast him, you can hit him, you can tell that the damage is affecting him. It's just that he endures the pain and heals from it. It's not that Marco is too tough. No, Marco can be hurt by King. It's more so, can King fight him for long enough that he can, you know, burn through Marco's, I guess you could say, stamina. The problem here is that there's kind of no way to really prove that Marco can hurt King. I know there's like one chapter where you can kind of tell that there's blood, but King's flame was on, and I feel like that was just an inconsistency. That really more so came across as an inconsistency, but hey, if you want to just say, well, it's still canon, whatever, blah, 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 I mean, hey, listen, I'm not going to try and debate you at that point. I mean, yeah, there's just... I call it an inconsistency just for the for sheer sake, but I mean, hey, listen, I'm not going to here tell you that it's objectively correct that, like, you know, King didn't actually take damage. Oda probably knew what the fuck he was doing. Maybe Marco did hurt him. I don't fucking know, dude. Does Marco even have a limit to his healing factor? The only limit I can remotely come to... The only limit I could... Let me phrase it like this. The only limit that I could remotely give him is maybe stamina. Also, Zoro just split up this massive land of ground. Anybody see this shit? Yo.
Uchiha while using
Look at this shit. Zoro's literally splitting this massive portion of the ground. Big Mom, for context, is like 28 feet tall, dude. Big Mom, for context, is like 28 feet tall, and Zoro just split this entirely. Defense equals 0 damage. Endurance equals all the damage for continuing going on no matter what. You could say, like, endurance is more so like stamina plus health. Stamina plus, like, a health bar, right? You can argue that, like, endurance is like stamina plus, like, the health bar. Or stamina slash the health bar, depending on, like, the context. Because I know in some cases it's like they're stamina, but they're not, like, fully out. Like, their health bar is still... I don't know, man. That's, like, multi-city block level. You think that's multi-city block level? That's funny. Sure.
Back than his initial position in front of Minato.
Yo. So saying his healing factor is based on his healing factor limit? Well, let me rephrase it. Let me just rephrase it. Marco has never inherently shown any kind of a limit with his healing factor, but we know that he can be defeated. He was defeated by Akainu. He was defeated by Blackbeard, right? Now, in Blackbeard's case, you can probably say that his healing factor was just shut off by Blackbeard's Devil Fruit. I don't fucking know. That's just entirely up to headcanon. Marco clearly has to have some limitation towards his Devil Fruit. Usual limitations include stamina. Granted, stamina in One Piece can usually go on for a long time. Under the assumption that he has better stamina than he did, strong don't endure. In fact, there's no need for endurance. I might be spitting there. But I don't know. That would inherently mean that I'm saying that Yujiro Hanma is spitting and I don't like Baki. Remember when Zoro cut off the horn? Yeah, when Zoro cut off that massive horn. Yeah. Oh yeah, I totally love when Zoro did that. Don't you know? Oh yeah, he did do that. Shockwave attacks have Jura properties. Yeah, that's true. You guys think that King's durability increases for his insides too, or just his outsides? Probably just the outsides, right? 2 hours? Probably 2 hours, dude. Don't even ask me. I don't even want to know. Considering how long this video is, I don't even want to fucking know. And I'm making some really half-assed... I don't even want to say half-assed arguments, because the arguments are solid. For the most part, I just don't think that, like... I just don't think that I was able to go as in-depth as I possibly could have, and that would have just made this 56-minute video longer.
But even if he did, Trafalgar Law can literally use tact to pick up a giant...
Okay. Flip. Flip. Okay.
literally use tact to pick up a giant piece of stone at least
Just
larger
create a
than
movie?
Big
I
Mom,
might, man.
who is 8 meters or 28 feet tall.
I'm gonna give this for my feet enjoyers. Fuck it. What the fuck kind of line is that? Me personally, no, but I don't know. I do want to show that like she is able to at least stop it. Literally larger than she is.
Literally use tact to...
Wait, let me make this large again. Okay, that's that long. I don't care about the rest. Okay, I'm going to this point right here, and this point. And then here, because the next point is that. Okay. Just gonna assume that it's this. I'm gonna make this smaller, and I'm gonna make this like twice as big.
He did. Trafalgar Law can literally use tact to pick up a giant... Use tact.
The slab of stone is... Eon should watch JoJo's. I like JoJo's. Don't worry, you'll see the light that is Baki logic someday. There is no fucking logic. It's just bullshit that the author keeps adding into the context of the story, bruh. I'm gonna make this slightly smaller, then I'm gonna make this big.
Literally use tact to pick up a...
The boulder is literally bigger.
He did. Trafalgar Law can literally use tact to pick up a giant piece...
Maybe an extra 10 seconds.
Trafalgar Law can literally use tact to pick up a giant piece of... Trafalgar Law can literally use tact to pick up a giant piece of stone at least larger...
Let me...
At least larger than Big Mom, who is 8 meters or 28 feet tall, and use that at least larger than Big Mom, who is... At least larger than Big Mom, who is 8 meters or 28 feet tall, and use that as a platform...
People take the context of Baki too literally. Probably, right? I don't... Am I gonna hit 22 minutes? If I can hit 22 minutes, that would have been about 5 minutes worth of work today. Big Mama Yonko considered him that much of an issue. Marco narrative is higher than King's via the Gorosei, comparing him to the Yonko for the remaining pirates to take out Blackbeard. Really? Wow. Wow. Somebody, somebody knew exactly how to push Six's buttons. Yeah, but like shonen tropes. Listen. I'm not gonna sit here and say that Black Clover also doesn't have some shonen tropes in there, but like shonen tropes aren't also like inherently bad. I don't mind shonen tropes for the most part. I think shonen tropes are okay. Is there a Vivre card? Is there a Vivre card that states Big Mom's height? Big Mom Vivre card. Uh, I need a V-Ray card that gives me like Big Mom's actual height. Brule, Lin, is there? Does it say Lin anywhere? Morgan's Montador. Montador is 8'6". Flampe is 5'7". Jesus Christ, she looked tall. Big Urose did it. Got you. Blackbeard could have done the vortex attack. Could Marco? Yeah, he could have. Big Mom, V-Ray card, height. Sure. One Piece manga, SBS, volume 88. One Piece, SBS, One Piece, volume 88, SBS. Continue. Firstly, Big Mom's height, literally a tall guys, but cannot be how many meters tall is the shortest giant. Big Mom's height, who looks like a giant, is 8 meters. She's bigger than Whitebeard. On the other hand, the shortest real giant. Chapter 888. Chapter 888. Yo, 884 actually. Was it 884? It was 884, right? Yeah. She's 28 feet 10 inches. Save. She's like half the size of a tailed beast. For context, that's about half the size of a tailed beast. Videos. SBS. God damn it. Let's save it again. Save it in Jazz. One Piece. SBS. Yeah. Now, give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Turn it up. Turn it up. Okay. And, tell him to bring me my money. You can tell him to bring me my money.
But even if he did, Trafalgar Law can literally use tact to pick up a giant piece of stone at least larger than Big Mom, who is 8 meters or 28 feet tall, and use that as a platform which he can then simply slam on top of the Akatsuki's split up bodies.
Zaref, Agnologia over Lucius any day and twice on Sunday. I don't know if he was necessarily fighting a lot of Marines, though. Me and my HG trolling. Your homegirl. Yo, what up? Hey, what's up, Jake? How ya doing? How you doing, love?
Which he can then simply slam on top of the Akatsuki's split up bodies. In case...
Robin, Nami, Nami, then Robin, then Boa. Easy. Nami, Robin, Boa. Easy. 10 times out of 10. Don't even need anything else. Just Nami, Robin, Boa. That's it.
He can then simply slam on top of the Akatsuki's split up...
For that, I need the Wano stuff. Wano! Wano.
to pick up a giant piece of stone at least larger than Big Mom. He's split up bodies. In case some of you may not have noticed, immediately setting up a room and splitting up all of...
I'm just here to piss people off by giving them honest opinions that they may not like.
Immediately setting up a room and splitting up all of his opponents is essentially what is...
Setting up a room and splitting up their bodies. Setting up a room and splitting up their bodies. Setting up a room, splitting up their bodies.
And swing his blade a few times. Room and swing his blade a few times. Now,
yeah. I don't know why it takes me so long to put out content nowadays.
immediately setting up a room and splitting up all of his opponents is essentially what is going to happen in every single one of these fights. Though his opponents may not necessarily take damage from amputate, I will say...
Fuck. Where is it stated that characters don't take damage from amputate? Amputate. Anybody know where it's stated? Damn it. I'm just gonna have to... Yeah, fuck it. Trafalgar D water law. I need the ope no mi. No, I just need to go straight into his devil fruit then, right? Devil fruit, paramecia. Amputate. Okay. Without arguably hurting them. That, and then we do this. Nothing to put down. Okay, you guys are just having a discussion, which is sweet. I like you guys having healthy discussions. I think that's good.
Though his opponents may not necessarily take damage from amputate, I will say that being completely incapacitated would count as an automatic win, but...
What's the best feat you've done in life? I practiced. I do know a couple. I used to know I used to know a couple of card tricks back when I was younger. Back when I was like late out of not out of high school, but like into high school. Not into high school. Let's say like my last 2 years in high school, I was practicing magic tricks. I remember a guy taught me like my first magic trick, and I was like working with like card tricks a lot, and I would like learn how to like mess around with cards. I remember actually learning how to toss cards, and I remember it was I need to be clear about this. It is not as impressive as I'm going to make it sound, but I threw a card once when I was in college. I was practicing around and I threw a card once at a tree, and I knocked off a very thin branch. I think the branch was already kind of falling off, so I guess me hitting it with the card was enough to knock it down, but that was like probably one of the better things I've done. Best feats other than that, I don't know. I set a world record in Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. I remember I low-key a Kaguya victim. She instant swaps dimensions to any dimension where you can fall down and swaps like the lava dimension. Then she teleports to her Genesis and boom, trapped. Wow. You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? You want to know what's so interesting about that very specific series of events that you mentioned?
And even then, Law literally has the capacity to just shoot a room at another person. Whether they're inside of, he doesn't once again shambles his way out of the attack. Naruto isn't even
Not
in
even
the
Naruto,
discussion
sorry.
from swapping positions with either himself and none of these characters. This is also under the assumption that Law doesn't just end the fight as quickly as possible, since he is relative to rooftop gear for Luffy on a low ball, and Naruto activated his second devil fruit, nor the rest of the, because there is no circumstance where she shoves her hand through a portal to shoot Trafalgar Law when he once again
Yeah, I already
knows
talked to you about that.
exactly where she is going to be attacking him from. As a matter of fact, this is probably the worst jutsu she could use under any circumstance, because if Law just swaps himself with her, because she could potentially get a win condition by simply swapping dimensions and then leaving Law there.
Wow.
That is very much so possible. However, she doesn't really display this kind of behavior, at least within the context of the story, besides trying to separate Naruto and Sasuke specifically, and that's after she realized that it wouldn't be a good idea to fight them both at the same time. In a one-on-one, I can't exactly figure out why she would just swap dimensions and then leave Law there instead of trying to kill him in a single shot. Possible win condition for her aside, the rest of her abilities doesn't really help her out that much. If she teleports Law to the Lava dimension, he can always just spawn a room that's larger than the actual area and create a platform for himself from any of the nearby stone, or simply by using her as a platform. The ice dimension is probably her best choice, especially if she can stick him inside of an ice block. However, since Naruto and Sasuke were capable of using jutsu while inside the ice block, I think it's fair to say that Law can likely also perform a room and easily get himself out of there. The acid dimension wasn't really used, and Law can always create a platform from nearby land, or again, can simply just stand on top of Kaguya. The gravity dimension is likely a bigger penalty for Kaguya than Law himself, since he just needs to spawn a room which shouldn't be affected by gravity, since there's no implication that gravity warps or affects his rooms. Given the massive speed difference, he can likely act before she can shoot him with an all-killing ash bone, which she clearly showed she has to adjust her aim for in the first place. That simply leaves the ETSO.
It's in the Forest of Death. I'll give you the
people
chapter right now.
primarily used to scale Kaguya to anywhere around large planetary, to star, to solar system, to...
To answer your question, Marco, right here, tuning exams, right here, chapter 52, page 19, just go to chapter 53, yeah, right here. Anyway, Dino, there it is. Possible win condition aside, that's also under the assumption Law just doesn't end the fight as quickly as possible, which he would objectively be faster than her. Sorry. Under no objective line of reasoning would I believe that she could do that before he puts up a room and simply cuts her into pieces. Yeah. Yeah, no. She is quite literally the only character with a win condition, and you have to have her act completely out of character
and perform a feat that she only ever did once, specifically because she needed to get Naruto and Sasuke away from each other, so she wouldn't risk them doing anything. Yeah. Alright. Let's see.
But even if some people weren't, I will say that being completely incapacitated would count as an automatic win. But even if some people,
There we go. Being completely incapacitated. Kobe versus Sakura. Kobe curb stomps, no concept of difficulty. You can't even get cause Sakura to continental amounts of force. There's nothing you can give her. Copy, paste. Yeah. How about Bluno versus Obito? Bluno's faster. Arguably faster. You have to basically use not six pats. Bluno versus what is it? White Mask Obito. Nope. It's just Haki. There is no reason for me to entertain the idea that Chakra would just affect another power system of a separate verse without any objective reasoning behind it. If you cannot give me an objective reason why high chakra concentration would negate it, I don't have to entertain the idea that it could be possible. Right here. Right here. The fuck? Do the thing. Right there. There we go. You gotta feel bad for this dude. He just showed up to work today. He's just doing his thing. He was like, "Yo, I'm just a Marine. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. Hey, guy, I'm just a guy. Come on now. You gotta fuck me up like that." All right, delete this. Is it possible to get Bluno to planetary, considering he creates door dimensions which is parallel to the world? Nope, that is entirely headcanon. You can choose to believe it. You can try to argue it, but there's nothing to imply that. It's his devil fruit is just a matter of hacks. Hacks is basically just anything that isn't quantifiable and just explained away by, oh, it happens within the context of the story. Here, delete this and put this and then do this. Let me just see it once.
Will say that being completely incapacitated would count as an automatic win, but even if some people weren't okay with that, Law can also just pick up a large stone and slam them on top of every single one of his opponents.
Yeah. Oh shit. Boop, boop. Group. Now compress.
I will say that being completely incapacitated would count as an automatic win, but even if some people weren't okay with that.
How about fused Momo Shiki versus Jinbei?
Momoshiki has nothing. Momoshiki... Dude, I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't know where the speed scaling in Boruto's at. Faster than light to an extent. Fused Momo is stronger than Naruto. Is not stronger than. About as strong as half power Naruto and Sasuke. Since Sasuke had to teleport himself and multiple people. Naruto got half of his chakra taken out. He absorbs Kinshiki. He would still be far too slow. He likely would still be far too slow. What am I saying? Like, he doesn't have a way to absorb any of Jinbei's attacks since Jinbei can just use the water around him. Jinbei can literally bypass his durability. If I am to believe that fused Momo, like Naruto humans, has no way of improving his internal durability, Jinbei can probably take him out with just beyond continental hits to his internal organs. And it's not like, as an Otsutsuki, he's immortal in any way or has any form of regeneration. I mean, it's stated that he can go anywhere, but that's because he's a doorman. He also states there's no door that stops him. Nothing, there's literally nothing that stops him from, like, achieving any location. Okay.
But even if some people weren't okay with that, Law can also just pick up a large stone and slam them on top of every single one of his opponents, burying them into the ground without a single possibility of them ever getting up. Because again, their bodies would be completely immobile and severed into incapacitated would
Ungroup, copy, paste, stretch out. Boom, boom, boom. I don't need you. 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 I don't need that. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need that. I don't need this. Nor this. Nor this. Technically, go to Laugh Tale if he wants. If he knew where Laugh Tale is, he can probably go there. If he could know where Laugh Tale is, probably. The answer is probably. Where's 1,000 something? 1,000. There we go. Actually, I know exactly where to use this scene from before. Wait. Copy this. Paste here. And then... huh.
paths are, and you'd have to argue Kabuto starts in Sage mode in the first place. Even with Edo Tensei, Law simply puts out a room and amputates.
Dude, come on, man. This is kind of crazy. Bro got 0 hugs is crazy. Bro got 0 hugs is absolutely dastardly. Don't do him like that. Don't do bro like that. Been in one relationship, but it wasn't long before she ghosted me. Stopped talking to me. Damn. Okay. I'm not. Let me not read any of that. It's not my business. Okay. So I need that. I need the. What is it? 586. Where's 586? I need 586. I need. What the fuck? Dude, like, what the fuck are we doing?
Ten Tails versus Dory and Bragi from Little Garden and from Egghead, if there is a difference. There is a difference because they would actually have weapons. There is a difference because they would actually have, like, real weapons that they can use. I'm gonna be real with you. They were able to blast away an island eater. A fish that is large enough and powerful enough to eat entire islands, whose poop was so big, whose feces was so big that people mistook it as islands. I'm sorry. There's just nothing. Okay, this is what? What is this? The Island Eater was crazy. Yeah, they just put a hole in that thing. They are also still scaling somewhat relative to, like, Luffy by this point in the series. I think they just straight up blast right through the Ten Tails. He's a Whoa! 6 is a multi-billionaire? With 13 wives? Bro! Bro, pass the fucking... Bro, pass some of the bag here. Invest in the channel. At least get me a green screen, bro. Like, what the fuck? Get me, like, a cam and a green screen. Then I'll do a face reveal, bro. Yo, 6, since you're a multi-billionaire, you want to invest in an editor for me, man? I'll make whatever video on Black Clover you want me to make. I'll give whatever scaling you want, bruh. Cap 6 owes me $5. That's crazy. Bro, you know that the richest people are often the most, like... the richest people are often the most stingy with their money. To be fair, to be very fair, like, objectively speaking, like just talking out of my ass. Yeah, they're like the most. They're like the most stingy with their money, bro. How big do you think the One Piece planet is? At least a couple of hundred times larger than ours. Okay, put this here, put this here. Okay.
But even if some people weren't okay with that, Law can, though his opponents may not necessarily take damage from it, will say that being completely incapacitated would count as an automatic win. But even if some people weren't okay with that, Law can also just pick up a large stone and slam them on...
Paying for an editor if you say that Kid Naruto smacks Gear 5 Luffy. There's no way you're gonna even remotely pay me enough money to make such a heinous claim. Listen, people might disagree with me. Listen, there might be a lot of people that disagree with me out there, and I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm objectively right in anything that I say. At the end of the day, it's all just... Like, beyond the facts that I say sometimes objective and shit like that, like, I actually don't believe I'm objectively right, like, on some real shit. Even then, I feel like I've built up at least enough of a name for my channel that for me to go out of my way to say that, like, oh yeah, Kid Naruto slams Luffy, the amount of... The attention that video would get, besides the fact that it wouldn't be very good in the first place, it would be extremely disingenuous, besides the fact that it would cause some damage to my channel in those regards, it would make me a sellout in that regard. Say, episode 1, Asta slams the big 3, that's crazy.
Pick up a large stone and slam them on top of every single one of his opponents, burying them into the ground without a single possibility of them ever getting up. Because again, their bodies would be completely immobile and severed into pieces. He can also just straight up drop...
Yeah, it's a straight up reputation loss. Blue Lock? Dude, I gotta get back into Blue Lock. What's your most unrated you know? Blue Lock. Underrated? Definitely Blue Lock. It's just the truth. Episode 1, Asta slams. Type shit. You have a rat-ass argument for episode 1?
I don't need this. Okay, I don't need this.
Is likely the only character within the entire series that actually doesn't instantly lose to Law, and even then we know for a fact that in any situation where he has to make himself solid in order to land a hit,
I don't think I need that much of that. Dog walking Naruto and Ichigo, that's crazy. Yeah, I would be looking like these guys too. I would absolutely be looking at these guys too. Yeah, no, Law's crazy. I'm sorry. Law's just straight up crazy. I'm just, every time I look at more of this stuff, I just convince myself even more so. 12-year-old Luffy would curb stomp the fuck out of 12-year-old Naruto. I'm sorry. That one's not even fucking close. That's Luffy 5 years after he's already learned how to use his devil fruit and after he's already beating grown adults. Actually, it's probably like one of the fairest matchups you could give Naruto. Original, and then this. There we go. Dude, like, look at this shit. Like, imagine just being a person sitting there.
without the need for markers and a direct
isn't totally OP in One Piece is Haki. Yep. I literally said in the video, the only thing that is holding back his devil fruit is the fact that its user does not have advanced conqueror's Haki. If there was anything, 19. If there was anything even remotely close, there was anything that even remotely implies that Law can't even be like top 5 of the verse, it's not because the devil fruit isn't broken enough. No, it is. It really is. Let's say here.
Yeah, like you're telling me Kaguya's gonna be a problem when he can just do that to the environment they're fighting on? Oh, Kaguya can manipulate the environment. She can shoot all of those like spiky icicles at Law. Yeah, room. Amputate. Boom. Kaguya can shoot an all-killing ash bone. Room. Shambles. She takes the hit. Oh, Naruto throws a TSO at Law. Room. Amputate. Shambles. Like, literally, amputate, shambles, room. That's all he needs. I literally don't need to argue anything else. Room, amputate, shambles, faster reaction speed. That's all I really need. It's funny because there's a data book that says shambles is him jumping through space, almost like teleportation, meaning shambles is movement speed. Definitely looks like he sell drugs. Oh, he does! He 100% looks like he sell drugs, but you know what? That's my king. That's one of my kings. I can't put him above Sukuna, but that is one of my kings. Alright. So, let's see how this looks.
No defense against amputate. Obito is likely the only character within the entire series that actually doesn't instantly lose to Law, and even then, we know for a fact that in any situation where he has to make himself solid in order to land a hit, Law can take him down like Minato did with raw speed. Flying Raijin,
I mean,
like
what is there more to
teleportation
expand
without
on?
The need for markers and a direct loss against a character that could speed blitz him makes Obito unironically not a factor either. If we're talking
Okay.
about Kabuto or Orochimaru,
So
they
where
don't
can I
fare
find-
any better. Orochimaru essentially needs
I'll just put it right here. Move that. Throw all of this here. Yeah.
teleportation without the need for markers and a direct loss against a character that could speed blitz him makes Obito unironically not a factor.
Oh, okay. Let's do it like this.
Against a character that could speed blitz him makes Obito unironically not a factor either.
This doesn't matter. You need to
Speed blitz him makes Obito unironically not a factor either. If we're talking about Kabuto or Orochimaru, they don't fare any better. Orochimaru essentially needs to get up close to some degree through either his snakes or his movement in order to land any win condition on Law. Kabuto does have to land physical blows as well in order to win, but unlike Orochimaru, of every single one of his opponents, also just pick up a large stone and slam them on top of every single one of his opponents, burying them into the ground without a single possibility of them ever getting Obito a large stone and slam them on top of every single one of his opponents, burying them into the ground without a single possibility of them ever getting up, because again, their bodies would be completely immobile and severed into pieces. He can also just straight up drop it on top of their hearts and instantly kill every single person there. Itachi's Susanoo is not even remotely worth having a discussion over, since he would never pull it off before Law simply puts out a room, and even if you had Itachi start off in his Susanoo, he can also just straight up drop it on top of their hearts and instantly kill every single person there. Itachi's Susanoo is not even remotely worth having a discussion over.
I think this is the last bit I'm gonna do. You do need the chapter where he does take Smoker's heart out. Yeah, they don't. They just don't have answers, dude. Like, what does most of the verse really do? What does most of the verse really do? Right? You have to essentially bank everything on Kaguya acting in a hyper-specific way.
Itachi's Susanoo is not even remotely worth having a discussion over, since he would never pull it off before Law simply puts out a room, and even if you had Itachi start off in his Susanoo...
Itachi Susanoo is not light speed. It can't... The best argument for the Susanoo is that it can be cast at light speed, which is far too slow, considering Law was already light speed by pre-time skip. Yeah. Considering his Susanoo can at best be cast... Considering the Susanoo can at best be cast at light speed if you give it... How it would work on Kamui? Simple. I'm gonna put it like this. Even if you, for whatever reason, do not believe that Kamui... Even if for whatever reason you believe that Kamui can bypass room and all that stuff, Obito is still going to have to be... He's still going to have to make himself physical at some point in order to hurt Law. Obito cannot attack you and also be intangible at the same time. Obito versus Minato. Let me show you something. Add to queue. Alright. Let's go here.
Madara.
Whoa. Nope. Here. Right here. This. Right here. Just speed blitzes him every time. I'll show you again. Speed blitzes him every time. Every time. Every time. Every single time. There's not a single time, I think, Obito fights Law where Law doesn't just cut him into pieces on the first fucking go that he makes himself tangible. If he couldn't make himself intangible against Minato when he hit him, I have no reason to believe that someone with way faster reaction and combat speed wouldn't be capable of doing the same to Obito. It's just a matter of speed. Yeah, and Kid, Luffy has a lot of it. Naruto's tough too, but not at Luffy even. Yeah. Law could also use the body swap to switch them, yeah. He could literally just do the body swap on Obito. He could literally do the body swap on Obito with literally any of the other Akatsuki. And for context, unless the Akatsuki actually know how to utilize each other's jutsu and techniques, there is absolutely no reason for me to believe that they would intrinsically know, if they had their personality swapped, how to, you know, use Susanoo as a non-Uchiha, use Chibaku Tensei if he's Hidan. I don't know how the fuck any of them are casting Konan's 6 billion paper bombs, which none of them would know about. Kamui is passive, the data book said so, then how did he get hit? How did he get hit? If it's passive, then why did Minato hit him? You literally asked. I knew you were gonna say the passive stuff. By the way, I knew it. I knew somebody was gonna bring that up. Literally knew somebody was gonna bring that up. Yeah, right here. Here's the image. Right here. Raw, faster raw speed. Alright. Because he was going tangible. Right. And he's going to have to go tangible against... He's going to have to go tangible against Law. At some point, he has to make physical contact. Law cuts him up at that very moment. He cannot catch Law off guard. Cannot catch him off guard. Cannot catch him off guard. I have no reason to entertain the idea that he could. I'm going to close some of these. I think I'm basically done for the day. I'm tired. Minato knew how to fight Kamui against Obito, but didn't know the weakness of it. What's stopping Law from using room on Obito? That's what I'm saying. Had to time that correctly because of the intangibility is the fault. If Minato was moving too fast in the beginning, he would have just went through Obito like in the first encounter. Right, and Law has observation Haki, which quite literally tells him what his opponent's intent is. He would literally know he's about to touch me. Swing. Swing, 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 swing. Faster than Obito could ever react. Also, how can Law beat Suigetsu, who's basically a Logia? Cuts him into pieces. What are you talking about? Literally cuts him into pieces. Literally cuts him into pieces. Literally does this.
That being completely
Literally does this to him.
Would count
This.
as an
Every
automatic
time. Every single character. Listen. Every single character. He's water. Okay, and? Okay. Have we not seen One Piece characters before affect water? Cool. Also, has to turn himself into water. Has to turn himself first. Proof to me that he can turn himself into water at faster than light speeds. Tip for the work. Oh, thank you, Drake. Yo, guys, let's get some W's for Drake. It may be long, difficult work, but you got your passion for it. I appreciate that, man. I do. I do have some passion for it. Let's get some W's for Drake, please. Cool. Also, Shock Veal. Jams Shock Veal into Suigetsu. Suigetsu literally takes damage straight to the soul. Unless you're telling me that Suigetsu's soul also becomes water. Prick Suigetsu. Damages him. Yada yada yada. Okay.
before Law simply puts out a room, and even if you had Itachi start...
Before Law puts out a room. I need the clip of Law making like the little hand motion for room.
Meanwhile, all he has to do...
Right here. Do a super chat, but you can't ban me. I've never banned you before. Well, I timed you out. I will time you out if it's something crazy. It's gonna say something with beans. I bet right now it's gonna be some shit with beans. On my grandmother's gonna be some shit with beans.
Before Law simply puts out a room, and even if you had Itachi start...
Deal? Sure. Sure. It better not be anything crazy, but sure. So Getsu becomes water on impact. That's kind of how he exists. Right. So that means yeah, and guess what? Law doesn't deal damage. Law doesn't deal damage. So Getsu becomes water on impact, especially against characters that are slower and weaker than him. Law also just straight up has counter shock. Law straight up just has counter shock as well. Law counter shock right here. Add to queue right here. Literally has an electric attack as well. Here's counter shock. It's an electrifying attack. Don't even try to deny it. I know your watch fall asleep on mommy's chest ASMR. I really don't. Though I do like sleeping. I do like lying my head on my girlfriend when we are sleeping together. Water is intangible. Basically, he can just reform himself. He's also weak to lightning. He's also just straight up weak to lightning, which Law can just shoot out of his fingers with counter shock.
Law can also just directly attack his soul. Suigetsu's, mind you have to even get Suigetsu to light speed in the first place to even have him in the discussion. Suigetsu's not a factor. You guys are bringing up a character. You guys are unironically bringing up a character that quite literally does nothing. Eon favorite is Smoothie because she can make beans. Guys, do whatever you want with this $5 super chat. If you'd like to say W's, you have the free will to do so. I will not be asking you guys to do it so, only because of the insane allegations that don't even remotely apply to someone like me who has never once eaten beans in his life. Type shit. Law places both of his hands forward on whatever he is targeting, normally in close quarter amidst the foe. Releases a strong electrical surge like a defibrillator. He can also just use his thumbs or one of his hands for this move. A counter shock is an electric shock that is applied to the chest to restore normal rhythm to the heart. Naruto souls do not equal One Piece souls. Alright. Cool. Cool. They have no defenses for their souls, though. They take a direct hit to the soul with Shock Veil. After piercing the target with Kikoku, Law releases an electrical shockwave through it that fries the target from the inside. It's very similar to Gano Knife, but because the electric shock directly occurs inside the pierced target instead of coming from the outside, it ignores whatever external defense they have. At first used a bit against Big Mom, bypassing her normally monstrous body defenses and making her bleed from her mouth. Used the attack on Blackbeard, which did substantial damage. Shock oil. This technique is a German term on shockwave. Yeah. Never let him win the allegations. It's crazy. Crazy. If Suigetsu was actually a powerful character within the context of Naruto, someone that is actually worth having a discussion, maybe you guys, could bring up a point about Suigetsu giving Law some kind of a hard time, but unfortunately he's not. Right. There's also, There's also, Radio Knife. It was going to be something worse, but I eased up. You eased up? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having some grace on me. Thank you for giving me a chance. I appreciate it, Julio. I really do, though. I really do. I really do appreciate the $5 gifted. I really do, man. Like, I'm not going to sit here and just be ungrateful just because of a joke. I really do. Even though the joke's not funny, I really do appreciate it. Yeah, and Kabuto isn't faster than the speed of light, has really no win conditions against Law, and even if he blinds him with the extreme white attack, Law just has observation Haki to know exactly where he's coming from. Right, and Biju bombs are mountain level. Yeah, he tanked a Biju bomb. Not tanked, actually, he didn't tank it. He took a lot of damage from it. He needed to basically be restored for that. And a Biju bomb is mountain level. Kisame also isn't that impressive, especially as far as One Piece goes. And Kabuto, I mean, fantastic. Kabuto has to activate the ability to turn his body into water. It didn't come up even remotely when Sasuke and Itachi cut off his horn. Or stabbed his tail. Sorry, his weird stomach snake head. It just didn't come up whatsoever. So again, why would I even remotely consider that as a problem?
And even if you had Itachi start off in his Susanoo, Law can easily just shambles him right out of it, completely dissipating the Susanoo since they never last after the user has been removed. The Yada Mirror may have an argument for being... Law can easily just shamble...
Are island level. Pulverized multiple mountains is island level. Nope. They are mountain level. They only ever blow up mountains. I don't have to go by real world physics and logic because these stories do not apply real world physics and logic. How long have you been streaming? 6 hours and 16 minutes. I'm done for today. Honestly, wait.
Law can easily just shambles him right out of it.
I need... What is it, episode 1000? When does Luffy punch Kaido in the face? No. No. I need this bit right here. Delete this track. Have you seen the Sekiro anime trailer? I have not. It's funny, the first time Ian did a face reveal, he was eating beans. Alright, that's enough of that. Now I'm timing you out. Now I'm putting you on a 1-minute timeout. Nah, I'm not doing that. Alright. That's enough of that. That's enough of the bullshit. That's enough of the crazy allegations. Insane. Absolutely fucking insane. That's enough of that, buddy. That's enough of that.
Law can easily just shambles him right out of it, completely dissipating the Susanoo. Easily just shambles him right out of it, completely dissipating the Susanoo.
How do you think would have happened if Garp fought Akainu in Marineford? Shit would have gone south. Shit would have gone south. Let's see. Luffy probably, at least, like, the only thing I can think of is that Luffy probably does not get that scar on his chest. Luffy probably doesn't get that scar on his chest.
Out of it, completely dissipating the Susanoo since they never...
Yeah, they never last as soon as the character is ripped right out of them. This is what, Ninja War Arc Part 2. Where is the Kakashi... Yeah. Kamui Shuriken. Yeah. Kamui Shuriken. Yeah. Kakashi's Susanoo dissipated after he was removed from it. So did Madara. I need War Arc Part... Naruto War Arc Part 1. And then we need the fight with Madara versus the guys, the dudes, the peoples. Right here, and I need this one. Yes.
The Susanoo since they never last after the user has been removed. The
Who do you think wins? I'd probably give it to Garp, but that's also because I don't like Akainu. My bad, OG? No, you're fine.
The Yata may have an argument for being capable of deflecting and amputate, but he needs to realize the Susanoo to the point he can use the weapon, and as a reminder, Itachi couldn't fully react to Kirin, which is at best light speed if you go by the databook statement instead of the source material, which implies it's just a guided lightning bolt. Regardless... The Yata...
I need a Yata Mirror statement. I need the Yata Mirror statement. Also, let me do this real quick. Yo, this is still one of the funniest things I've ever written. What if it isn't bait? What if it truly is my unfiltered dog shit opinion, huh? What then? Yo. Yeah. Dude, I love that image. Move this, move this. Actually, if I do any of that... Sasuke stands outside of his Susanoo in 553. 553, you say? 222. 553, 553, 553. That was what? Land of Waves? No, that's not Land of Waves. What the fuck am I talking about? War Arc. Yeah, Susanoo doesn't last much longer after that, doesn't it? I never said it was instantaneous. They do disappear, though. It's kind of funny, but whatever makes you happy, King. It's not that funny. It is super fucking funny. It's super fucking hilarious. Do you believe teleportation is infinite speed? Nope. It is instantaneous. I don't know. I guess it would depend on the context of the story and what context of the teleportation thing. Because some teleportation isn't directly instantaneous. They have to, like, there is, like, a moment of travel that they do have to perform. Where it's like if you transport an object and then it disappears and it transports and then it appears somewhere else. Like, there is a delay in time for that. I don't know, man. I guess it depends on the context of what you're referencing. If the teleportation is depicted as, like, instantaneous, as it, like, Minato's, I mean, I guess? I guess you could say so. Wait, what was I doing?
The Yada Mirror.
Oh, right, Yada Mirror. Right. I'm on some bullshit. Data book. Yada Mirror. No, I do not have anything on the Yada Mirror. Okay. Fuck it. I agree. Teleportation is inherently perception-based, unless it's stated instantaneous. It's not infinite speed. Yeah, I think that's like the fairest way to go about it. Like, you can have infinite speed teleportation where it's just instantaneous. That's completely fine, right? And I think it depends, but I do think it depends on, like, the context of the story or the context of the ability that it's being used, right? Like, because, I mean, they also do reference, you know, the body flicker technique as teleportation, right? So, it's just high-speed movement, though. The fuck is that? Himself is not as strong as he used to be. Also, Akainu beat Aokiji, which beat Garp, yet he lost. Well, Aokiji didn't beat Garp. Aokiji didn't, per se, beat Garp. And mind you, Garp also took a stab to a wound that he never once received before. Countershock, blah, blah, blah. Yata, mirror, data book. Fuck it, I'm just gonna look for the Naruto databook. Naruto. No, there's no way it's on this one, right? It would have to be on, like, the third one. It has to be on the third one, right? No, wait, maybe? Ah! No, not a Russian bot! God damn it, dude. Jutsu files, maybe? No, it's just for part 1. Damn it! Anybody got a scan for... Ah! The fuck? Ah! What the fuck? Alright. Let's see if it's here. What is it? Control function... What is it? Control... Control F. Find Yata. Ta Chi Izanami. God damn it. Alright. I guess, but that one came from somebody weaker than Garp. Yeah, but it's like, but he still took the hit for the person. Supposed to press the button. Data book 4 does not have the Yada mirror. That's unfortunate. And unfortunately, I can't get the other one because it's all uploaded on that fuck-ass site. Alright. Yada mirror. Physical, material, astral, all that crap. I don't care about this. Oh, Yada mirror. Without a physical form, the power change every one of its properties aligned to alter its attributes in accordance to the attributes of the attack, rendering the attack ineffective. Yeah, you have to literally believe Itachi would just pull out the Yada mirror instinctively, and Law is attacking at slower than light speeds, which he was already much faster than, yeah. So, crazy what if. What if Garp had jumped in and took the Lava Fist for Luffy and Ace? Ooh, that would have been nutty. Honestly, I think he would. I think he would have survived that. I think Garp could have honestly have survived that. I think Garp could have. I think Garp could have survived that. You know. Jesus Christ. Can the Yada mirror block these attacks? Yeah. Where the fuck did... Nobody posted the goddamn image. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, yo, what the fuck? Alright. Dude, this blows. What the fuck is the point of putting in? Alright. Anyway. Damn it. Alright. How about this one? Is this allowed? Am I allowed to use this one? Alright, a spirit weapon. Alright, I'm just using this dog shit ass one. It is. No. Okay, none of this is helpful. I need an image that is good. I feel like he would have survived. I feel it gives him some redemption for allowing all of this to happen. Can't get over him just being passive, relating to a setup to be executed. Well, I want you to kind of look at it from this other perspective, Drake, because I kind of was with you, but then I saw a Mr. Morge video that essentially changed my perspective on that, because there is a lot to think about in terms of, like, what Garp's choices are within the context of the story, right? Now, this is not to, like, entirely, you know, just defend Garp for, you know, letting his grandson die. I'm not gonna sit here and say it, and he obviously did regret it, right? But you have to consider that, like, Garp always even told Luffy and Ace, like, why did you have to become pirates? I told you time and time again, why did you have to become pirates? And the thing is that, like, Ace and Luffy, for as much as he loves them, they also have to understand that there is a certain level of consequences that will arise from their actions, right? You posted the Yada Raw in the data book session. Yeah, I think the problem with that, though, is that it's the Raw, and I need something that, like, actually says what it is. Garp didn't one-shot Shiryu. He was literally laughing and got up. Yeah. Now, the issue with that is that, like, Garp in general is that, like, you have to kind of consider duty versus personal bonds, right? As a Marine soldier, specifically one who, is not only touted as, like, one of the greatest, if not the greatest Marine to ever live, but also, like, someone who has to essentially keep the peace for the people down in, like, the barracks, down in, like, the slumps. Someone who is essentially there for, like, the little guy. He kind of has to put the world over his own grandson because his grandson made the decisions that got him to that point. Everyone literally told Ace, don't go after Blackbeard, don't go after Teach. Listen, bro, we'll get him back at some point, you know, it is what it is, you know. No, he still went on ahead. Whitebeard told him, yo, don't go after Teach, bro, we'll do something. He still went ahead and did it. Everything that happened was essentially Ace's own doing. It was his own actions that got him there. And Garp can't exactly go against the status quo in this case and say, yo, I'm gonna save my grandson. Can't you guys just give him a pass? It's like, his name carries weight, but it only carries enough weight to get him through. You can translate it to make sure it isn't mistranslated or exaggerated. It's per usual for the ninja guys. Dude, I don't want to translate. That's some extra work. I don't want to do it. There's a video I actually want to show real quick. Patrick Foxy. I've been watching a lot of Patrick Foxy lately. This shit was so funny to me. Let me see. Oh, it was this one. I don't want a job. I love these videos so much.
I don't want a job. Oh, please, somebody. I don't want a job. Just give me the money.
Just give me the money.
I don't want a job.
Dude, I love these videos so much. I love these videos so much, bro. Also, like the flat head with like the big goofy smile is mad funny to me. Let me see. Where the fuck am I looking for again? I don't know. Oh, it was this one. It was this one. It was this one. Oh no, not this one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Oh yeah, I like the clap. This one.
There you go.
I love these videos so much.
I like that clap.
I like that clap. Woo! Dude, you have no idea how much of these I've watched. The faces are just too funny to me. Dude, that's funny. Anyway, you know what? Let's just get into the queue already. Let's just get into the queue of videos. It's already past a certain time. We'll check this one out real quick.
The release of season 4 of Invincible, I thought it would be interesting to throw Thrag.
I'm gonna just leave the video at this. I'll figure out translations tomorrow, dude. I'm tired.
In the place of the intergalactic devourers, that being the Otsutsuki clan, to see if Naruto
Sure.
and Sasuke would be able to stop this sort of invasion, similarly to the Otsutsuki clan invasion, basically replacing aliens for aliens. Let's get into it. We should start with Thrag, the most powerful Viltrumite in the grand region of the Viltrum Empire, who is ridiculously powerful, capable of one-shotting even the main cast of Viltrumites that we see during the show, extending to, but not limited to, Mark, Nolan, and Thaddeus. Which means that Thrag himself scales off a lot of feats that weaker Viltrumites perform, which we do have a named few. One of the most consistent feats for Viltrumites that we get in Season 1 of Invincible is where Omni-Man, or as I'm going to call him Nolan, describes that he diverted a Texas-sized meteor. This feat,
What's some
on
stuff
higher
you need?
interpretation,
I mean, you're not
does
going to
come
use
out
it anyway.
to
How about fuck off? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I just need a translate. I just need a Yada mirror. I just need an English statement because I don't feel like going out of my way to like translate the whole thing. That takes up a lot of time, and I don't want to take up any more time than I already am with the video.
Is shown in the comic, where we
But it's
see
fine. You don't have to.
Hero
I'll worry about that
Mark,
tomorrow.
Nolan,
Don't worry
and
about that.
Thaddeus driving through the planet Viltrumite, which is noted to have a core that is either destabilized or heavily affected by Space Racer's gun. The trio also having to hit a very specific point, otherwise it would have just ended in fatality. All of these factors contributed to the trio being able to destroy the planet Viltrum, getting knocked out by the explosion following this, with all of the other Viltrumites following suit. There are calculations that do get this feat to large planet level plus, and do have planet Viltrum multiple times greater than that of Earth, at least in size. Problem is that none of the characters who perform this feat really scale to it individually. Even if you wanted to say Nolan, Thaddeus, and Mark contributed to this feat equally, having 1/3 the strength to perform it, this would get them closer to those small planet levels, as opposed to
Sure.
just gaining everything from this feat, this being a similar case for Thrag.
This is Thunder
Thunder
God. Naruto and Sasuke versus the
at the very least, during
Viltrumite
the run,
invasion.
Naruto and Sasuke do have a few feats they upscale from that do make it to where they would be able to combat the Viltrumite threat, as Hagoromo himself actually has a small planet level feat, as he was capable of moving the moon into orbit while on his deathbed. This is important since the energy required to overcome Earth's gravitational energy actually does get this feat to small planet level. Deathbed Hagoromo being the non-Ten-Tails version, as the Ten-Tails husk was actually inside the moon, with the seal being released when Madara awakened the Rinnegan, which means Naruto and Sasuke should scale in some capacity, as it's noted that one
I'm just off of commenting about Kirin again.
This Deathbed Hagoromo, or Ghost
Krin?
Hagoromo,
Or you mean Kirin?
that isn't actually a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, which means Naruto and Sasuke, even by the end of the war arc, do scale to these higher levels of Viltrumite scaling, but they're requiring higher metas, so to speak, to actually get these Viltrumites beyond this point.
Yeah,
or
Kirin the
entire
Lightning
tiers
Dragon.
Beyond this point, requiring feats such as Nolan being able to resist the pull of a black hole and save a ship from it, which is shown to us in Season 2 of Invincible, black holes being dense pockets of matter, objects of such incredible mass and minuscule volume that they drastically warp the fabric of space-time. Anything that passes too close from a wandering star to a photon of light gets sucked in. There are divisive interpretations of this feat. Some get Omni-Man to solar system off of it, but I just don't really think that it's that consistent with the rest of his feats in the series. An example being Thrag's statement of 37 Viltrumites being enough to tear Earth in half, which, even ignoring possible life-wiping interpretations, is just
That is okay. So wise choice. I'm pleased. I have come to offer a truce. There are exactly 37 of us left alive. Some of us severely injured. That is enough to tear this planet in half, killing every creature here, and there is nothing you can do to stop that. And it would be fair. And it would be fair retaliation for what you did to our homeworld. Okay.
just a planetary feat at best, with Thrag included. To give some more concrete scaling for Naruto and Sasuke, as adults, Naruto and Sasuke should be at the absolute lowest bar planetary, as Naruto's Bijudama is stated to be able to destroy Earth itself in the Saikyo Jump Jutsu directory.
That's fine.
A lot of people either swear by or utterly detest the notion of planetary Ninetales, depending on what statement you look at, whether it's data book.
Don't do that bullshit like earth-shattering power when it's clearly talking about the fucking solid ground.
Or data book 4, which there is some validity.
It's a fucking explosion. You can say the exact same thing about a nuclear bomb being dropped. If a nuclear bomb is dropped, the ground would literally shake, and there will be a massive cloud that literally disperses clouds, bro.
As there are some valid interpretations, such as life wiping or just shattering the ground itself based on translations. However, it isn't really relevant in reference to this statement, as this statement is in reference to 6 Pats Naruto's Kurama avatar, which has both halves of the Ninetales, and does just mean that this version of Naruto is planetary. Sasuke would also scale to this and be able to rival this output of power with his perfect Susanoo, as techniques such as Shidori in conjunction with his Susanoo are showcased to be able to rival the Kurama avatar and its Bijudama in overall firepower. Naruto and Sasuke scaling to characters such as Momoshiki and Kaguya, who have much higher interpretation strength-wise, would actually be able to put them in a
much higher interpretation strength-wise.
The rest of the Viltrumites, as in the Saikyo Jump Jutsu directory, it stated that the Majestic Attire Susanoo is the most powerful ninjutsu, which would mean it scales over Kaguya's expansive truth-seeking orb, which was going to erase the entirety of one of Kaguya's time spaces. This, at the bare minimum, would mean the planet itself would have been destroyed, or a star in this same time space, as in other time spaces, Kaguya is shown to have stars in them. This going off the absolute lowest interpretation for Naruto and Sasuke and subsequently Kaguya, and ignores the idea that the TSL is going to erase the entirety of the solar system itself, or even possibly the entire universe. Putting a pin on this though, the only way Invincible would even be able to really approach that star level is with the solar disk. Now, for those unaware, the solar disk was created to block all sunlight from the Ragnar planet, causing a global ice age for the planet, freezing all of the Ragnar. The division for this feat coming more so from the size of the disk itself, but the disk actually doesn't need to be star sized to block sunlight for a majority of the planet, as with our own planet, the moon is capable of blocking out light when covering the sun to where it turns into nighttime. Now, with that being said, there is the idea that this planet is pretty massive due to the higher level of gravity, which does mean that you can say the sun disk is massively greater than our own moon, going off the idea the Ragnar planet is actually larger than our own, with the disk overall more so operating as a solar panel of sorts, with Viltrumites being able to destroy the ship that had actually destroyed the solar disk itself. It also makes sense that this isn't some entity or the ship itself wouldn't massively overscale the Viltrumites themselves, as Thaddeus, when listing things that could actually hurt Viltrumites, never notes this weapon or ship directly and says the same thing during the events of the Viltrumite War, which means it overall isn't that consistent that there's just some star level weapon or Viltrumites are able to output star levels of power. But even if you wanted to be generous to Thrag and give him the large planet level feat that Nolan, Mark, and Thaddeus perform, or actually give Viltrumites the star level scaling that is presented with the disc, which I don't personally agree with, and I know a lot of people...
I would say at least planet's fair.
It actually doesn't really change anything since Naruto and Sasuke just do have higher interpretations, especially if you want to consider characters like Momoshiki creating their own parallel reality.
Creation feats have nothing to do with attack potency.
Them being universal in size just does give the potential for higher interpretations for Naruto and Sasuke that any of the Viltrumites even come remotely close to. Again, it doesn't really matter if you agree with these higher metas, it's more so the idea that Naruto and Sasuke just do have far higher metas to just say that they scale pretty confidently over any scaling in the Viltrumite series in terms of overall power. The only potential gray area could be speed, with Viltrumites just traveling across the entire universe or making these large jumps between galaxies in very short time frames, getting them massively faster than light, potentially millions of times faster. However, there are some interpretations for this that make this harder to use in reference to their combat speed, whether you go off the idea that the Viltrumites themselves need to build up momentum, or that their flight is compared to very small subspace teleportation, even saying that they would scale to the likes of Alan the Alien, who is noted to have his flight speed scale to his combat speed. It doesn't really change too much or isn't conceptually outside the norm of what Naruto and Sasuke have dealt with, as the Otsutsuki clan, while visually traveling through portals, do have Otsutsuki scouts that do travel through the universe to find planets worth devouring. Urashiki, being one of these individuals, is being important since in order to get across the observable universe in any short time frame, you would have to be moving at massively faster than light to make any sort of dent in a remotely efficient time frame. So even if you wanted to argue speed metas or just say both of these characters are massively faster than light and the exact values can differ depending on one calculation you use, Naruto and Sasuke would still vastly outscale Thrag and the other Viltrumites, which just means they would be able to dominate this invasion in terms of overall power. So yeah, Naruto and Sasuke would just be able to repel the Viltrumites with pretty much no difficulty. Let me know what you guys thought down below if you agree.
Sunset W headcanon, I'm crying.
Enjoyed the video. I will catch you next time. Bye-bye.
It's Gazelle Man.
The hierarchy of Kaido's crew is strong.
I gotta figure out what music I'm gonna use for my video. Okay, none of that is relevant. The Uta one.
Within the story of One Piece, we are commonly shown extraordinary instances of strength, from island-eating fish to country-wiping false gods, giant continent pullers, characters permanently changing the climate of an island, flash freezing a massive part of the ocean,
Hey, what's up, Esther?
explosions comparable to the size of the moon, characters lifting an entire island, shaking islands just by yelling, physical manifestations of people's nightmares being so unbelievably large in size that their mass and speed would constitute multi-continental to moon levels of energy, to characters being capable of destroying the planet itself. And as impressive as all of this is, it's still on a planetary scale contained within the general space of the planet, even if this planet is constantly implied to be far beyond the size of something like Earth, and actually being pretty massive in size. Something that may change with where the story is going in Elbaf and the trajectory of the story as a whole, but that is at least currently the case. At least for everybody in this story excluding Uta. There are two types of people who clicked on this video: those who are confused by the idea of an entire video being made on a character who is barely even canon beyond a silhouette, and those who know ball. And to you, you know who you are. That said, in this video, I want to talk about a character who I believe is by far the strongest character in all of One Piece, and a character that far exceeds any of the scaling for the rest of the verse. The first thing that we need to address, of course, is canonicity. Uta is a canon character, no matter how obscure she is in the story, pretty much only existing as, again, a silhouette from the memory of Shanks. But additionally, something else canon is the Volume 4 Billion data book. This is a guidebook or a data book written for film read by Oda. The movie's plot, however, is entirely non-canon. None of this actually happens within the story of One Piece. That said, that is purely the plot. There's statement from the animation staff that Oda had given notes to in regards to the powers and abilities of the red-haired pirates. The only reason that Oda would ever do this in the first place is if he wanted the powers and abilities presented in the film to be consistent with that in the manga.
Yeah,
Meaning Oda,
that
of
makes
course,
sense.
wants the powers shown to be consistent with the actual story. That on top of the fact that he writes the basis of Uta's powers.
You're
presents
so
the idea
annoying.
that at least from
I appreciate the help, Jeff. I really do. You're so annoying.
a power scaling standpoint, the powers and feats of characters in this movie are consistent with that of the manga, which would actually make a few characters
No
sick.
offense to Window Life. I am listening. I'm just going to up this to like 1.25 because I don't want to spend too long. I do have to cook later. Maybe 1.5. I do have to cook later, and I don't want to spend too much time reacting to stuff. I know how long it usually takes me to get through this stuff.
Significantly stronger. However, the same person who makes this statement says that they intentionally omitted certain things and added fake abilities to keep an air of
Appreciate it,
mystery,
man.
though this
I
was stated
really
only
do.
in regards to Shanks and the red-haired pirates, and mainly
Oh,
specifically
thank
on
God.
their
Yo,
abilities,
appreciate
as to
it, dude.
essentially
Thank
not spoil
goodness.
things that the
Holy
manga
fuck.
hadn't revealed yet. Though still, there are things revealed within the movie itself, but also the guidebook for the movie that we wouldn't have known in the manga without this movie really being a thing, and or technically the data book, which is still based on the movie. All that to say that there is an argument to be made that the power scaling within this movie is consistent with that of the manga, but that's not what we're here to talk about. Again, Oda is the one who actually writes everything in regards to Uta and her character as well as her powers, so at least anything in regards to her specifically should actually be canon for her, even if it isn't a non-canon movie. Again, most of which actually comes from data books and additional notes anyways. So with all of that out of the way, we can get to the actual interesting part of kind of how strong Uta is, or how she got to be as strong as she is and whatnot. After essentially being adopted by Shanks in a similar way that Shanks once was by Roger, Uta became the musician for the red-haired pirates, in which there's not really a specific time we know of her eating her devil fruit, but it happened sometimes before her meeting Luffy on Fuchsia Village, so sometime before the age of 9. Later on the island of Elegia, she would unknowingly sing off of an ancient sheet of music that was the key to unsealing Tot Musica. Tot Musica, who is essentially a demon lord contained within the island, who then proceeds to attack the island and its people, who was so strong that the entirety of the red-haired pirates literally just couldn't do anything to it, and it was only even stopped due to Uta being exhausted. This for one means that Tot Musica is in a way almost a part of Uta's devil fruit, or at least a part of her ability, essentially a weapon that she can use or a part of her arsenal like a sword for a swordsman, or for a more similar example, kind of like Rika and Yuta and JJK, and that whilst maybe not scaling there herself, should be a weapon of sorts that she can use to contend with the entirety of a Yonko crew, or at least borderline Yonko crew since Shanks wouldn't have been a Yonko yet. Still, this same Shanks would have been stronger than the one who fought alongside what was likely a close to prime Kaban, and also shouldn't have been that far off of him supposedly beating Loki. This Shanks being completely incapable of doing anything to Loki, even with his entire crew, would already put this first form Tot Musica at a level of the strongest characters in the verse. Now, a major feat that would come from Uta herself is her ability to create a virtual reality known as the Uta world. This would be a dimension where Uta has near full control over the space, and a place where she can casually warp reality, and is even viewed as omnipotent. The Uta world is described as an identical reality to that of the One Piece world, to the point where characters don't feel or sense any kind of difference, even whilst having observation Haki. Using this along with the fact that Uta's world
Seemed like a Covenant-affected herald in terms of its powers, can't be killed and all. I mean, it has to be attacked from like 2 separate spaces, so it's kind of weird, honestly. Not sure.
obviously has a sun within it. This is a space that should span the entirety of the solar system at a very bare minimum, but I think it would be perfectly fine to assume that this is blatantly just an identical copy of the universe and or cosmology of One Piece, at least known cosmology, as it's called an entire world, obviously extending beyond that of the planet. Not to mention that both the Dor fruit dimension and the Mirror fruit dimension exist within it. Again, likely being the
Yeah,
entire
that's kinda
cosmology of
crazy.
One Piece containing all these different celestial bodies and numerous dimensions and pocket dimensions. Arguably even Blackbeard's darkness dimension or the infinite space that exists within Karibu. Whatever the case may be, she would have created an identical version of this. Now to address some of the arguments that I know people are going to run to the comments with, no, the Uta world is not fake, nor is it an illusion. It is a real thing, and we know this simply based on the concept of the movie. Tot Musica, through Uta, was going to merge the real world and the Uta world. This wouldn't make any sense to do if it were just an illusion. And if that were the
That is
actual
true.
intent, well then just give Uta the world's biggest megaphone and put everybody to sleep. Simple as that, movie over.
She looks
And
like a
Tot Musica
fanfic
was,
character
and
to
at a
you?
point did merge the
That's actually not too far off, honestly. She is pretty fucking busted. She has a devil fruit that makes sense within the context of the story. And, yeah, just has a fucking demon inside of her that just can do this kind of crazy shit. Yeah, kind of.
physical realms
Also,
together
the character
into one.
design.
In the movie, we literally see them intersect on a physical level, so this is absolutely not just an illusion. In fact, from a narrative standpoint, we're giving a synopsis for what Tot Musica intended to do.
And I do agree with you, Jeff. Yeah, Oda saying, you've been saying for a while now that Oda uses films to showcase future events. Stampede, Douglas Bullet has same trope as Kaido. Uda and Tot Musica are about gods and demons. It's a version of like a limited Tsukuyomi. Not, I guess you could kind of view it the same way. Sure. I mean, Douglas Bullet had a very similar anatomy to Kaido, too. You know, big upper body, large arms, large hulking arms, smaller end legs. Turns himself into a bit of a giant. Yeah, and Luffy requiring a giant-sized fist. Isn't she also very close to Luffy? Yes, very close to him in terms of, like, friendship. She and him are basically childhood friends. Oda made her creator-made fanfic. Creator-made fanfic? Type shit.
The Uta world and real world in this explanation are presented
Character
as
that
if
would need to be
size,
introduced with
or
Joy
two
Boy
actual
Tears of Power, if
existing
you ask
things
me.
in a way
Type shit.
equivalent in value. There's also the fact that Broly would have been transported.
See you later,
souls
Drake.
into a
I'll be
physical
ending
dimension
this.
whilst in an illusion, which
I'll be
wouldn't
ending the
make
stream
any
not
sense.
too soon
There
after
just
this.
can't possibly be any thought behind this argument if you actually watch the movie. It's just pure vibes because it makes literally zero sense. Now, the second argument that people might make would be that it's just a byproduct of the devil fruit and not necessarily something that Uta herself would scale to. She might have technically, quote-unquote, made it when she even ate the devil fruit. And that would be a valid argument if not for the fact that it is just deliberately stated that Uta uses a ton of her own energy to maintain it, and also that she physically has to maintain it, which should not only scale her to it, but also lend credence to the idea that it was created with her own energy rather than, I don't know, some external force at play. Additionally, Toad Musica is stated to be able to destroy the world, which we quite literally see it do when it flaps its own wings, just one-shotting it. This is similar to what it does to break out of Law's room, someone who also has high levels.
Yo, I really need to rewatch this movie. This shit is crazy, you know, because Uta doesn't use illusions. She separates your mind and soul from your body, and she can control your body, literally not the same as Tsukuyomi. No, well, he's referencing the limited Tsukuyomi. One Smart is referencing the limited Tsukuyomi from the Road to Boruto, Road to Ninja movie, which was stated that using the power of like 7 of the tailed beasts, Obito was capable of making a pseudo-real, a parallel universe where the events of the series happened essentially differently.
Of spatial manipulation, having complete control over his room, putting Toad Musica on a higher level, giving it layered spatial manipulation. Uta can scale to anything Toad Musica does or can do, as again, it is essentially a weapon for her. She is also in fact able to control Toad Musica as well, so there shouldn't really be any argument of like Uta not being able to actually use Toad Musica in a fight, but also Uta is just stated to be the strongest in the Uta world, which would include Toad Musica itself, so there you go. Toad Musica, and by extension Uta, can also react to both Luffy and Shanks. Not to mention in its third form, you would actually need to manage to attack it in both the real world and the Uta world in order to actually defeat it. In its third form, it's implied to have consumed Uta, but due to Toad Musica essentially being the manifestation of negative thoughts, it's likely this only happens due to her being overwhelmed with negative thoughts, as she's still there and even somewhat is shown to kind of be acting in tandem with Toad Musica rather than just being controlled. It's also worth mentioning Toad Musica only like consumes Uta when
Oh, come on, you don't need to be mean. Road to Trash Kid was so ass, I erased it from my memory. That's crazy.
she is fully just kind of seeped in her own emotions. It can reach this form on its own. Now, from an actual scaling perspective, to actually assign something to Uta, the wording used often in regards to her world is reality. That it's not reality or not their normal reality, and essentially a separate reality. Reality being all that exists. It could be defined far beyond that, but generally speaking, it's just all that exists, which of course would contain the entire space-time continuum. Uta would then have created an identical copy of this space-time continuum, making her Universal Plus. But of course, Toad Musica then goes on to merge both of these, massively affecting them, which would then scale Toad Musica and Uta both to low multiversal, an interpretation that is fully supported within the narrative considering these are two different realities, which obviously exist as two different spaces. And from a speed standpoint, again, she would just scale to the highest level of speed in the One Piece verse, in which you have Luffy, who is light speed at the time of the time skip, scaling to Burn D World, a character who requires light speed to even fight, and he later gets faster after the completion of the time skip, scaling to Burn D World, a character
Do I have to watch... Do I have to watch 3D2Y? Should I watch 3? I'm all for using 3D2Y, and Luffy and Boa movie is okay. Because the thing is that if I talk about like the anime adaptation of this, I'm gonna have to find some bullshit for the anime adaptation of Naruto. I don't know, man.
Who requires light speed to even fight, and he later gets faster after.
It's a good film, at least as far as like the last combat sequence.
With Gear 2 being a 5 times multiplier, given the fact that Luffy was able to jump from the level of Bluno to Hybrid Lucci, requiring him to get 5 times stronger. This would also be applicable.
That doesn't make any sense. That quite literally doesn't make any sense, because that's under the assumption that Luffy wasn't already at least comparable to Lucci, who would have curb stomped him into the ground and base if he wasn't at least comparable to him. It's okay. As for my ship, it's marvelous.
Luffy's speed, as Gear 2 is a speed-based transformation. And then Gear 4 being a 4 times multiplier to each of the forms of Gear 4, based on each individual attribute. Attack transformation. And then Gear 4 being a 4 times multiplier to each of the forms of Gear 4, based on each individual attribute. Attack potency or strength for Bounce Man, durability for Tank Man, and speed for Snake Man. So that would be a 4 times speed multiplier as well when he enters Snake Man. I'm not going to go too deep into that entire scaling chain, but Luffy commonly power creeps himself, having his base form surpass his previous gears or previous Gear 4 self. And
that's what I'm saying, bro!
Getting him into Multiversal Plus, and thus high tiers as well as Uta herself should be here. But Uta's scaling is genuinely secondary to just how busted she is regardless of her scaling. The mechanics of her ability is quite literally that she just sings and teleports your literal soul into her own dimension where she has unrestricted reality warping and control over the space, which should be layered as again she just breaks laws of room where he has his own spatial manipulation, being able to freely control space and also swap people's personalities and or souls. She is again described as being omnipotent in this world and could even just turn you and your soul into a toy or a literal candy bar. Obviously, again, given the nature of this world and how it works with her bringing your soul here, she can directly attack your soul, granting her soul manipulation, which is also layered as characters like Luffy and Shanks can resist and negate soul manipulation, which itself is also a layered resistance. This would apply to a lot of the things that Uta does as well due to the characters as a whole, but also due to Haki, because Haki can resist and overpower.
Does Snake Man hit as hard as Bounce Man? Snake Man does not hit as hard as Bounce Man, or else Bounce Man would be absolutely meaningless. I've actually thought about this before, just to bring up a quick thing. So you guys remember when I said that, like, Gear 4 is a, remember when I said that, like, Gear 4 was, like, and then Gear 4 was, like, a 30 times amp, right? So you have Snake Man and you have Bounce Man, right? Snake Man... Bounce Man. Obviously, both offer an amp towards power, but Gear 4 on bare minimum, because of the statement that he got from Bounce Man, being several times greater, several times beyond limit. Limit would equal... Several times beyond limit would equal at least 3 times second gear. But we know for a fact that Gear 4 in general is actually greater than Gear 3rd, 2nd and 3rd gears combined. Since Luffy was outperforming himself and he was fighting Kaido with just Conqueror's coding before he ended up taking it up to Gear 4 after Big Mom was taken down, right? So it kind of separates it into the following, right? So it kind of separates it into the following, where now you have, like, let's say, let me move this up real quick. Where you now kind of have, like, this issue where you're like, okay, well, let's separate power and speed, right? So, I've said this for a while, that I think that Gear 4 Bounce Man is at the very least a 30 times amp, but that's like if you just don't give Luffy any benefit of doubt and you go by the least amount as possible, right? Is there a statement of how hard Snake Man hits compared to Bounce Man? No. There isn't. There is no indication. The only thing that you have to go off of is that Snake Man is, the Snake Man count, it was a one-time thing, I'm not counting it. Where you kind of have to consider the following, right? So, I've said before that, like, Snake Man and Bounce Man are both, like, a 30... I'm just going to put it here. They're both at least 30 times amped for Luffy, but I kind of wanted to go one step beyond this. And I was thinking about this for a while now. And I'm like, okay, well, if we were to say that it is a 30x amp for both of them, let's say in terms of power, obviously Snake Man can't have the same kind of power as Bounce Man, but we know that Luffy is also coating himself massively with armament Haki. So just for a second, and just entertain me on this, what if it is a... Since we know for a fact that each of them are an amp to strength and speed, what if it is a situation where each of them are also a separate amp for each other? Think of it like this. Snake Man is a second gear, is an advanced form of second gear. Bounce Man is an advanced form of third gear. Bounce Man is for power, like third gear. Snake Man is an advanced form of speed for second gear, right? Second gear is for speed. Third gear's for power. Does that sound familiar? Well, Snake Man and Bounce Man both hit harder than both of them combined, right? This is kind of where I'm at with it, where it's like, Snake Man is clearly objectively faster than Bounce Man, and I'd say even being 10 times faster is honestly not that crazy to go off of. I forgot how exactly I went across the 300 times. I think it was because I said that if Luffy's coating himself in high-level armament Haki, which is greater than, like, let's say the amp that he would have got, then an amp that, let's say, a normal arrow could get from Haki when Marguerite busts through stone and wood, I think there's an argument to be made that Luffy's putting in more armament hawking to Bounce Man in terms of like increasing his raw attack power, and Luffy's just straight up getting faster in Snake Man by focusing his power on speed. Does Gear 4 actually amp speed? Well, Luffy's clearly objectively faster in Bounce Man and Snake Man than he is in second and third gear. Where the fuck he's getting the extra speed amp, I don't know, but he's clearly faster in both instances. And it does make sense for each of them to be 10 times strong, I'm using 10 times as an arbitrary throw-in value, but I do think it makes sense. Yes, Luffy does use more Haki in Gear 4 than base other gears. This is way we learn about in, well, mostly Mass, but the Mass is actually in reference to Conqueror's Haki, not... The Mass that you're referencing is actually in context of Conqueror's Haki, what she didn't have before to this. So, I don't know. Take this information however you will. I'm not here to tell you that this is objectively right. This is just kind of like how I've been sort of like separating... Snake Man and Bounce Man, all things considered. Can this shit fucking move, dude? I hate this thing. Can I move this thing? Can I move this fuck ass? All right, whatever. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of what I kind of came down to. Yeah. Just your two things. I got you, Marcos. I got you. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. You can argue that, like, Luffy isn't as fast, even in movement speed and Snake Man, as he is in Bounce Man, but you can also just attribute to raw attack speed.
It would give them resistances on top of each other, and then characters like Luffy not being able to negate any of her abilities or resist anything she does makes any of her abilities layered. So reality warping, spatial manipulation, mind manipulation, all of that. And this is mainly reliant on just how broken Haki is in general in cross-verse matchups, which is a bit of an underrated topic because a lot of people have the misconception that Haki can only resist or negate devil fruits, which is just a lack of an understanding of what devil fruits actually are. It's not just a resistance to just the devil fruit, it's a resistance to the power itself. Haki is quite broken in a cross-verse setting, but that's for another video entirely. Uta also seems to have auto shields, having been shielded.
I'm not comfortable with saying that Haki works cross-verse on other things like it would on devil fruits. I'm not saying that he's wrong. I've said this before. I don't really think that anyone who believes it is wrong. It's just, it's one of those things where I'm just like, I don't know if I could agree with that. But that's fine. That's more of a
while she was seemingly not even fully aware of them, and so it's possible that
based on what Dofi says, it seems like he can achieve, like anybody can achieve this. It seems specific to him. What, Gear 4? Well, I mean, he's combining his devil fruit with a mass amount of Haki. I don't know what exactly the issue would be per se, you know.
Her or caught her off guard, they debatably wouldn't be able to actually land an attack if these shields just work automatically and aren't based on her own reaction speed or perception. Again, mind you, due to the mechanics of the world, this would also protect her soul. And then should she fuse with Musica in a one-on-one scenario, she's practically already won against most characters. There are very, very few characters who are capable of attacking in 2 different dimensions at once, or even capable of ever reaching her dimension if she doesn't want them to. Additionally, it's worth mentioning majority of the characters won't even realize they've been transported, having only heard her sing a single note. So even just Uta by herself, not even mentioning her scaling, which is above a lot of characters and verses, she could just BFR you, turn you into a bag of chips, and then the fight's over. Things would get semi-complicated if there were a massive speed difference, but one, there are not that many verses that have a massive speed advantage over One Piece, but even if that were the case, again, due to auto shield, she might not even get touched anyways. Having multiple layers of soul and spatial manipulation, multiple layers of resistances to both of these as well, it makes her a character who doesn't really need to rely on her actual scaling. But even if it came down to it where she can't just purely rely on her abilities and hacks, she is also a low multiversal level character along with having MFD.
I mean, put it like this. How many characters do you see within the context of One Piece overclock their Haki in the same way that Luffy does? There aren't that many characters that literally push their body so far, specifically their Haki, to the point where, like, they run out of Haki. You don't see it with Zoro, you don't see it with Doflamingo, you don't see it with Katakuri, you don't even see it with Kaido. The only instance of this that you can probably bring up is, like, Roger and Garp basically throwing out all of their Haki at once basically throwing all of their Haki out at once at, what's-his-face, Rox D. Zebek, when they said that they need a critical mass of the stuff, and then they're both completely exhausted right afterwards, right? Like, there are levels to Haki, yes, but you can also just straight up push your Haki. You can also sort of, like, just overclock your Haki. I just view it as this, right? Haki, there's obviously a limit to how much Haki you can put out, right? There's obviously a limit to the stuff, right? I'm just going to make a circle right here. Let's move it over here. Yeah, let's just stretch this out over here. And then let me just erase, like, the bottom half of this, right?
All right. So you have basically a metric fuck tons worth of Haki, right? So just, I would say just look at it from this perspective, right? This gauge right here essentially is your Haki, right? This is essentially how much Haki you have. Haki quantity, right? Or I guess you could say like your output. Whatever the fuck you want to use to like imply this, just use that, right? Think about it like this. If it's a resource that you can use up, but it can also keep coming back, but it's obviously something that, like, wastes. Now you have a situation where, like, let's say, this is the low end, this is the high end. This is how much, this is the level that Luffy is using it at, right? Let me just do this again, right, real quick. Low end, not... Low use... High use, right? It's like Luffy's basically overclocking it. The way I rationalize it is simply like this. When Luffy's using Haki, he's basically using it to like some extent of this bar, right? But when he's using Gear 4, it's like Luffy's essentially putting his Haki on like hyperdrive, and then he's just keeping it there, right? For the entire time that he's using Gear 4, it's not like Gear 4 gets weaker over time. It's like he's essentially using Haki to such an extent that like at some point he's basically gonna reach 0. Right? Luffy's essentially just overclocking his body. Some people are cooked beyond belief. Someone just told me Luffy isn't immune to blunt force damage because shockwaves hurt him. Shockwaves aren't blood force.
Scale plus combat speed. And even if that happens to be too much, well then she can summon the essentially immortal demon lord who's just as strong as her and arguably...
Yeah, he's just overusing his Haki. He's overclocking this stuff. I mean, how many other characters have Haki that literally turns into shades of color and even has the flame pattern on it? I mean, Big Mom only had it for like one single instance, and we know for a fact that she doesn't really have to use Haki that much something. She just coats herself in Conquerors. Mind you, this is just armament Haki. You can also just say that this is just an application of Luffy overusing his armament Haki. To be honest, I don't know where he got the auto shields from. I've seen in the film 29 times, and I don't recall any shields, but I'll look
essentially fusing and working together to where you now have to attack in 2 entire different dimensions at the same time to even defeat them, or even have a chance at defeating them.
You could draw a fuel tank gauge like graph besides the one you drew, the based on where the point of the fuel tank is emptied. Yeah. So you can have like a separate bar graph for like Luffy. The more Luffy's using it, the faster he's depleting his Haki, right? He's basically just throttling all of his Haki into it. Think of it like in Cursed... Think of it like cursed energy, where if you're constantly outputting your cursed energy to a high point, eventually you'll just run out or you won't be able to use it anymore.
If you don't just immediately go for Uta and try to go for Top Musica first, it doesn't seem to actually die. It just kind of despawns, with it again being immortal. So you would either again have to go after Uta first or have existence erasure. Uta is a character that can and will win majority of fights, as even in character she will just immediately sing at the start of a fight. She's actually quite literally done it. She's not really going to hold back, as she's not a physical fighter. There's nothing for her to hold back. She will just immediately sing and pretty much immediately win. Versus where characters are more human with minor amplifications are completely cooked. Like, I mean, even low tier, just typical One Piece characters could handle these verses. But your verses like Demon Slayer, I don't know, Windbreaker maybe, Attack on Titan, you could probably group the boys in there as well. These are just verses that wouldn't be able to do anything whatsoever, that Uta would kind of just breeze through. Then there's verses that are a decent bit higher, those whose powers maybe reach even like city level in scale, maybe even higher, or have broken abilities within the verses themselves. Verses like Jujutsu Kaisen with Takaba or Gojo, Chainsaw Man with the Darkness Devil and Makima, My Hero, Dawn to Dawn, Hunter x Hunter, things of that nature. She should, again, also have zero issues with. Gojo is a pretty obvious one. As broken as he can be, he's not broken when someone just has blatant spatial manipulation, so infinity wouldn't really be an issue. Takaba's power is just a little bit too conditional in terms of what he would find funny, or what even would be funny in context, especially against a person who really only needs seconds to beat him. Not to say that it's a weak ability, it's just too conditional. She can also resist mind manipulation, so Makima's only real win con wouldn't really matter. And like, this is a level where you could still limit Top Musica from even being a part of the fight. You could also limit her AP scaling, she doesn't really need to rely on any of that, or even her high-end speed. Like, as long as she has speed fast enough to not get immediately speed blitzed, if that would even happen due to her auto shields, then she would still just beat any of these verses. Then you'd go up to verses like One Piece, excluding herself of course, verses like Invincible, like Naruto, Black Clover, Seven Deadly Sins, groups like the MCU Avengers, the Monsters verse, One Punch Man, things like that. At this level I feel she'd need her actual scaling and couldn't just purely rely on hacks, but that's again kind of just so that she doesn't get one shot.
I get it now, but I expect people to use it more often in desperate situations.
These verses again don't really have any...
I mean, think about it like this. How many armament users are there, and then how many armament users are there that are as skilled at the stuff as Luffy? And even then, if you have characters like Katakuri, who just had a higher level of armament Haki than Luffy, where Luffy's punches would actually hurt him, where, like, Luffy just clashing with his fist would just hurt Luffy's own hand. You have characters like Kaido that just flex their Conqueror's Haki and just get an amp from that. You know what I mean? Like, I understand what the issue is, right? I kind of understand where the issue is, but it's also like,
I don't know, Rasengan, bro. Everyone can use Rasengan, but nobody uses it. I don't know what to say. Like, why did Naruto just teach Rasengan to everybody? I don't know. It's probably not the most apt comparison, but yeah.
Answers for her abilities and certainly not her scaling, but it's a level where there's so many characters that it wouldn't be that easy per se, though again kind of just more so tedious than actually difficult, as these are verses that again just don't really have any real win con in the fight. At the next level, however, are verses where she would struggle quite a bit and maybe do have win cons, and it's a level we're at where she might need Tote Musica. Verses like high tier Bleach, high tier Fairy Tail, Record of Ragnarok, Solo Leveling, Power Rangers, Beyblade, etc. I think the typical ranges for these verses are Solar to Galaxy
The Beyblade
level,
shit
maybe even
pisses
lower,
me
to be
off.
honest, but the absolute high tiers like Soul King, Yuha, Natsu, the Dragon Gods, Sungjin Woo, and the Outer Gods, Ryuga, etc. I think these characters get up to Universal, if not Universal Plus, but still I think that Uta should outscale them, and I don't think the numbers really do all that much. It's more so these top tiers that you would have to definitely worry about. Characters like Ryuga and Yuha also do have abilities that might be genuinely difficult for her to get around that could be win cons for them. But again,
Like
for the most
what?
part, I'd favor Uta. But this tier of verses
Like
kind of
what?
just has to purely
How
rely
does
on this
Yuha
fast
Baka?
storytelling.
How the fuck does Yuha Baka beat Uta? The fuck does he do? Actually. What, he's gonna see into the future and know that she's just gonna keep attacking because she manipulates the entire space? What the fuck does he do?
Top tiers, as they're the only ones who are really going to do anything, which is why this next tier consists of verses where most of these top tiers would be considered mid tier.
Their souls are trapped. They wouldn't be actually teleporting anywhere.
Definitely could not solo them, and even in some be considered a mid tier herself. Say verses like Dragon Ball, God of High School, Fire Force, Pokemon, Ben 10, Marvel.
Pokemon? No, he just glazed the fuck out of Pokemon. Pokemon is not that strong. Pokemon is not that powerful of a verse. You should have said Digimon or some shit.
Even Adventure Time. I think Uta would be on the level of someone like Goku, just to speak towards what I'm likely going to clickbait this title with. I think she not only has the actual power to scale to him, but also her hacks are just kind of something he can't get around. But I mean, I don't see her beating the sheer amount of characters in Dragon Ball that scale that high. Like, I think, for example, she would just flat out lose to Zeno, but even the Angels or other high tiers in Dragon Ball who I think she scales to would just be too much for her, even if they're not directly above her. I think Fire Force is one where, I mean, it's pretty much just Shinra and Haumea. The rest only really get up to star level, maybe solar system, at least without scaling them to a Dola, which is a bit shaky. But again, I think that Shinra and Haumea would likely be too much for her, and should have ways of actually beating her. Same with God of High School. God of High School is actually one of the few series where you can tell the author definitively wants these characters to be at this level. Like, if you're someone who's really heavy against power scaling and like calculations and whatnot, God of High School I feel like is definitely the verse for you, as a lot of the feats are just very concrete. Barring some of the dimensionality stuff in Nirvana, you could argue that Jin Mori is much higher when he achieves Nirvana, in which case he should not even be compared to Uta. But even without that, I do think the high tiers in God of High School like him, Mujin, and Satan would be enough for her, especially with the additional characters who also scale pretty high in their own right. And in cases like Pokemon and comics, like, she's not even close to the top tiers, and she would more so be considered a mid tier herself. There's in fact even characters that kind of do what she does, but just better. And Tote Musica wouldn't really change anything for her too much. But that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully I was able to change your mind if you had any different thoughts about
Good video overall. My only issue was just him saying that Pokemon is up there. Fuck no, it is not. You have to give him every... You have to give the entire thing every... You have to give Pokemon every benefit of doubt. You have to basically just believe that Arceus' creation feats even remotely count as attack potency, and then you also have to believe that, oh, some of like the Pokemon legendary gods, quote unquote, just utilize their quote unquote hacks that they apparently have in a way that they've never used them before. The only time you ever really see Dialga use any kind of time manipulations when he's basically sending Ash back in time. But anyway, guys, once he sees the future, immediately trapped and losing, no longer trapping people. Also, Ragnarok, not as strong as people think. Zeus is FTL at best. After that is Apollo is only light speed. Rest below lightning to below Mach 10. Adam legit counters the gods in his verse. That's it. Alright, guys, I'm going to leave it at that. Definitely not up there. To be fair, there are multiple continuities for Pokemon. I've heard the manga uni feats. Cool. Get them above Digimon. Guys, I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to stream tomorrow. Do not expect me to be here tomorrow. I'm going to have to go do some stuff. And I'm probably just going to sit down and edit for the rest of the day. I'll catch you guys all later. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, night, morning. And just take care of yourselves. Peace out. 7 hours. Holy shit.